wicket.
And they are, aren't they? You can tell people have got the directors' chairs out, the hats.
Well, I just want to point out, just to our left of our commentary position here, is the elite camper van with awning that's just, propped up at sort of like a deep extra cover now as you look at it.
Saw that, it was arrived very early.
Tara Norris then, from this our commentary position end, and that looks like it's going to be a wide ball down the leg side. Well taken by Ellie Threlkeld. She stopped that going and running across this quick, it is a quick outfield here, runs quite well for an outground. They do look after it very well. One more to the total. 34 for no loss.
Some aircraft somewhere, I can't quite see it.
I think it's directly above us.
Is it? Ah, that's one. Can't see it through the gazebo roof.
Tara Norris in again, left arm over the wicket. Ella McCacken drives and there is no run to extra cover. That's the lovely shot as well. She plays that one on the up and she hits it with the middle of the bat.
Now, I don't know what she's thinking out there in the middle. I can only assume that from the way she's playing and the way just, as I say, last time she stood there and admired the shot, she must be thinking, I've got a chance of getting 100 here.
And I think that
sounds like a helicopter type thing, doesn't it, really? It's obviously moved, but I still can't see it. But fortunately it's moved. It was directly overhead, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I'm
going to go for it. I think it's just up to our right now, I reckon.
Right.
I'm just completely making that up, by the way. I just have no idea. Okay. Just I give you some direction as it might be, rather than just looking aimlessly around. Norris in again to Abby Norgrove this time, who works it off her legs and just finds Titani at backward square. And there is no run taken.
In with a chance of qualifying.
It's massive for both. And I just think that a loss here could really make making finals very difficult for both teams. Not impossible, but just very, very difficult for both teams, and it rely on other results, which they don't want. Norris in again, driving this time is Norgrove. That's a fantastic shot. It's made it through the covers, and it's racing away, and it will be 4. I don't think the fielder's going to catch it. Fee Morris was in pursuit, and that's 4 through the covers. It's a fantastic shot from Abby Norgrove. That's the shot of a player, to me, that has settled in at this level quite nicely, and she's playing with confidence now, and you can see that in her stroke play.
Game, but did she make her debut this year? Because I don't remember in previous years seeing her.
Yeah, she made her debut at Chelmsford, so just after the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the resumption of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. In that period just before the 100, there was 4 games, I think it was, and she made her debut in that little block. There's 3 of them. Herself, Megan Sturge, and the off-spinner Averley all made their debut on the same day at Chelmsford, and she's done so well ever since. She's going shorter this time as Norris, and that's signalled one for the over.
That's a good option, that. I like
it is.
That. Just try something different. But yeah, she looks all right out there. I have to say, it's the first time I've seen her bat, and obviously earned her place, as you do when you get into the first team.
I think it was scored runs at academy level, and at some point they've got to make the jump, haven't they? At some point you've got to expose them in any cricket to a slightly higher level and just see whether they're ready. And I think she's just proved that she definitely is ready at this level. And that's just left alone by Abby Norgrove, quite wide of the off stump, and that's the end of Tara Norris's over. Score is
yes,
40, I think.
Yeah.
40 for no loss after 10 now, so that's the end of the power play. Umpire signals the end of the power play. And that's an important milestone to get to, isn't it? No loss of a wicket in the power play.
Yeah, is that a good power play on this wicket in these conditions?
I think we'll be hopefully hoping for a few more. I mean, 40's a good score, don't get me wrong, going at 4s, but I think really to take full advantage of a power play on a good wicket like this, you might be looking more towards 50, but they'll be happy that the loss of no wickets is important.
Sure. So the bowlers so far, Phoebe Graham.
From the Castle End, number 11, Naomi Titani.
So we're going to get some left-arm seamers now from Titani, replacing Phoebe Graham, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. And Tara Norris has been bowling at our commentary in the park end, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. So here's Titani then, left arm over the wicket, bowls and outside of the off stump, and that is left alone by McGacken. McGacken currently on 28, run a ball 28, and Abby Norgrove playing second fiddle, doesn't feel like it. She's on 10, but she's played all right out there, but it's all about Ella McGacken so far. She's playing wonderfully well out there, and this really is a ground that as a batter, when this is on your fixture list, you look forward to.
Absolutely.
Coming out on here. Here's Titani, runs towards us and bowls. Good length ball there. McGacken just plays it back to her. So Titani in this year's competition with the ball is bowled.
She's actually been looking
degrees.
quicker this year. I know the stats don't obviously reflect that. You won't see that in the stats. But from just playing against her for a number of years, she looks like she's put on a yard or two of pace this year.
Comes in and bowls. Yeah, it looks like she's trying to hit the deck a little bit more. You're right. That's pushed to mid-wicket.
That's just the feel that I get just from watching and playing against her a few times.
She was at Sunrisers, wasn't she?
Made the move up north, as a couple of them did. Fee Morris and Tara Norris went north.
All for different reasons?
Yeah, I think so, just for opportunity and change of scenery, maybe.
I mean, Titani was doing all right at the Sun. She really is. It's worked down to third by McGacken. It'll be just a single, which takes the total onto 41, and McGacken onto 29. Yeah, because, I mean, she had a permanent place at the Sunrisers, but then, of course, until this year, when the Sunrisers beat the Vipers twice. Just thought I'd add that.
No, but it's key, isn't it?
Well, it was. I mean, it's a complete turnaround, but I suppose being on the Sunrisers side was quite hard work, wasn't it? Really? Losing most virtually every game. Not easy. Here's Titani again. Bowls. Norgrove cuts that away. That's a beautiful shot. Covers. Man, she's really hit that with some venom, and that's 4 runs.
Fantastic shot from Abby Norgrove there, off the back foot. Not easy when it's rising like that. On you. And gets well over the top of it. Wasn't in the air at all. All the way along the ground ball.
Full shot.
She just feels really settled to me in this team, and I think it's so important for young players to see that, you know, you stick at the academy cricket and, you know, this is where you could get to if you work hard, and she's definitely one of those.
Well, she's the same age now as 17 as Norgrove faces, left alone outside the off stump. Of course, Ella McGacken was in when she sort of burst onto the scene, didn't she? COVID year, or the first year of the regional competition. And there she was, 17 years of age. I remember getting a half century down at Hove, just down the road, in a game there. And you thought, oh, yeah, she's a good player, and she has. And she's continuing her development. Part of the Welsh Fire set up in the 100 this year. And here we are, we've got Abby Norgrove starting out.
In a similar position. It's quite nice, actually, then opening the batting together. And Ella McGacken would definitely know how she'd be feeling in this sort of opening period of her career in professional cricket.
Very much so.
Because that's the massive step up, is the standard cricket, obviously, but also everything else that goes along with it. Having people watch you, talk about you, maybe notice you as you're walking around, or the amount of commitment to the programme. And of course, she's still in school or going to college or whatever she's doing.
I suppose, of course, being based in Oxfordshire, it's a bit of a trek, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. And it takes all these things. Drives her own car now, which is important. And change of bowling from this. I suppose it's a commentary end. Park end. And that's a wicket. First ball. And it's Hannah Jones that's bowled it. She's been out for a little while, Hannah Jones, but she's into the attack straight away. And looks like she's got Ella McGacken bowled middle stump. Just pressing forward was McGacken in defence, and it must have just gone straight through it. It's difficult to see from this position. We're not quite behind the bowler's arm at all. But it looks like it's gone straight through it. McGacken falls then in the 12th. First ball of the 12th over for 29 from 32 deliveries. Got off to a good start, but just wasn't able to continue. And the introduction of spin has done the trick for the Thunder.
First ball of the 12th over.
Professional Cricket Association that looks after all professional cricket.
They do. Yeah. They've got a fund which they look after. When if one or two are struggling a bit with health and that, if there's a bit of money around, they'll help.
Brilliant. Straight the pads away. Half an appeal from the Thunder girls, but turned down. It's a good start from Hannah Jones. On the money straight away with her first 2 deliveries. On left arm round the wicket to Adams. This time the middle of the forward defence is found. And there is no run taken.
Of course,
45 for 1 then.
Sorry, Charlotte Edwards is president of it, PCA.
Yes, she is. Big job, that. One of her biggest. Just slightly shorter this time from Jones. Worked through the offside. I think it would just be a couple. As the fielder from cover point does the work. I think that's Seren Smale there. Gets the throw back in nicely. So 2 more to the score. George Adams is off the mark. Take up Phil Green's scoring situation he's got going on in front of me.
Yeah, manual scoring.
Yeah, just figured that out for myself. I wondered what all these lines on this bit of paper were doing. Jones then round the wicket, Fuller this time. Adams is driving. And deep cover is now in place for her. And Smell gets the throw in to Threlkeld. Another one to the total, another one to Adams' score. She moves to 3. Score's now 48 for 1.
Yeah, just past 350 runs for the tournament innings, averaging a smidgen under 50.
Yeah, she's been very good. And it's such an important 80 in the game on Tuesday up in Newcastle. Also north of Newcastle in Gosforth, shall I say. Really important score for her team that day. Set them up for a win there. And that's back foot punched by Abby Norgrove out to that deep cover fielder. And again, one is taken. 15, Abby Norgrove made a good start here. 49 for 1, the Southern Vipers at the end of the 12th. It's a good start for Jones, though. She's made an impact in her first over. And she's just conceded 3 runs from it.
Yeah, I saw Georgia Adams actually arrive, and she arrived with Georgia Airways, actually. And I said that we and you were following that last over, working out who was going to bowl it.
But it was more, we just weren't sure about the options that were left, or whether you're going to go pace or spin, or you're not sure on the conditions, obviously, watching a scorecard on the BBC Sport website and app.
Here's Naomi Tatani with her left arm over seamers from that castle end. It's a length ball to Abby Norgrove, and she's playing it back to the bowler. And there is no run. There was a few spectators in front of us, but I think even they are finding it a bit hot and just and sort of got up and gone. And every time I look over at James Ruffy, who's the main man here, he's got a parasol on his head.
He's being the umbrella man.
Yeah, he's obviously being pestered for parasols. Norgrove off the back foot, strokes that nicely into the gap in the covers. There is a sweeper. And Norgrove will move on to 16.
The 7 Vipers 15 up, England 13 over.
There we go, good old Richard Isaacs.
I was going to say, if you didn't hear that.
Yeah, there's no doubt that we can hear that. So that helps with our scoring. Make sure that we can check that it's all up to date, which it is. And he's putting up another parasol. Actually, that looks like it's almost under a tree. That's a bit of a waste.
A waste of a parasol.
Yeah. But,
well, I think just to the left of this tree is going to get most of the shade most of the day.
Certainly looks like it. We're missing outside the off stump there, Adams. The ball angled across her, taken by Threlkeld. A little bit low.
I was going to say, it just kept a little bit low there as it went through.
That's one thing. That's the one thing that's it sort of characterises this wicket, is that there's never really massive bounce here. It's not a big bouncy pitch. It's a nice pitch, but if anything, the ball will keep a little low. There's never a lot of pace on the ball either here. It's just a good batting wicket, but certainly sometimes when the ball gets a bit soft, you have to sort of hit it a little harder, as Adams works that away square on the leg side. And there'll be a single. We've still got that cough.
Yeah, I'm still battling this cough. Sorry, everyone. It's been annoying everyone all of this week, now including myself.
A couple of days you did Hampshire game. And, who was it against? I can't remember now, because I've done 7 games this year. Somerset. Yeah, I got used to sort of just turning your mic off every now. Tatani bowls off the back foot. There is Norgrove. Again, it's a pretty looking shot, but straight to extra cover. Fielded. So Daisy Mullen there, I think. He's one of the 2 changes. Just to remind you, 2 changes in the Thunder side. Liberty Heap and Daisy Mullen in for Emma Lamb, who's with the England setup. Daniel Collins not playing. 2 changes in the Vipers side as well. Freya Kemp back from England duty. Lindsay Smith back from injury. Again, Norgrove strokes that straight to extra cover once more, and there's no run. Making way, Nicole Feltham and Nancy Harmon for the Vipers. So 2 rows of cars, 3 rows of cars to our left up in that corner.
I think there's probably more as you go back round the walk past. I said, that's a good spot.
It was parked right behind us, but I didn't realise it was in a disabled spot.
Oh, I see.
And I was not, because there's a car behind me that is just parked, and it shouldn't, well, I presume it should be there. But
Jones then starts a new over, left arm round the wicket to Adams, who just strokes that to mid-on, and no run is taken.
And the lady was looking for the disabled parking spot, which obviously I was in. And I was being really nice. I said, you know what, my car's in that spot, I'll move it. And I asked Mr. Ruffy, the main man here.
Jones again, same result. Pushes it to mid-on. They look for single, but there's a bit of a misfield from Olivia Bell there, but no run is taken once again.
And he said to me, well, he said, if you don't mind moving, that's really nice of you. He said, if you want to stay close, there's a spot by the toilet.
Yeah, there you go. Back foot this time as Adams into that deep cover fielder. There is a sweeper out there. And Seren Smale does the fielding. Good throw in. It's a long way out there.
It is.
Another one is taken. Adams moves to 4.
There
He got
I
a
am.
good spot.
Yeah, well, it's close by, that's the main thing.
Jones again then to Norgrove. He works that to mid-wicket. There's no run there either. So just a period of consolidation for the Vipers here as they lost that wicket of McCacken. She fell for 29 of 32 deliveries in the 12th over. Since then, it's just a forward defensive shot from Norgrove back to the bowler. They've just put a lid on things as they try and contain and rebuild. Left arm off spin of Jones round the wicket, sweeping as Norgrove. Gets a good piece of it, but hits it straight to the fielder on the 45. And there is no run there either. So that's another good over from Hannah Jones. The score in the Southern Vipers game here, 51 for 1, sorry. At the end of the 14th. Jones has only conceded 5.
Yeah, she's been a steady bowler, hasn't she, for...
She hasn't played, though, an awful lot, so I'm assuming that was through injury, because she played a lot last year.
She did, yeah.
So I'm assuming that she's been injured. I don't really know the ins and outs of it.
Only a second game, you're right, in this competition. It's Ditani with their left-arm seamers from the Castle End, driven by Adams. Again, it's out in the covers. There are 3 fielders there patrolling it from point, backward a point through to extra cover. Nice colour, the Thunder, aren't they? Sort of...
Yeah, I just realised that I'm dressed
red.
like one of them,
You
which is a
actually-
real problem for me when I got here and I was like, oh, I forgot they wore red.
Yeah, it looks like you've moved teams.
Yeah, it does look like that. I haven't, by the way.
Just in case anybody does.
In case anyone was worried. Rumour control.
Yes. Ditani Adams drives pleasantly to extra cover. In fact, it goes up to mid-off in the end, and there's no run. Georgia Adams, who's shortly to go off to Australia, isn't she?
Yes. She's going to do a stint out in New South Wales
Lovely.
for the winter.
Beautiful.
She's going out there as a contracted professional for their stateside. And it's very rare that they actually let overseas into their state system. They're quite restrictive and want to develop their own homegrown talents and all that, which, is a totally commendable thing to do. So they've let her in.
Yeah, they have. Adams whips that away behind square on the leg side. She splits the field, and she will pick up a comfortable 2. Hannah Jones it is out there at deep mid-on, patrolling a large area away to our left, and I think that takes the total on to 54. It's around there. Just to repeat, we're right next to the scoreboard, so we can't actually see the score, and we're sort of in between sort of having the score exactly right and probably about 1 out, but it's 54 at the moment in the 15th as Ditani bowls, and a lovely pleasant drive again from Adams. If you're a front foot batter here, this is the wicket for you.
Absolutely.
Get on that front foot, hit through the line.
Like Adams, she's not a massive mover of her feet, but she relies on her hands an awful lot. And with these big wide open spaces and just playing with a full flow of the bat, you're going to get rewarded.
Yeah. Another aircraft, lighter aircraft this time, going over above. Adams gets one that's wide, and she gets an edge. It goes past that throw held, and it races down to the 3rd boundary. Tara Norris can't cut that off. And that is 4 runs to the Vipers. Total takes them on to 58 for 1. Shoreham Airfield's not that far away. Don't know if that's anything to do with...
I don't know if they've got an air show going on or...
Gosh, an air show on top of the Goodwood Revival.
I know.
There's enough going on
Plus
around
the Southern
this area,
Vipers
isn't there?
versus the Lancashire Thunder. What a big
Well,
occasion
yeah.
this is.
Well, there was a car turned up here. It looked like it should have been at the Goodwood Revival. And I did say you've got the wrong venue. But as you can imagine... Well, actually, no, he was all right about it. He said, no, I'm here for the cricket. And I said, well, doesn't look as though he was here. Should have been a good one. Adams, that's a lovely shot. Just waited for that. Just opened the face of the bat, stroked it behind square on the offside. Norris has got a race on to her right this time. Picks it up just in front of the road, palms it back. The throw comes in, and they keep that down to 2. That is an absolutely fantastic effort. Tara Norris, I think, is all right. Looks like she just landed on her shoulder. Helped up by Fee Morris, who would have been teammates at the Vipers.
Yes. Once upon a time,
Yes.
moved to Lancashire Thunder at the beginning of this winter, or the last winter, should I say. And she's done quite well. She won the game, won them a draw, should I say, in the return fixture when Southern Vipers went to Southport, and she made a very good 40 not out off not many deliveries at all. I think it was 20 or so deliveries and hit the ball to all parts, and got them back into that game and managed to scramble them a draw this against Southern Vipers on the return fixture. So she's been very successful. Jones again started another over. Good solid defensive block to extra cover Abby Norgrove.
What's Norgrove got? She's got 16 at the moment.
Yeah, she's not seen an awful lot of the strikes since Adams has been in. She's got some of it now. She tried to work that square of the wicket on the, and she's been given LBW Abby Norgrove, just trying to work it 2 square onto the leg side, and it was a big appeal from Jones and Threlkeld, especially behind the stumps. And she's just tried to work that into the vacant gap between the fielder at short fine and mid wicket, and just couldn't get any of it. She's had to walk back. So 16 she makes, and she falls in the 16th over with the score on 60 for 2 now, the Southern Vipers. They wouldn't want to lose wickets in this sort of regular fashion. They need to build partnerships, and the introduction of Jones has been the introduction of spin, potentially. It's been the real stumbling block at the minute.
We were saying about Hannah Jones, weren't we? And up till this year,
Abby Norgrove
I remember seeing her up at Sale when you guys played there, and obviously seen her a couple of times. I always thought she's actually a pretty decent bowler.
Yeah.
I'd put her in the same class as Lindsay Smith, actually, as left-arm spinners.
Yeah.
I think they both got something about them.
Yeah, she just bowls a little bit of drift, can turn the ball away from the bat as well.
Georgia Elwes walks to the crease, 32 years of age. He's actually the oldest player on the field out there. Beats Phoebe Graham by a year.
Yeah, loads of experience, Georgia Elwes. Should really enjoy batting in these conditions, like you say, a front foot batter. Should love the responsibility. The 2 Georges out there together, loads of experience.
So Georgia Elwes currently has a top score of 59 in this competition. That was the South East Stars at Beckenham. That's her only half century to date. I do think, actually, I know she's missed a couple of games, but for me, she's a better player than that. Should have a biggish score by now.
Yeah, and I think she'd agree with you. If you were to have that conversation, she's missed a couple of games, and there's been some injuries floating around. But I think she'd definitely be keen to get a score on the board and really make a big impact in this competition for her team. She's got a really good opportunity to do that here. She's got to face up to Hannah Jones, though, who's got 2 wickets already. She got both the openers, McCacken and Norgrove, for 29 and 16 apiece. She's got 2 wickets for only 5 runs in her 3rd over. I'd like to see another bit, and there isn't more of an attacking field. I was going to say to the new batter. So cover's come up to Georgia Elwes, who's on strike now. And there's just 2 sweepers on the leg side, one at backward square and one at deep mid wicket. That's just pushed into the offside. Cramped up for room a little bit, Elwes, but fielded by extra cover. Liberty Heap there. And you can hear their voices now in the field. You can hear them getting up for it, feeling like they're back in this contest after that opening stand. Solid 4 defence by Elwes. Again, extra cover mops up the fielding in the ring. Lots of Southern Vipers shirts floating around.
Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, the orange and the over. So it just drops out just to protect the end of this. Hannah Jones leg side by Elwes. Quick single was taken to tie first. And they were put in by England. 26 for 1 they are. 26 for 2, should I say, sorry. Mahika Gore, who should, if she wasn't playing for England, should be playing for the Lancashire Thunder today. She's got both of them, both of the openers. Mahika Gore. So Sri Lanka are 26 for 2 at Durham.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hello, Phil.
Yeah, actually, an all Thunder opening attack, I think, for England today.
Yeah, it is,
Kate
yeah.
Cross as well.
Absolutely. Kate Cross yet to take a wicket. Mahika Gore being the star of the show. But yeah, this is your over, Phil. You go for it.
Sorry.
This is for you.
On your off spin for you. See, you're keeping the score. Showing the old-fashioned scorebook way.
Yeah, I took your advice.
Excellent. Right. And that one's up on the back foot. They're always just playing through the mid-wicket.
It requires me to pay a lot of attention, though. That's the thing. I've got to really clue into two things, which is not my biggest strength, but...
Well, it's writing it down, right? It's the adding up bit.
yeah, that's the bit at the end, yeah.
So Morris in again. That one's turned away again for no run into mid-wicket. Former Vipers player, of course, Fee Morris. And extended season.
She's really...
Tani coming in off the deep square leg boundary. Yeah, and she also bats at 4 in this team as well, so obviously a very key part of it.
Yeah, I think it's been a good move for her from the Western Storm. She had a key role there as well, but I think she just seems like she stepped up her game since the move.
She is again. Into Adams, who just uses her feet and works that away into the gap on the leg side for a single. At the end of the over, Charlotte
I can tell you the score, yeah. I've got it on my phone, so the score is 62 for 2.
There we go, 62 for 2, Vipers. Those that didn't hear earlier, we can't unfortunately see the scoreboard from here, so we are relying on it's partly old-fashioned system, like recording it on the paper, but also a more modern way by checking phones. It's not quite as old-fashioned as it could be, because I think back in the old days you used to put feathers in a bag.
Oh, did you?
rather than write it down, but we haven't reverted to that yet.
Not just yet, we haven't got to that level, we haven't got to that stage. Jones to continue then from the park end here. She's round the wicket to George Adams, who waits and hits that off the back foot. Gets a slight outside edge. Phoebe Graham's in pursuit. And she's racing away from her, actually, and she's going to pick up 4. I didn't quite think that she'd got hardly any of that,
no.
But she managed to get it fine enough, and it just raced over the boundary. It's very quick here, and you sort of forget sometimes how quickly it does run. And it just adds 4 to her score.
There's no real pace on the ball, was
no.
there? But yeah, ran away.
It's up a bit of a slope over there as well at the far side of the ground. Jones again to Adams, pushes that into the gap at cover. There is a sweeper. Seren Smell out there does the fielding. And one more to Adams. She moves to 19. I think she's just a really key part of this Southern Vipers batting lineup. Just needs to build with George Elwes here, 2 experienced heads at the crease. Short this time from Jones. And Elwes gets an easy single out to that cover sweeper. Adds 1 more to the total. She moves on to 3. And Southern Vipers now 68 for 2.
Yeah, as you say, very key batters at this crease now for Vipers. 2 of the leading run scorers in this competition of all time, really.
Absolutely. Off the back foot this time is Adams, running hard. There'll only be 1 again to that deep cover sweeper. Smell's got a lot of work to do out there, but she's covering the ground well. 1 more to Adams' score. 20 for her now, 69 for 2. The Southern Vipers here at hot Arundel. We're sort of shaded under this nice gazebo we've been gifted. Long one just drops out for the end of the over, just to protect the end of the over. Don't want to go for a boundary late in, as I said earlier. It's really key to control the game at this point. Don't let them get away. 4 defensive shot from Elwes results in no run to mid-off. So yeah, it's just nicely protected here for us, but there's a lot of people in the ground today that will be struggling with this heat.
I think they'll be moving around as the day goes on, aren't they?
Chasing the shade, not chasing the sun. There's a quick single taken by Elwes, just drops it into the offside. Adams gets home. There's an appeal. As Adams runs a long way past the crease, almost another wicket length past it, but she gets home. Just about. This quick single was taken then. 70 the score now for the Southern Vipers at the end of the 18th over, 70 for 2.
Yeah, the keeper, Threlcold, looked very interested in that, as if she thought it was pretty tight, didn't she?
I just think that maybe she didn't run her bat in. It just looked like she did the old-fashioned plonk it in rather than sort of run the hoover along the floor,
Hoover, yeah.
as we like to say.
But the keeper certainly looked a bit disappointed it wasn't given, I have to say. Probably one of those she wished there was the TV option
Yeah.
on, I think.
Yeah. Can we see... I was about to say VAR then. That's completely the wrong sport. See the review.
Fee Morris now from the Castle End into Elwes, and that's full length, and she sort of dug it out from almost a Yorker length ball back to the bowler.
It's a key feature of her bowling. She bowls very, very full. And that Yorker length is almost like a natural length for her.
Good if you can nail it, isn't it? Again, it's actually the same, right on cue. Put right in again, because the danger with bowling a Yorker, as we all know, is you're only a couple of inches from a full toss, aren't you? But
it's probably more dangerous to be a couple of inches too short and be in the slot, as you call it, nowadays.
Yeah. Morrison again, that's a bit back of her length, and Elwes on the back foot this time, but there's no run as she plays it into mid-wicket.
Just a period of consolidation. Some hot fans to our right-hand side are moving probably into the shade, as you say. They're finding out the hard way.
And this time it's a sweep from Elwes, but I think she's got something on that. It might be pad, but it's running away. And it's going to be 4 down behind the keeper, and let's see what the umpire signals. And he signalled byes, actually, so there was nothing on it at all. So trying to paddle the ball, it's gone past off stump and beaten the keeper as well. But welcome runs for the Vipers.
Yeah, it's almost down the leg side, so it must have only just narrowly missed leg stump. I suppose maybe if she moved across.
I think it was. I thought it might have been offside. Was it offside, do you think? Morris, and then this is cut away by Elwes, and she's found the gap on the offside here, and it's a long chase for the fielder who's just about going to get there and pull it back, but they're going to run 3. Well, it's a long way out there, as we said earlier, to our right, and it's pulled in, but it's 3 runs to Elwes, so breaking the shackles a little bit with 7 off the last 2 balls, although 4 of them are extras.
Liberty Heap was in pursuit of that from extra cover, and she was lightning quick across the outfield to pull that back.
She was sharp. Adams down the track this time, gets it on the full toss, hits it out to Phoebe Graham at a long on for a single. Yeah, Liberty Heap was part of the England Under-19 World Cup squad, I believe.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, remember seeing her in that competition.
Yeah, she's a very exciting young talent. At the end of that 19th over, Southern Viper 76 for 2. It's just at a steady rate at the minute.
Will she open the batting today? Is that on the scorecard?
She's carded to open the batting, yeah.
She's come in for Emma Lamb, hasn't she?
So that's where she has batted in the middle order as well. In the return fixture at Southport, she batted in the middle order.
Okay.
But they did have Emma Lamb that day, so just maybe where the lack of Emma Lamb just sees her promoted up the order. Hannah Jones is going to continue then from the park end. Left arm round the wicket, missed by Georgia Adams, just trying to work it onto the offside. And Threlkel takes the bails off, and she does so quickly, and there is no run taken.
So you're talking about Georgia Adams going to Australia, but you're off as well, aren't you?
I am, yeah. Myself and a couple of the other girls are going to go to Melbourne. Left arm round the wicket is Adams, and she's whacked it back at Hannah Jones, who gets a tiny feather on it, and Georgia Adams has run out at the non-striker's end. It's a real shame. Probably one of the worst ways to get out. Adams just played an absolute for and got a piece of it, and just caught the right hand of Hannah Jones, who can't put her foot wrong today. She's just knocked it onto the stumps, and the bells have flown off, and that means that Georgia always has to find her way walking back for only having contributed 7.
As you say, that's just about the worst way of getting out in cricket, isn't it? It's the one way you can't really blame the batter at all, because you should actually be out of your ground. But,
yeah. You should be, like you say, backing up and doing all the right things, and it just finds yourself in a position where you then are left a little bit vulnerable if the ball was whacked back like that.
And I don't think it was one of those where she purposely deflected it either. It was just literally a fielding attempt that deflected.
Yeah, I think she was just trying to stop it.
Yeah.
I think she might have hurt herself in the process. She's taking her right hand.
Well, it was hit hard, wasn't it?
Yeah, she did well to get anything on it at all. And the umpire raises his finger. That just leaves the Southern Vipers 3 down now. 79 for 3. The loss of Elwes probably wasn't what they needed at this stage. Just falling in the 20th over. 79 for 3. Emily Windsor is the new batter. She comes in at number 5 in a good run of form.
She got good runs in the week, didn't she? But,
yeah. Yeah, she got a good 30
north.
and scored them quickly, which was important. Obviously, coming in a different situation, came in a little bit later on in the game there, after a good partnership between McCacken and Adams.
There's a good chance for her to play a longer innings today, because she doesn't have many opportunities this year.
Yeah.
When she has got in, it's usually with a few overs left.
Yeah, she had a brilliant knock. She scored a really, really good 80 at Chelmsford, just in that block, just before the 100, to help them. They didn't get over the line that day, but they got very, very close. Hannah Jones then continued. Can't put a foot wrong today. Left down round the wicket to Adams, who works that just to the short 45 fielder on the leg side. No run is taken. So Hannah Jones, this will be a 5th over at the end of this. She's already taken 2 wickets for only conceding 14, and she's affected a run out. She's been brilliant since her introduction into the game. Back foot is Adams, worked into that gap on the offside. And deep cover fielder Smale will return the ball in. I'll pick up one more. 80 for 3 now, sorry. And change of field for the new batter of Windsor. So there's extra reinforcements on the offside. So the cover comes up this time. And deep mid-wicket comes up as well. So the only fielder they've got out is that fielder at deep square leg. Jones in, round the wicket to Windsor, who's pushing into the offside, and extra cover does the fielding. Tight in on the single there. No runs collected.
Yeah, they're certainly putting the squeeze on here, aren't they? With, as you say, eight in the ring, which you don't usually see at this stage of the innings.
No.
A new batter, of course.
A little bit shorter from Jones. Again pushing forward as Windsor. Back to her. So that's the end of that over. Hannah Jones completes her 5th. She's 2 for 14 of her 5 overs at the end of the 20th.
20 overs completed, and the Vipers have
And the Vipers, if you didn't hear it, 80 for 3.
Reminder that the tee hut is open throughout the
Fee
day,
Morris
edging ever closer
is going to continue as well. So it's the Spin Twins are in pursuit, and just putting a halt on the Southern Vipers at the minute. They're just not quite able to progress through their innings, and just sort of finding ways to lose regular wickets at the minute, and they just need to find a solid partnership.
Field a bit spread now with Adams on strike with a deep point, and then we got 3 out on the leg side. Fee Morris from the Castle end coming in towards us. That's a full toss, which Adams probably feels she missed out a bit on there. It was a pretty loose ball, but it's actually a loose bit of fielding as well. And she's going to come back for a second. She did that straight back, deep backward square leg, was ambling through for 1, and then there was a misfield down there, and she managed to come back for 2.
Yeah, Seren Smale down there just didn't look like she washed the ball all the way into her hands.
No, it was a bit sloppy. Morris in again. This time Adams just turns it, flicks it away on the leg side. Fielder at 45 moves to her left, gets it, but it's a single. Can't prevent the single. I think is that Hannah Jones fielding there?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, in the game a lot at the moment. Fee Morris is now going to go round the wicket to Emily Windsor, so that's obviously something that is a pre-plan, as it's the first ball she's bowled to her. She's going round the wicket straight away. Once again, the fielders on the offside come in, but there's still 2 out on the leg side. And that's cut away by Windsor, a sort of typical Windsor shot, really. I'd say that's her go-to shot, but it can't pierce the offside field.
Yeah, this might just be a way to cut off her cover drive. It's probably her best shot. So coming around the wicket makes that shot a little bit harder.
Yeah. That's again the Yorker length again. As you said, Charlotte, she tends to bowl that length, and not much that Windsor can do about that. Just plays out on the offside. That one's flicked away on the leg side, but can't get it past mid-wicket. Emily Windsor was keen for a single for a minute there, but captain at the other end declined. Windsor scurried back.
I think George Adams was just saying, using the motion of her glove like a puppet, as if to say, you need to talk to me, don't just run at me.
Again, round the wicket. This time Windsor drives beautifully over the offside. So up and over, extra cover, I think that went.
It's a glorious shot.
Certainly, absolutely no doubt about it going for four. She never even moved. So that's a great way to get off the mark.
It's a brilliant finish to the over for the Southern Vipers. Just allowing Fee Morris to bowl at them a little bit. And just counter-punched at the end of the 21st. So 87 for 3 now the score at the end of the 21st. Just to recap, if you just joined us, Ella McCacken fell first of all to Jones, was bowled through the gate for 29. Then Jones, again, the very next over, got Abby Norgrove for 16. She was trying to play the ball too square into the leg side. Elwes was the next one to go. She was run out backing up as George Adams hit one straight back. And the two batters now at the crease, Adams and Windsor, just starting the beginning of their partnership at the start of the 22nd. Jones is going to bowl it. Back foot slap to mid-wicket. Ditani does half a bit of fielding. There's a shy at the bowler's end. But Adams gets home. It's a good fielding effort from Ditani. She did well to stop that. Got low to her left. She is left-handed, which helps her, of course. But she was just able to get down enough just to ricochet it to Olivia Bell, who threw the stumps down, but Adams was just about home, Phil.
Yeah, I think George Adams didn't really thought it was going past Titani, and she wasn't really sprinting, and then had to put a little bit of a sprint in at the end to get in.
Absolutely. Forward defence this time from Windsor. And Jones just collects the ball in her follow-through. She's bowled so tightly since she's been introduced. Barely a bad ball being bowled. Just really puts the pressure on these Southern Vipers batters as they try to start building a partnership. As I say that, slightly shorter delivery worked into the leg side. Fee Morris does the fielding, but Adams gets home. It's one more to Windsor's total. She moves to 5.
As you and Kev were saying, Hannah Jones hasn't played a lot this year.
No, I haven't. I don't really know
why.
I assume it's injury because you've been so successful throughout the competition.
Exactly, yeah.
Or maybe they've played Olivia Bell a little bit more, and that's just worked into the offside by Adams out to the deep cover fielder. And they collect one more. Score moves to 89. So Olivia Bell's come in this year for the first time. This is her debut year, and she's bowled a little bit for them. So whether they preferred her, they obviously had Eccleston at parts at times as well. So maybe it was a selection.
And more seam options with Gower and.
Absolutely. So much
Cross.
be a balance to the side. Yeah. Windsor just trying to work that square, hits her on the pad by Jones. So it might be just a balance of bowlers and which ones are the best options. You've got an introduction of 3 bowlers. Fee Morris has come in to bowl, obviously, bowls off spin. This is her first year for the Thunder. I'll just come back to that point in a second. Jones round the wicket to Windsor, works it off her legs, just tickles it round the corner. It's a short fine. They'll pick up one more, does Windsor. It's actually a leg by, signalled. That's the end of that over. 91 for 3 at the end of the 22nd. Sorry, Phil.
I was going to say, you're right. I'd forgotten, of course, that Sophie Eccleston is above her in the queue in this team, left-arm spinners. And there's 3 left-arm spinners with Cross, Bell as well. So, and Fee Morris as an off-spin option. So, yes, a fair bit of competition. But certainly in previous years, Hannah Jones has been one of the leading wicket takers for the side regularly. So Morris again round the wicket to Windsor. He just plays that straight back down the wicket to her. And so we've got still got this 4 in the ring on the offside. Short fine leg mid wicket and mid on, and then 2 out on the leg side, deep square and deep mid. But they have retrieved.
Oh, there was one spectator that helped out.
Oh yeah.
Come back with some sort of dog ball.
Yeah. But in again round the wicket, Morris. That's a big high full toss which Windsor just slaps through offside. Got what it deserved. Good start here by Emily Windsor. That's another 4 to her total. But that was really just a very loose ball, and with no protection out on the offside, that was always going to be the result of that, I think.
Yeah, it was a fantastic shot from Emily Windsor. Like you say, Phil, got what it deserved. As it raced across the boundary, it was well received by her Southern Vipers teammates. Sorry, I'm struggling with a bit of cough, so I keep having to mute the microphone just to save everyone's ears from listening to me cough.
She's now switching to over the wicket, Morris. Windsor just plays on the leg side, but there's no chance of a single there. But already a productive over for Vipers, this.
I'm surprised now coming over the wicket. I'm still surprised that they haven't got protection out on the cover boundary.
Yeah.
That's sort of her strength.
In the game. And that's just played into the offside where fields. And now the fielder is going back for the last ball of the over, which is often the tactic.
Okay, 13 from 14. George Adams 27 from 28. So 23 overs gone. Morris has bowled her 4 overs so far, conceding 21. So a little bit expensive, but she's created some moments of indecision. Whether she'll continue or not, they've got lots of options. Bell, not yet bowled. She's been brilliant for them this year, got 4 in her last run out. Jones to continue then, left arm round the wicket to Adams. She's on the back foot and pushes it out to the deep cover field. That 100. Jones pushing forward as Windsor into the offside. That deep cover fielder has remained out on the boundary. So it's probably now just as she's just getting into her work. Got 3 out. It's back foot cutting as Windsor this time, finds that deep cover fielder. And as that's returned, Liberty Heat runs round and does the fielding.
You've played here, Charlotte. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you got an end that you prefer to bowl from here?
Generally the park end.
Okay.
Is the end where I've bowled from previously. But I've bowled from both.
What's the thinking behind that being the preferred? Is it the wind? Or?
Yeah, it's usually the wind direction for me if there is any. Left arm round the wicket. Adams is driving straight, driving for 4. Tara Norris is not going to be able to cut that off. It's a lovely straight drive from George Adams. Full flow of the bat and gets every bit of it. Goes for 4. 104 for 3 now the score.
That was very similar to the shot that got Georgia Elwes out, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, this time she just managed to miss the stumps.
Exactly. This time Hannah Jones didn't quite get a hand on it, but I imagine Emily Windsor was rooted in the crease, hopefully. Just
creates a field change then. So now they've got the full 4 fielders they can have out. Long ons drop back. Jones round the wicket. Adams works that to mid-wicket. Datani's there though, blocks off that single. It's a lovely shot from Adams down the ground. One of the best shots she has in her repertoire. Really good option. Just forces that field change, opens up another single option. Drops short. Jones this time can work that out to deep cover. Seren Smell just comes in off the boundary, collects the ball, and Adams picks up 1 more to her total. And that's the end of the 23rd over. 105 for 3. Now Adams 29 from 30. And Windsor's with her, building a partnership now. They are 14 from 18. And this partnership now is worth best part of 30. So they're just getting into their work.
It's still going to be Fee Morris. How close do you think Georgia Adams is to the England setup? I mean, she gets more runs than most players. She's not that old.
No, she's definitely the same age as me, so she's definitely not that old.
But she must be close to the call-up, mustn't she? Morris in the game, and this time Adams drives through the covers, and just as if she's been listening to me about why she should be called for England, that's gloriously gone through extra cover for 4.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? It's a great question because everyone's asking sort of similar questions of her, and you just don't really know sometimes. A bit like, why isn't Tammy Beaumont playing or selected for the T20 series? Had a brilliant 100, really did what she was asked to do in terms of upping her strike rate, still not selected. Maybe it's something about the age of the player and really you're trying to involve younger players and that next generational thing.
Could be. Morrison again. And Adams again down the ground. There's protection back there at long on. Phoebe Graham out there, so it's just a single. But yeah, it'd be a shame if her age was against her because she's got plenty of cricket still in there, obviously. And you always feel she could do a job in the England side. But
and also she's shown she can take wickets as well. So
yeah, absolutely. Morrison again, and Windsor drives and beats extra cover, but can't beat mid-off, who moving round to her left, but they still manage to get through for a single.
So Windsor moves to 15. Adams 33.
Adams back on strike. Morris bangs that one in short, almost like a attempted bouncer. I don't know what's exactly happened there, but quick bouncer, and she pulled it out too deep back with square leg for one. I don't know if that was a plan or it slipped.
I'm not entirely sure that was ever in our plan. Really,
totally out of character the rest of her bowling, isn't it?
Maybe just a little bit of a tiredness drag down, possibly.
In again now to Windsor. That's more a normal length, full length, but Windsor managed to get it back past the bowler and out to long on, so there's a comfortable single. And runs coming at a good rate now.
Yeah, they're just getting into their partnership, aren't they?
Yeah, and might be due a change at the other end. As you say, Morris is leaking a few.
Yeah, partnership now worth 42.
In quick time. Morrison again over the wicket to Windsor. He gets on the back, to Adams. Gets on the back foot and plays it out to the sweeper on the offside for another comfortable single to finish the over. I think Kev's coming back in now, so
Yep.
Charlotte's having a well-earned break.
Yep, Kevin James is going to come back in. Phil Green's going to jump across and take my place. And Hannah Jones is going to continue from this park end.
Hannah Jones it is. Left arm round the wicket, bowls, Adams on the back foot, steers that out to extra cover, and there is no run. The temperatures are still very hot, you'll be pleased to know. And the gazebo is doing probably 70% of the job for us. There's a sweep shot down the leg side. That'll be called a wide, which it is. It's lovely being talking to a lot of people here. Very friendly ground, friendly people here. Friends of Arundel Castle it is, isn't it? You can become a member and watch a bit of cricket. Various teams play here.
I saw the merchandise they sell, Friends of Arundel ties and mugs. And
on the back foot, steers that out to the covers. Yep, there's the cakes look particularly appetising in the tea hut. I'll get you one of those at the break, Phil. Do you love your cakes? No?
I'm not impartial to a cake.
All right, well, I'll sort that out for you.
That's,
if there's any left. Adams drives up to mid-off. Jones, sorry, the throw will come in from Tara Norris to Hannah Jones, and that's a single. I've been talking to all sorts of various people in the half an hour I've been off, so I've sort of lost track of the game a little bit.
Yeah, this has been a good partnership. They got into it very quickly, Windsor and Adams. And good start for Emily Windsor.
16, as she faces, drives out towards extra cover, and there's no run. List of credits for Emily Windsor reads like a who's who. When she's not playing cricket, she's TMS commentator, Hampshire Cricket commentator. Various teams, yeah. Vipers, Trent Rockets, Welsh Fire this year. So it's pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. And of course, in between time, a winner with the Oval Invincibles last year. So.
And a winner at various things with Hursley Park.
And Hursley Park, of course.
Which I'd have to throw in there for you.
One of your old proteges, Phil. Jones bowls, gets wrapped on the pad there, does Windsor, and that'll be the end of the over. So I make it 117 for 3, is it? Well, certainly 116.
Yeah, I think the manual scoring system's probably
wavered.
Yeah, but I can get it up on the screen for us here.
I've got 116. I reckon it might be 117 at the end of that over, actually. So 26 overs gone here.
117.
117, is it? The players out so far. Ella McGacken for 29. That was off 33 balls. Abby Norgrove 16 off 44. And the unfortunate run out of Georgia Elwes, who was at the non-striker's end when the ball came back from a drive from Georgia Adams, and Hannah Jones got the tiniest of touches onto the stumps, and poor Georgia Elwes was just out of her crease. She made 7 off 17 balls.
So we've got to change of bowling.
Change of bowling from Newcastle left, number 4, Olivia Bell.
I thought it was. Yeah, it's Olivia Bell coming on. Who's, I think, another left-arm spinner.
Scottish teenager. Yeah, she's Off break.
Off spinner. Okay.
Yeah.
As you say, Scotland international. He's made a debut for the Thunder this year. And that's quite a flat, quite a short player, and a very flat sort of delivery. Adams plays it into the mid-wicket area for no run.
This is actually only a second game in this competition. Picked up 4 wickets in 0-1 and previous.
That's driven down to long on for a single. Which Adams has got a lot of runs down in that area straight past the bowler today, and obviously he also inadvertently caused the run out of Elvis by driving it straight back down the ground. Bell in again. That'll be a wide down the leg side. Windsor tried to flick it away. Good take Bailey Threlcold, but umpire Harris takes the opportunity to stretch his arms. Roll that one again. Bell's in again. And Windsor goes big this time.
Whoa.
The offside, that's gone up and over mid-off, and that will go away for another 4.
Love that shot.
She's in good form very early on here, Windsor. That's her 3rd offside boundary already.
She's added a bit of power to her shot making
Yeah, I mean,
this year.
2 of her 4s have gone over the infield now on the offside.
Yeah, Olivia Bell played in the last game against the South East Stars in this competition.
Windsor just defends this time. It's very flat sort of style. She's got quite a low arm, and it's not going to be a lot of flight and guile, you wouldn't have thought, with that trajectory, but we'll see. Perhaps this is just her getting into her spell. In again, and that's short of a length, and Windsor's on the back foot, and mid-on does well to come round and prevent the single. Bell in again. That's just turned away by Windsor for a singles. Jones at backward square leg does the fielding, but she can't stop the 1, so another productive over for Vipers. With Windsor now looking for a change of gloves, I think. Or was it just a drink coming out? It's just a drink for the batters. Very hot day, as we keep saying, here at Arundel. And plenty of rehydration needed.
Plenty. Hope you're getting some, Phil.
Absolutely.
Good man.
Yep.
After our fellow commentators here.
Yep, the shack behind us does sell alcohol, so...
Does it really?
It does, I noticed that. Not the whole one, but I noticed that when I was wandering by. So that might be something for later in the day.
I'm sure I can purchase a beverage for you, Phil, at the end of the game.
Not for you, of course, because you're driving, Kemp.
Of course, not for me. Hannah Jones will continue. She has 2 for 27 from 8 overs. She's done a good job as the left-arm spinner. Here's her 9th. And that's cut away by Windsor. Fairly full delivery, but that is her shot and that is her area. She likes to play out square on the offside. Moves on to 21.
You always have to protect that area when you're fielding against...
you do.
Fielding bowling against Windsor.
In fact, middle of the leg is really the line you should be aiming. And Windsor, she's very good at making angles on the offside when perhaps it's not always obvious.
Long on and long off, both gone back now for Adams.
He just gets a full delivery, digs that one out, goes out into the covers, and there is no run. So it's about 124 for 3. I say about, just to repeat. Just joined us, we are right next to the scoreboard, but it's a wooden scoreboard, quite a rigid structure, and we can't see the score, so apologies if we're 1 or 2 out. Pulled away by Adams, gone out quickly along the ground to deep mid-wicket, and she goes on to 43, continuing her very good form in this competition. I heard you talking earlier, Phil, about maybe, higher honours, but that's always been the case, isn't it, for her for the last few years?
It seems for years that people have sort of jumped from behind her in the pecking order, if you like, above her, and she never seems to quite get there. But she's the most consistent scorer.
29 years of age she is now. Emily Windsor just off the pad, goes out behind square on the leg side. Even Emily Windsor now is 26.
I know. It's a bit of a worry.
I can remember when she was still at uni.
I can remember when she was learning to drive.
Yes, it's a career that very quickly passes you by unless you really. That's a pull shot, lovely pull shot. There is a deep mid wicket though, so that will be a single. But again, that's a nice strong shot from Emily Windsor, who moves on to 23. Vipers on to 126 for 3. The other bowl is used by the Thunder. So far, they opened up with Phoebe Graham and Tara Norris. Hannah Jones bowls, length ball, and Adams just gets it past the extra cover there and will jog through for a single and moves on to 44. Phoebe Graham from the far end, 5 overs, none for 25. Tara Norris, 5 overs, none for 15. And that is the end of that over. And we have had now 28 overs. They rattle through these overs, don't they? The ladies.
2 spinners on, yeah.
They don't hang about. 127 for 3. The Thunder Vipers, just to repeat, the Vipers sitting 4th. And the Thunder, hard on their heels in 5th. And top 3 qualify for the knockout stages. The top team, which currently is the Blaze, they will go straight through to the final if that remains the position after the next 3 group matches to complete that phase of the competition. The rest are playing tomorrow.
They got quite a healthy lead at the moment, Blaze, haven't they?
They have,
11 points ahead.
They have been the team, the regional team of the year, haven't they?
They have.
They blew up, it has to say, they blew up in the Charlotte Edwards Cup final, where they lost to the Vipers. But other than that, they've been the strongest in both competitions.
So they've got Olivia Bell bowling again from the Castle End, and Adams tries to hit that through the leg side, but can't get it past mid-wicket. Looked a bit disappointed that she couldn't find the gap. There's plenty of room over there, but she picked the fielder. In again, and this time there's a pull shot from Adams, which has gone out to deep square. I think they're just going to settle for 1. Yes, they are. To Tiny out there. As you probably heard, that's 50 partnership for these two in good time. So, putting Vipers in a good position here. Belling again, and Windsor cuts hard, but straight to the boundary sweeper there. He returns it on the bounce to Threlcold. Another single. Right arm over the wicket. And that's cut away by Adams, but only to backward point. There's no run there. It's down the wicket this time, but can't get it past mid-wicket. I know you were saying earlier with Charlotte there was a lot more noise from the fielding side out there, but that seems to have died down a little bit as this partnership's put the game back in Vipers' favour, really. This time Adams plays a good little deflection down to the leg side, and Windsor calls her through. Adams a bit hesitant at the start, and they threw to the bowling end, but she was well home. The fielder was Hannah Jones there, and it did go to her left, which is obviously her stronger side, but Windsor's quick between the wickets, and she was always going to make it. And Adams was safe at the other end. So the end of that over from Olivia Bell, and the score is about 131. I think it's about that. Yeah. Apologies again that we can't give you a completely accurate score.
Here's Hannah Jones and does Georgia Elwes up to deep mid off.
It's Hannah Jones' last over.
Yes, she's bowled well, hasn't she?
2 for 31 so far from 9.
Bowled very well. So the total is about 131 for 3, we reckon. Is that right? Hannah Jones bowls, and Windsor's off the back foot, steers out into the gap on the covers. As we were saying, very strong in that cover area. There's not a shot that she can't manufacture through that area.
No, you'd certainly be setting fields there for her, wouldn't you, to cut that off if you can, but she can find a way normally.
Jones is taking her time here for their next delivery. Flighted and now always tries to mid-on this time, or they're just picking off the bowling towards the end of Hannah Jones's spell. Beautiful Arundel Castle Cricket Club ground here. Perfect. This is the day when you're thinking about Arundel as a ground. This is the day you picture. Jones bowls, and it's worked on the onside. Oh, there was a slight hesitation as Windsor was off initially, and then realised it was a little too close to Tatani at mid-wicket. Sent Adams back. In fact, he said wait, which usually means go back, or at least stay where you are. Don't move any further. But they're all right. And Jones comes in again and bowls, and Windsor turns it away on the 45 on the leg side. A throw will come into throw code. Adams has the bat down in time. Single to the Vipers total takes them on to 135. Did you ever play here, Phil?
I have played here, yeah. A long time ago, obviously. Yeah. But I played with I'm not sure it was the Duchess or Duke of Norfolk's 11 at the time.
Well, that's good.
One of the two.
It's pulled away by Elvis out towards deep mid-wicket. Fee Morris out there. Oh, that's not Fee Morris, is it?
Yes, it is.
It is Fee Morris.
It is Fee Morris, yeah.
So that's the end of Hannah Jones's spell.
Hannah Jones's completed bowling analysis, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 36.
As you probably heard there, Hannah Jones figures 2 for 36 from 10. She's now done for the day, bowling-wise.
Yeah. Well, what we lack in seeing the score after every ball, we make up for with a very good PA.
Absolutely.
36-30 gone. And 36 for 3. So Duchess, was it the Duchess or the Duke?
Yeah, I really can't remember who was in
because it floats
residence
about.
at that time.
Yeah, that's right.
We got Bell again. That's on the back foot and just played carefully by Adams back down the wicket.
Did you do any good?
Well, I'm glad you asked in a way, Kev. Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Oh, and that wasn't a setup.
Well, I did okay, yeah. That's played through the offside by Adams for a single out to the cover boundary. It was quite a interesting day actually, because I had quite a long partnership with Jason Laney, who. Sorry, that's Georgia. Georgia Adams. Once again, Richard Isaac's doing the job for us, but 50 or 54 balls for the very consistent Georgia Adams, once again doing the job for Vipers. So yeah, I had a long partnership with Jason Laney, who local cricket followers will know quite well. Back in again, and he's off the back foot and hits that to extra cover for no run. And at the end of the innings, Jason was 98 not out, and is convinced, and I think he's probably right, that quite a few of the runs that he actually scored were given to me. So he actually got considerably more than 100, I think, but the scorers didn't seem to know which was which. That one's played back down the wicket for no run. And he wasn't best happy, but he scored quite a lot of centuries, so I don't expect it mattered that much to him. Bell in again, and Windsor drives that one hard, straight to the long on. For a single.
I mean, I haven't seen Emily Windsor bat for a little while. Didn't see her in the 100, and I probably didn't see her for the last couple of games leading up to that. And that. But she seems to me as though she is striking the ball straighter, a little harder, giving it a little bit more, doesn't she?
She certainly put a lot more power into her game, yes. And that's a single to Adams down to long on off the next ball. I think part of it is feeling that she has a permanent role in the team and having that sort of confidence of the permanency of the place, whereas for a lot of the time that she's been playing, she's been almost having to play for her place. And I think this year she's established now as a middle order batter certainly in this competition, and that's taken the pressure off her a little bit, and she can play with a bit more freedom, maybe.
Yeah, she's a top run scorer for the Vipers in this competition last year. Having a chat with Georgia Adams at the moment between overs. But well, I was just going to go back to the Jason Laney thing. I mean, he scored enough runs over his career. I'm sure he can afford to give you a few.
Yeah. But he was a bit upset Well, at the time, I think.
Returning to the bowling attack from the park end, number 24, Tara Norris.
Tara Norris returns from the park end. That's our commentary in the end that she bowled her first 5 overs in economical as well, 15. Not a lot of swing out there, wouldn't expect to get a lot, but she was very, very accurate. It's Tara with her left arm seamers. Conceded just the 2 boundaries of her 5 overs to date. So here she comes in. And she's bowling to George Adams, yeah, with the keeper standing up this time, Ellie Threlcold, and that's driven off an edge. And that's gone down to third. I think that's Phoebe Graham still out there, isn't it? She seems to have hogged the shade.
Yeah, she said earlier, Kim, I think she's using her experience to basically stand in that position.
Although, as we say that, when I was last on, there was a shadow down that end, but it does look as now as the sun's got a bit higher.
Yeah, you're right. Actually,
but actually, never now on the boundary's edge. They were actually in sun. So she can't escape that even now. 1 or 2 of the crowd that are a little bit more backward at point have. Emily Windsor drives and misses. Threlcold whips the bails off. Nothing happening there.
Norris bowling round the wicket now. Obviously, was over the wicket earlier.
Yes, that's true. She does that, doesn't she?
Yeah, a lot of left-arm bowlers tend to do that when they come back later. Left arm over with the new ball, then come back round.
Just tries to tuck the batters up, so they try and tuck them. Norris bowls, Windsor drives, gets into the gap, but there's the sweeper coming in off the boundary.
Was that a tactic of yours, Kev, as a left-arm seam?
If I'm honest, I struggled a bit around the wicket. I didn't find it as. I wouldn't say I was ever comfortable when I bowled, but I found it less comfortable around the wicket. I didn't do it that often, actually.
Okay.
And if I'm honest, when I look back now, probably should have done, but I didn't feel as though it was ever going to get me a wicket. I don't know. So at least when you come over the wicket, I always felt I was going to take a wicket, even if I was going for a few runs here and there. Here's Norris bowls, pulled shot from Adams down to fine, and that will take the total on to 139 for 3. So yeah, so I always felt if I came round the wicket, I don't know. I just thought I took a lot of options for dismissals out of the game, and if I'm honest, rightly or wrongly, I always felt probably the best way sometimes to keep scoring down was take a wicket. So I didn't do it that often.
It's where you're comfortable, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But a lot of left-armers do. Of course, Tara being one of them. Quick single out now, covers all, and I think if that were picked up cleanly, that would have been interesting. I think George Adams might have struggled there a little bit, but it was not picked up cleanly, so the single in the end was comfortable.
That did look a risky single.
It did, didn't it? You can almost see an effort now, making sure the score takes long. It's not the easiest ground to be hitting boundaries. There are boundary all the way around here.
Yep.
So it's straight, square, all big.
Back over the wicket.
Yeah, she's gone to see. So she's varying it, is Tara Norris. And
I don't know if it's something they worked out against Emily Windsor, but earlier on, when Emily Windsor first came in, Fee Morris went round the wicket straight away from the first ball. So it's obviously something maybe they think about not giving us so much room outside the off stump, crowding up a bit by going round the wicket. But of course, in the left armer's case, it's almost the other way, isn't it? Like she would bowl. You'd think she'd bowl over the wicket for that reason, to not give her as much angle.
True.
Maybe, I don't know.
But I think mixing it up is quite a good tactic, actually. I think don't let the batters get settled for one line or the other. But of course, it puts pressure on you as a bowler as well.
Yeah, it's a sign of how cricket's evolved now, isn't it? Where they all know about the other batters, and before they come in, you haven't got to have a few balls to have a look. You know exactly what they're going to do. Bell in again, and that one's just played the wicket for no run. I mean, back in my playing days, which are obviously longer ago than yours, Kev, but you just didn't know anything about a player turned up you didn't know, and you had to take a few overs to see what they were all about. You know,
sure.
That one's just played into mid wicket for a dot. Tried to sort of look at how they gripped the bat and give you a clue of whether they were predominantly an offside player or not, but it didn't usually mean much. Bell in again. That's a lovely drive by Windsor. Aerial again, and she's found that gap again. And that's another 4. Lovely flow of the bat, and she really is looking in good nick.
Do you know, I generally don't think I've seen her play drives like this.
No.
You know, the hands go a long way back. She's clearly worked on that.
Yeah.
Hands go a long way back, and then there's a real full throw of the bat, which for me is I've never seen that being part of a game before.
Probably as well up to bat speed. Again, they analyse all this now, don't they? And it's certainly a much more positive approach in this ball again. This time she pushes onto the back foot, and there's no run as it's played on the offside. But as you say, there's a lot more power and just general sort of freedom. It's almost like she's been let off the leash a little bit. That one's turned away on the leg side, comfortable single. Deep square leg comes in off the line, but it's not going to prevent the one.
And I suppose, working with all these different coaches, he's been in 3 different 100 sides over the 3 seasons, and of course Vipers and what have you. And I suppose working with different coaches, pick up different tips.
Yes. Good point. Yeah. Adams this time down to Phoebe Graham at long on for another single. That's been a very productive area for Georgia Adams today, as usual, down the ground. A lot of runs in the V. And at the end of the over, 149 for 3 or 33. That's what I'm going to go with for the minute anyway.
Yeah, that'll do. It's in that ballpark.
Got Tara Norris again at this end.
So, Hannah Jones, the one bowler that's bowled out, she's done a really good job. Not only was she economical and picked up a couple of wickets with her left arm spin around the wicket, although there wasn't really any spin, it's just the lack of pace. But she also was responsible for the run out of Georgia Ellis. Just got a finger onto a drive from Adams, onto the stumps. Pulled away by Georgia Adams. Down, she split the field as well behind square on the leg side. Or actually, no, that's a great bit of fielding right on the boundary's edge. That looked like that was going for 4. They pick up 3 anyway. But that looked all the money. But that was going to go over the rope, and he didn't quite.
I think that was Liberty Heath.
150.
Lovely. The PA man, Mr. Richard Isaacs. What a great voice for a PA he is.
He is indeed.
Oh, it's like well, I don't know, it's like a commercial. Listening to that.
On Sky as well, of course.
Yeah. Other paid
allowed
TV services available.
Yeah, sorry.
That's short. He's trying to work that away on the leg side. Emily Windsor misses that, and taken by Throwcold. Standing up to a bouncer.
Yeah. That's a 1 for the over, signalled by the umpire.
So that takes the score on, Phil. Because you were nicely keeping score at the start.
Yeah, I know, it all went wrong.
It went horribly wrong.
Yeah, I got it as 152.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I was saying to Charlotte on commentary, the old...
It's Tara Norris. That's hit hard into the ground, and that's a good stop at extra cover. But again, she's been on the weights. Emily Windsor's been on the weights. No, Charlotte Taylor says she hasn't, but I swear out there she's hitting the ball harder than I've ever seen her hit the ball before. I don't think it's an optical illusion. I don't think the heat has quite got to me yet. Is Norris again then, round the wicket at the moment to Windsor. Windsor works that away on the onside for a single, maybe just an inside edge onto the pad there, but nevertheless, it's another run to the total. What do we have that, Phil, 154?
154.
154, yeah, we do.
Yeah, there was a time when the score was kept by feathers. I don't know if you know that. They used to have a bag, and every time there was a run scored, they dropped a feather into the bag, and then in the second innings, they took a feather out, and when the bag was empty, the team had won.
Is that what used to happen?
Yeah, not when I was playing.
Really?
Like going back further than that even, but yeah.
Just?
That is how they used to score, yeah.
Really?
When the bag was empty, the team had got the runs.
Now, I mean, that is... I did not know that, actually, as Norris comes over the wicket this time. And Adams works that away, pass back with a point. That'll go to boundary. That's a lovely piece of timing. A modicum of width there from Tara Norris. And she uses the pace, does Georgia Adams. Guides it into the gap. And that's 4 to the total. So that's great. And but what would you do as a fielding side where the game got tight and you didn't know what the score was?
Well, that's it. I mean, and if you think about it, years ago there weren't scoreboards either, so they didn't know then. I expect you had to ask someone to have a quick put their hand in the bag and see how many feathers roughly is left in there or something.
Yeah. Imagine shouting out after every over, how many feathers left? Here's Adams, works out to extra go. How boring that must be to hear somebody shouting that after every single over.
I'm just hoping that's true now, because Gemma actually told me that.
Sure it is.
And she might have completely wound me up there, but that's what she told me some while back used to happen.
Must be true. 34 gone. 157 for 3. And Phil will do one more over, and then we'll get Charlotte Taylor in. And are we going to get some more drinks on? It is. Yes, we are going to have another drinks break. Was this the drinks break? Yeah, we'll
swap now.
Yeah, we'll swap with you now. Phil's got his eye on the tea tent. Or the tea hut. I should say, I'm doing it a disservice. It's a tea hut. He's going to find some feathers, and he's going to do some scoring with the feathers. I haven't seen too many things wandering around that might have feathers in them. So I'm not sure that's going to be easy to do. Thank you, Phil. Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers injured off spinner, will join me. So you're not missing any action here, because the players, I don't think we had drinks after 25. Maybe they weren't ready, but it looks like very much that we normally have drinks after 25, but we're actually having drinks after 34, which is a very random number. Charlotte Taylor.
Unless they were at 17 and 20 and 34.
Well, I didn't look after 25, I must admit. So 157 for 3. We're at the first wicket that fell was Ella McGackin in the 12th over. She was bowled by Hannah Jones. Just looks as though she played across one that was the first ball from the left arm spinner of her spell. Ella McGackin just trying to find an angle, and she was bowled. She went for 29, 5 fours off 33 deliveries. Then we got to the 16th over with Abby Norgrove, had played quite nicely, but as Charlotte Taylor said at the time, it just looked like she wasn't facing as much of the bowling as she was getting into her innings, and maybe she fell a similar sort of way, really, where she was looking to just find a single. She was LBW playing across the line for 16 off the same bowler. That was off 44 balls with 2 fours. And Georgia Elvis unfortunately ran out at the non-striker's end as Georgia Adams drove Hannah Jones back hard. She got a split finger, just a little finger onto it, and it was cannoned into the stump. She went for 7 of 17 deliveries, 45, 60 and 79, the 3 wickets that fell. And for bowlers, for the Thunder, 2 for 36 from 10, as I mentioned. Hannah Jones, the most successful bowler. She's taken the 2 wickets to fall other than the run out. Phoebe Graham, 5 overs, none for 25, opening up from the castle end, the far end. Tara Norris, 7 overs, none for 27 now. Home bowled 2 overs in a new spell. Naomi Tatani, 3 overs, none for 15 with her left arm seamers. Fee Morris, 5 overs, none for 30. Quite expensive there. And Olivia Bell with her off spin, 4 overs, none for 19. They're still taking drinks.
Yeah,
Thunder is still taking on drinks.
they're just having a little extra 5 minutes. I don't know if the umpires have taken a drink. It's important that they stay hydrated.
Yeah, they're out there in the middle. I was waiting for the play to recommence. So what do you reckon? At this stage, from what you've seen, Charlotte, how would you say the innings is looking?
We've got 16 to go. So they'll be looking at 250 to start, but with 16 to go, you'd like to think they'd get 100 more from here. So maybe 275. But if they can, they'll be looking towards that 300 mark. If they can. It's another 143 to get off the 16. So that'll be actually quite a lot, come to think of it. 275, I think they'll be happy with.
Yeah.
250 is a bare minimum from here, and 275 would be a bonus.
Well, they have won a couple of games, and a tie, the Thunder, but they have been bowled out a few times. In their first game against the South East Stars, they were bowled out by 203. In the defeat to Western Storm, they were bowled out for 214. Just to give you an example, and those are the first 2 games. So they are a team that actually does tend to get bowled out.
I think it's just important that they've lost Emma Lamb to the top of their lineup, so they need to find a good balance. She would normally stay in and others bat around her. As a senior player, she's sort of England player, if you like, in some terms, and then other players bat around us. It's important then they find a good structure whereby they've got, like for the Southern Vipers, it looks like George Adams bats for a long, long time, and then other players bat around her.
Yep.
That's generally the formation that they've got, and other players can be more aggressive, and she can just sort of stay there. So whether someone like Who am I thinking about now? Threlkeld might play that role. A player where you just sort of bat around her, maybe Fee Morris herself.
Sure, well, Fee Morris has had a good summer, hasn't she?
They've got a lot of players, though, that do like to hit the ball hard, score quickly, and that obviously brings chances as well if they play in that way. So they can be very dangerous and take a game away from you very quickly, but also can create some chances.
So we've got currently Georgia Adams on 61 not out, Emily Windsor on 35 not out. Looks like we're back getting play underway. I'll do this one. Shall I do this one then?
That's okay.
I knew you were writing something down.
That's okay. Olivia Bell then over the wicket to Georgia Adams, to Emily Windsor, sorry, just works that behind square on the leg side and they pick up one. I was only writing down the scores at drinks, I remember. Like I say, we're just behind the score boxes. You can't really see everything that you need to see. Back of her length this time. Adams works it square, a long way behind square actually. And they pick up two more. It's good running. Bit of a wayward throw by Seren Smale out there, but she's done well to get round. And two more collected from the total. 160 now for the Vipers, 160 for three.
She's done a fair share of running, hasn't she? Georgia Adams out there in this heat. We're saying that the boundaries are quite big, so it's difficult to hit boundaries on a regular basis.
Forward defence this time from Adams, just pops forward, knocks that one back to the bowler, Bell. Olivia Bell, that is.
As opposed to Lauren.
Yeah, that'd be a real change of events.
It would.
If she was one bowling off spin and two playing for the Thunder. And that's just worked off Adams's legs. She's got a really fine piece of it. It's running away from Hannah Jones. She's in pursuit. They're going to come back for three. Windsor's quick. Good fielding to just drag that back in. And three is collected. An easy three, really, in the end. A little bit wayward from Bell in this over. Just slightly leg side. Just allowing the batters to just restart after drink. Sometimes that always causes a bit of a problem. A wicket falls after drinks, after the restart.
Why is that, do you think?
I have no idea. I suppose it's just an element of restarting that's slapped by Windsor to mid-off. She's hit that one hard, but can't get past mid-off. I think it's just, you've almost got to start again. You know, you've had a break, you sort of switch off a little bit, so it's switching back on the mental side of things, possibly. And that's too short. It's pulled away into the leg side. There is a sweeper out there, though. Datani does the fielding. It'll only be one, so he got away with that to a certain extent as Windsor. It's the end of that over, under the 35th over. It's 165, I think, the score for three at the end of that 35th over, the first one after drinks.
Yeah. Now, that was hit quite powerfully. But you don't believe me, you don't think that's true, is it, that Emily's hitting the ball harder?
I think she's timing just to the right with some friends and family. And
so we've got Tara Norris to continue. Now, what is she coming? Oh, she's coming round the wicket at the moment. I'm sure she'll change at some point during the over, but she's bowling to Windsor. Windsor drives, doesn't time that one. Goes out towards extra cover. And Windsor remains on 37. She's had a steady tournament, has our Emily.
BBC Silent commentator, Emily Windsor.
Yeah, TMS. Like yourself now.
Absolutely.
TMS. And a 100 player who's, I think she'll be the first player to complete the set and play for all teams in the 8th edition of the tournament. That's pulled around on the leg side. It's not going to quite pierce the field, but it will be two. That's an area where traditionally she's not quite as strong, but she's scored a few runs on the leg side in this innings. Moves on to 39. Yeah, she's done the Trent Rocket, she's done the Oval Invincibles, now she's done Welsh Fire. I wonder where she's going to end up next year.
Well, she might be talking to the coaches here, saying a little shot at Manchester, maybe.
Well, there you are, yeah. I'll have a word.
She said she really enjoyed the Welsh Fire.
Did she?
Yeah. I would love to go back given the opportunity, was her words she used.
So, was that a bouncer? Yeah, it was, yeah. I must admit, I thought it might have slipped out of the hand, but she ducked underneath that one, didn't she? She's not frightened to bowl a bouncer, Tara Norris, with Threlkeld standing up.
No.
Always a bit of a risk with the keeper standing up, but clearly both bowler and keeper are on the same page.
Yeah, and she's bowled it quite a lot, and especially to Emily Windsor, who's known to struggle against the shorter one into sort of the hip.
I don't think I've ever seen a pull or hook, I must admit. Well, not hook, that's for sure. Norris bowls. Windsor pulls that away. I think that's come off the pad. Ball goes down to fine leg. It looks like the umpire's just about to signal a leg by, which will take the Vipers on to 167 for 3 in the 36th. Kevin James and Charlotte Taylor with you here. Phil Green is somewhere. I always look over to the tea hut when
He's
I
just
mention
directly
Phil
behind you
Green,
on your
but
left
he's
shoulder.
actually, yeah, he's talking to somebody behind us. But when I think of Phil Green, I look to the tea hut. But he's not in the queue, he's behind us. So there's a lovely array of cakes in there.
Just that.
Did you see
Have you
that?
eyed them up? I haven't been anywhere near the tea hut today.
I just hope there's not too much of a queue when the lunch break is. I'm going to have one of those, that's for sure. That's pushed out on the offside by Georgia Adams, who's on 66. Now, she's had a very good tournament as well. 5th time she's passed the half-century mark in this year's competition. But has yet to get 100. She's got close.
Yeah, she got it. I think it was 84 in the week.
Yes, it was 82 to be
82,
exact.
I
But
gave
she
it
has
to
got
her.
a 94 not out as well.
Yeah.
The Blaze and the Isle of Wight at New Close. It's Adams bowls, pulled around by Adams on the leg side, and that has split the field. 2 fielders out there, and that has gone over the rope. Completely went in between the two. Not the best ball from Tara Norris to end that over. And that is 36 overs completed. I have 171 down.
I agree with you.
Good, thank you.
I'm only consulting my mobile phone, but because I'm not doing the ball-by-ball scoring, because it was just too much maths for me.
Was it? Are you not
Yeah.
good at maths?
No, not really.
Are you not?
No. That's the only thing that lets my darts down. My professional darts career is the maths.
I would have thought that's quite a big part of it, actually. The game of darts, I have to say. Were you professional? Did you used to get paid for playing darts?
No, I made that up.
Oh, did you? But you were good. Somebody else told me you were good.
Yeah, I would consider it a second sport,
Could you?
but it's just then. I don't even know how you get into it. I literally wouldn't have a clue. But I've been told that I'm quite good at darts.
Yeah. Yeah, you haven't got a line direct to Sharon Fellock, whatever her name is. What's her name?
Yeah, I can't remember her name now.
Something like that. Isn't it?
Yeah, I can't remember her name. Change of bowling from the castle end. Naomi Datani coming round the wicket. Emily Windsor, who's back in her crease, and slaps it through the offside. Fee Morris is running around to her right, so we'll stop the boundary, and they will collect 2. Bit of an agricultural shot there from Emily Windsor. Effective all the way along the floor. 2 more to her score. She moves on to 40 now. And Adams with her at the other end, 70 not out, so a brilliant partnership between these two. Datani in again. And that's Fuller this time, struck on the pads of Windsor, but no appeal from Datani. For me, that was going down the leg side, and I think everyone agreed.
Fallon Sherrock, yeah.
Fallon Sherrock, yeah, that's her name.
You don't
There was
know
another
her.
one as well that played.
Sharon Prinz, but she's not English, I don't think.
No, there was another English woman, but I can't remember her name,
Right.
that played. I don't know if she played in a professional in the PDC or not. Can't remember. Down the leg side this time from Datani. Will taken by Threlkeld, low to her left. It's called a wide ball, but it could have been a lot worse than that. So gets away with one there. Datani. It's a really good partnership from these two. It's nearing, I don't want to jinx it, nearing towards that 100 mark. Sort of a key performance indicator. Get those big partnerships in. That's a brilliant shot over extra cover. Stood back in her crease and carves Datani over the top, does Windsor, right into that far corner of the ground. Picks up 4 more. It's absolutely been brutally hit. And maybe she is hitting it harder. Maybe I was lying.
Well, I don't think you were lying. I just think that maybe, I don't know. Maybe you
That
just sat up
seemed
and
it.
took notice.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the first time in this game either.
No.
I mean, I know you've had a dog to look after while you've been here, so
Yeah.
your mind hasn't totally been on the game.
It's been, I'm in dual custody mode at the minute, as we're just getting by today.
Now, I'm going to ask that question of Emily Windsor at the end of the day. Have you been going in the gym regularly? Because it certainly looks it. Here's Datani, round the wicket short, and Emily Windsor has to duck quite low there to get underneath that one. It's called a wide. Might have been just off the line as well. I say we're not on line totally.
That wide brings up the 100 run partnership.
There you go, it didn't-
Georgia Adams and Emily Windsor.
Oh, he's
Didn't
building
jinx
that.
it.
He's building that up, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a way of saying it, and he's completely over the top. But it's good. It's better that way than 100 run part.
Yeah, a little bit of momentum into it.
There is, isn't there? There's a bit of zest in that
Yes.
voice. Here's Tatani. Wins a drive, quite full delivery. Tatani does well on her follow through.
This is going to be tough for the bowlers out there. Obviously, this is the 37th now, and they would be starting to feel the effects of the heat.
Yeah. Lisa Ashton,
That's the one.
is that the one you were thinking of?
Yeah,
Darts player.
she's played professional darts.
She was a few years back the #1 ranked BDO player.
Yeah, that's the other tournament, isn't it? The BDO and the PDC.
Yep, that's the unprofessional one, the BDO. That's another short delivery which Windsor ducks underneath, and that's called a no ball this time. Well, Tatani had already bowled the one, so quite why she bowled it again, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, she's given a runaway there, and of course she'll have to bowl another ball in this heat, which is not ideal. We're lucky now, actually. The gazebo that we're under is doing a perfect job.
Yeah, and there's a little through breeze as well, which is quite pleasant.
Yeah.
Quite enjoying that.
Unfortunately, the sun, the way it's going from left to right, will start to go over the trees to our right in the pavilion. Windsor cuts off the back foot. Beautiful shot. Oh, backward a point. Again, that's in her arc. Don't give her that. What's that?
I think she might have just gone to 50.
Have they not mentioned it? Is that 50 runs now? I'm sure our man in the scorebox, Richard Isaacs, will mention it, but he's taking his
could be
time.
wrong. Well, she was on 46 before that delivery, so
Yeah.
but maybe not.
Well, it's either 49 or 50, but we'll have to take that. Richard Isaacs has been running
We're
on
left in
It's been
suspense.
so good.
Left in
It must be
suspense.
49. We'll have to go with him. But it's 49 or 50 either way. It's been a good knock, just in case he's out this ball. It's been a good knock. Here comes Tatani, Windsor drives, but finds mid-off. Well, she's looking in fine fettle out there, as is Georgia Adams. As you just heard in that over, they've both put on over 100 now for the fourth wicket. It is 180 for 3, so they put on 101. Windsor is somewhere near 50.
I just added 4 to the score that was...
One behind, thank you.
Oh, okay.
There we are. You're ahead of yourself
Yeah,
there,
sorry.
Charlotte.
I did say I was bad at maths. I did forewarn everyone.
You did. And maybe people picked up on that before me. So they said, Kev, don't listen to her.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't.
But it's a good score. 184 for 3, plenty of wickets in hand.
Yeah, this is really progressing nicely through now. Like I said, that 250 would have been minimum, but 275 would be
A change of bowling
a
from
game
the
changer.
park end, number 14.
Oh, yeah, according to the BBC website and app, the score
Ah.
says 50.
Oh,
So
well,
that's where I
then
got my information from.
You did.
But apparently live, thank you Phil Green for that information, to show I was going mad.
But interestingly, on my website here, it shows 49.
Well, there we go. And that's obviously the right one.
Well, who knows? It's interesting. Well, the BBC has been known every now and then to be slightly wrong.
But just on this occasion, by the looks of things. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from this park end. Daisy Mullen, yet to bowl in this game so far.
Some children behind us.
Right arm over the wicket. Medium paces. Adams just works that to extra cover. No run is taken.
Daisy Mullen into the side for this game. Playing her first game in this competition this year.
Oh, she want to be making an impact here with the ball. Be a big moment to take a wicket if she can do it. Right arm over the wicket, then slapped
Whoa.
over the top. 2 long on, 1 bounce to the fielder, bell out here. They come through for 1. Adams 1 more to her total. 55 for 3. She has got a habit, George Adams, of getting out by hitting it in the air in the deep. So she want to make sure that that doesn't happen today. Long boundaries out here. Needs to keep continuing to build this partnership. It's proving a destructive one. Mullen again then, driving his Windsor. Wide of mid-off. And the deep extra cover fielder that's now in place for her does the fielding. She now goes to 50. And that's a brilliant innings.
Second, Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy.
It's you didn't hear that, it's her second.
From 63 balls.
It's got 63 deliveries in this game. It's a brilliant innings from her.
It is, isn't it? Interestingly, Georgia Adams' 50 came off 54 balls.
Well, there we go.
She did 1 ball better.
She'll be wanting to say that, and she's
Oh,
just
look
taken
at
it to the next level, and she's hit Mullen over the top and mid-off, just lofted it over the top. Kevin Jones says she's definitely been in the gym and hitting the ball harder.
Yes.
4 more to her total. The score's just keeps accelerating now. They moved to 189 now, the Vipers.
I remember her talking to me after the Sale game. You remember a couple of seasons ago, or last year?
How could you forget? You got the Test match crowd in for that.
That's right. They came down, the bananas and the pink things and that from the Test match. And I remember her saying to me there, she didn't trust herself to hit the ball straight. And she did a couple of times, but there weren't anything like this.
No.
And that wasn't that long ago.
She's definitely worked on that part of her game. Down the leg side this time, Mullen. All taken by Ellie Rachael. Wide signalled. It just causes a change of the field now, so deep cover, deep mid-off's had to go back after that shot that came down the ground. Mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket, so square legs come up. I think this is probably the best field. Mullen then over the wicket. Back foot slap from Windsor to mid-off. Sounded good off the bat. One more to her total, one more to the Vipers total. 190 for 3.
It might also be that she's a lot more confident.
I think that's probably... She's still doing that, though, where she hunches over her bat, where she just doesn't have enough air in the lungs. Take from that what you will. Mullen in again, then, for medium paces, and that's a brilliant catch from Datani. Adams has just clipped that straight to her, hit it well. Hit it to Datani's right-hand side, her weaker of her two sides. She's left-handed, of course. Dives to her right and takes a good low catch and stops this partnership. Adams has got to go. She's batted brilliantly for her 71 of her 69 deliveries. The Vipers now 191 for 4. And just getting towards the end of this 38th over. A good wicket for the Thunder to take at this point. It's really, really key to stem this flow of runs.
112 runs they put on. Georgia Adams and Emily Windsor. What a catch that was, though. That was a really good catch.
It needed to be taken. Those ones, it's not even a half chance, but you got to hold on to them. You've got to hold on to them and make sure that you take your chances when they come, especially to informed batters like Georgia Adams.
Yeah.
Freya Kemp, the new batter, then to the crease. The left-handed Freya Kemp, been released from England duty. She was with the T20 squad in the Sri Lanka series, not included in the one-day international squad, so finds herself available for the Southern Vipers today.
It's interesting, actually. She gets in the England side now as a batter, because she obviously can't bowl. And pulled back just inches from the rope by Olivia Bell. And that will be 3 runs to Emily Windsor. I think these two will be quite quick between the wickets.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both lightning quick.
Not that Georgia Adams isn't. But I think, I always think with Emily Windsor, you have to be really on it as a batter.
I always say that whenever I bat with her, I'm like, I'm calling these runs because you will run me out. Because I'm nowhere near as quick as you. So I'm going to do the calling. And she just goes, yep, okay, fair enough. So unless you're running to the danger end, then you crack on.
Bell bowls, and that's driven by Freya Kemp off the mark straight away up towards deep mid-off. And the total for the Vipers moves on to 197, I think that is 98, round about there anyway. As I say, we're next to the scoreboard, we can't actually see it, but we have to be under cover because it's so hot. We can't just go outside and just plonk ourselves in front so we can see the scoreboard every couple of minutes. Down the leg side, that will be called a wide, I'm sure, which it is.
It'd be really handy if they had another scoreboard available anyway for people even this side of the ground.
Yeah.
Fans and...
Nobody seems too worried though,
no.
Do they, really? They're just enjoying the cricket, the surroundings, which of course is the very important thing. Oh, Emily Windsor's stumped coming down the wicket. And Fee Morris picks up a wicket there, and well, that's a little disappointing because a 112-run partnership has been ended in quick succession with Adams going first for 71, and now Windsor goes in the 50s, 56 I think that is, and that's really disappointing that they've both gone so quickly, but they played so well. They've got the Vipers in a good position, but it's almost as if their innings is going to have to start again. Yeah,
it's a real disappointing time to get out for Emily Windsor, and she knows it. She sort of trudges off quite slowly here. And she's made a really good contribution, though. You're absolutely right. Got them into a really good position, but it does expose sort of... It's not a tail. You still bat quite a long way down the Southern Vipers, but without Nick Fulton in the side or Nancy Harmon, Lindsay Smith's in a little bit earlier than she probably would have liked Still got Monaghan, Southby, Taylor and Lee to come, of course, that can all hold a bat in their own right, but just exposes some of these players. Lindsay, her first game back today after carrying a little bit of a calf injury through the 100 and into this back end of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition. It just exposes her a little bit earlier than they probably would have liked, but a really key wicket again for the Thunder. To just go bang bang like that and take 2 wickets in quick succession, it really halts the innings, and be interesting to see how they go from here, whether that 275 is still on now, whether they'll just need to get to that 250 and see what happens.
Morris round the wicket to Smith down the leg side, and that's a wide one. Lindsay Smith has a top score of 42 not out this year against Thunder at Southport, and that was off just 33 balls, so she certainly can get a move on, but yeah, disappointing. You feel that the Vipers now, their final target will be just a little less than what it could have been as Smith drives back to Morris. I think just got hit on the wrist there, which will be fairly painful. It ricocheted off her wrist into her face, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just hit her in the face, actually.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
She seems to be okay.
Be a little bit nasty.
Just reared up a little bit off the end of the wicket there.
Just give you the stats for Adams first of all. 71 off 70 balls with 6 fours, and Emily Windsor 59 off 67 balls with 8 fours.
It was a really prolific partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah, 112 they put on, and that was in the space of 18 overs. Fee Morris is still just trying to compose herself after being hit in the face there, but she's ready to go again from that castle end, the far end. Lindsay Smith on the back foot. Steers that to mid-wicket. Couldn't find the gap. The score remains on 198 for 5, having been 191 for 3. They've been rocked here, the Vipers. Morris bowls. Lindsay Smith again picks out mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over. So that's 39 gone, so we've got 11 to do. And the Vipers are 198 for 5.
That's good over from Fee Morris. Just taking the wicket of Windsor. Just stems this some Vipers innings once again. Just holds it back a little bit. And will still be on for that 250. It's obviously only 51 runs away. So they'll still be on for that, but whether they can get up to that 275.
You reckon that's a...
I think that's what they should be aiming for.
At, isn't it? Yeah.
Ideally, when they started that partnership, and I was thinking as it was going, maybe 300 they could get there. But just where it is now, I think 250 is a minimum, and then anything beyond that, it's a little bit of an extra bonus.
Yep.
So it's Delaney to continue from this end. She was the one that bowled the over previous to Fee Morris's. I thought it was Daisy Mullen, but quite a long way away here. She's an Irish international.
Replacing Deandra Dottin.
Yes.
Who's gone to the Caribbean Premier League.
Yes, and fewer players have actually.
Yeah.
But she offers with both bat and ball, carded to about at 6, I think she is today. 7. Obviously offering with her right arm seamers here to Kemp. Wide outside the off stump. Kemp swings through but misses the ball. Good low take from Threlkeld. It's a dot ball. And she's got deep covering for the new batter. She's actually got her full quota on the boundary, so Freya Kemp does pose a bit of a threat, and that's a back foot slap out to deep mid-wicket from Freya Kemp. She gets her campaign going. Didn't hear that on the loudspeaker. It's Southern Vipers' 200, and that's coming up in the 40th over, should I say?
I don't think there's anybody on the ground that's in any doubt.
No, I'm just wondering whether the listeners can hear it through our microphones.
I think they can.
If they told you that, we can hear everything.
We can.
Delaney, and again then to the left-handed Lindsay Smith. So a left-hand combination. Just works that to mid-wicket. A little misfield there from Heap. Allows Smith to get through for a single. 201 for 5.
Nice shorts from that guy coming along.
Yeah. Lovely. Red ones.
Tartan.
That's the word I was looking for. Well, Apologies, I didn't mute my mic for that. Apologies, everyone. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Freya Kemp. Dot ball to mid-off.
She must be on a golf course with those shorts. Those gentlemen, I mean, they're nice shorts, actually. I mean, they stand out.
Do you actually want them? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But they're good shorts. Tartan shorts.
Just a slight change of field here. Freya Kemp. Mid-wicket's coming there. Mid-wicket on the... It was just on the circle. It's coming out and going to a short third. I'm not quite sure what the feeling is behind this. Just allowing her get off strike, which she does. She takes one out to deep mid-wicket. They're pushing hard. They're going to come back for two. Lindsay Smith says no. Tara Norris does well. Cap falling off the back of her head. Returns the ball in. Another one to the total. 202 for 5. I don't like that move.
No? Why is that?
I suppose is she trying to cut off the reverse sweep maybe, but generally that's just an easy single to get off strike. I mean, squeeze new batters. Again, Lindsay Smith can do the same thing, just a straightish ball. You can play straight and you can just work it up. Oh, and there's no single taken this time. Hit back to the bowler. He fumbles it on the follow through, but no run is taken. Kevin James is going to take a break.
Yep.
And I'm going to be joined by Phil Green in just a moment.
So 10 overs remain in the...
So that's the end of the 202 for 5. And they're just starting to rebuild another partnership that they've had to do. They lost George Adams and Emily Windsor back to back. Lost George Adams for 71 in the 38th over, and then just afterwards Emily Windsor fell for 59 in the 39th over. So they're just having to rebuild now. Two left-handers at the crease in and Lindsay Smith. And this next over is going to be bowled by Fee Morris. She's going to continue from the castle end. She comes round the wicket to the left-handed Kemp, who pushes that to mid-wicket. Liberty Heap is quickly round and there is no fielding. Hello again, Phil.
Hello. Sorry, hello.
That's okay. Just caught you off guard. I thought I'd say hello to you rather than just started chatting to myself. Round the wicket again is Fee Morris. Extra cover. Does the fielding on this occasion. It's a good full swing of the bat from Kemp. Doesn't get past Tara Norris there at extra cover. They get a full ring field on the offside other than deep mid-off that's out on the boundary. But everyone else, backward point, cover and extra cover, all squeezing one. And that's just worked off Freya Kemp's legs out into the deep square region, sorry.
She's looking at everything over the leg side, isn't she?
Yeah, she's definitely more...
That's her go-to area.
Yeah, definitely more leg side dominant.
Yeah.
That's why they've got it covered down the ground all the way through. So you've got long on, long off, deep mid-wicket and deep square. Just cuts off that swing of the bat. Same for Lindsay Smith, though, same field. She's down the wicket and works it square of the wicket. Doesn't get all of it, just gets it into a gap and able to pick up one more. 204 for 5.
Would the plan here be for Lindsay Smith to try and give Freya Kemp as much strike as possible?
I think so. I think they'll just need to rebuild for a moment or two, just gain some control, get themselves in, as you say. Shorter this time from Fee Morris. It's almost split the fielders out there. Seren Smell out there, I think. No, that's Daisy Mullen out there, apologies. And she gets back for 2. Freya Kemp. Just trying to get to a point where they can release Freya Kemp, shall we say, from her shackles, because she can go a bit quicker than this, that's for sure. That's good fielding off her own bowling from Fee Morris. Returns it to Rachael. And that's the end of that over. A good one again for the Thunder. They're putting the squeeze on right now. At the end of the 41st, Southern Vipers are 204 for 5, Phil. And with 9 overs to go, where do you see it? I thought 250 was a minimum, and then anything over that is sort of an extra bonus. But I thought when
from the start, you mean?
Yeah, from the start, and then as the sort of the partnership between Adams and Windsor was going well, I thought, maybe 275, closer to 300 as they were getting towards it, and then take back a little bit. So maybe 275 would be really good from here.
I still think they'd be looking at maybe 260 as a target. And I think if you give them that at the start, they'd probably be quite happy.
Absolutely.
Bowling at the park end, returning number 4, Olivia Bell.
So as you probably heard, Olivia Bell coming back on at the park end, the end that we are stationed at. And she's going to bowl her off spin round the wicket to two left-handed batters. 3 out on the leg side, and long off now coming back as well. So just five fielders in. Bell bowls, and Smith, very expansive pull shot, but she only got a bottom edge and it trickled to mid-wicket.
Expansive is the word, wasn't it?
Yeah.
She threw everything at it.
Yeah.
Just coming back her first game back from a calf injury, Lindsay Smith.
So they could have an extra fielder out now.
Yeah, they could do, yeah.
Back and win the third power play, yeah, but they've only got 4 out at the moment. Smith on the back foot, the offside this time, but can't get it through the field.
No, they can't. So just 4 for out. So there's not another power play.
Oh, sorry, okay.
So yeah, they've got their full quota out. I just couldn't see the deep long on fielder.
Smith on the back foot is bowled this time, trying to force it on the offside, made a bit of room for herself, but didn't make contact, and the ball's hit the top of off stump, I think, which is what coaches like to see.
Yeah, it's a real disappointing period of the game here for Southern Vipers. Really key wickets are being taken. Smith this time, like Phil says, trying to cut the back off the back foot. Not quite wide enough to cut if you're trying to cut off the top of off stump. And Bell, she gets her first on for 26 now, her figures into her 6th over. And just pegging back the Southern Vipers again now. 6 down now, 206 on the board. New batter is Alice Monaghan, and she can again go at a good rate. She just needs to get herself in. She scored a good 70 in a warm-up game a week and a half ago, and that was in really, really good time.
It's interesting. So I was going to say that we're getting down to the batters now that don't get a lot of opportunities, or haven't had a lot of opportunities. Certainly not in this level, in this competition. But as you say, if they're getting good practice in second team games or warm-up games, then obviously they are getting some crease time.
Yeah, absolutely. And she was able to show her skills to everyone that day.
Good.
And she can definitely go quickly, but she needs to give herself a moment to get in here and build a partnership.
Let's hope she can replicate that today.
She's got to face the off-spin of Olivia Bell to start with, who's bowled nicely in this competition so far. Just get her stats up for you.
I was saying when I was on commentary earlier on, she's got a very low arm, hasn't she? She's not very talkable anyway, but she actually bowls a bit like Georgia Adams' action, sort of coming fairly round. She in again, and Monaghan just plays that gently onto the offside. No run. So, as we're saying, it's momentum just coming back a bit towards Thunder now. They've put a break on the scoring. In again. And that's wide off stump. Monaghan goes for that through the bat at that, but made no contact through to Rachael.
It's a good period of the game for Thunder.
It is. And maybe we need to revise our 275 prediction a little bit. And again beats the bat. Monaghan reaching for that outside off stump and goes through. So a really good over. Wicket maiden for Bell.
Yeah, at the end of that one, end of the 42nd, 206 for 6 now.
Yeah, six to Freya Kemp, and Alice Monaghan yet to get off the mark.
Just looking for the stats for Olivia Bell, 'cause she's bowled brilliantly in this competition the whole way through, and she was good in the... She's only taken 5 wickets, so 6 now in the competition, but she was very good in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well. She's been a real find for them this year, a young bowler, young off-spinner, Olivia Bell.
Plays for Scotland as well, I believe.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
3 more is to continue then. Right arm round the wicket to Freya Kemp. He's trying to work that up the ground towards the castle, but is unsuccessful. And that's a dot ball. A few more. She's bowled well again in this spell. She's been a little bit expensive, but I just feel like she's bowled better than what it said on the score sheet. And that's back foot cut this time by Kemp. Can't find the gap. Seren Smale at backward point does the fielding. Another dot ball. Another bit of pressure builds. Kemp just walks away for a minute, comes back, resets. Morris now makes her wait. A bit of mind games happening out there, Phil. Short this time. And Kemp wants a single. Mix up at the non-striker's end. Monaghan gets back. Kemp just tries to work that into the mid-wicket pocket. And doesn't get any of it. Drops just in front of her and sets off immediately to say one, but there was never a single there.
No, and I think the keeper obviously got rid of the glove, but her throw wasn't accurate enough. I'm not sure she'd have made it back if it had been. But
Morris again then to Kemp. This time works it straight to mid-wicket.
So that's at least 10 dot balls in a row we've had, which at this stage of the innings you wouldn't want as a batting side.
No, it's a real squeeze being put on by the Thunder. It's a really good period of the game for them. Morris in again. And this time Freya Kemp still can't get it. I thought she got it through that time, up to long on. But she still can't beat the bowler. And Fee Morris dives to her right-hand side. And I think it might have actually been stopped by the non-striker, Alice Monaghan.
She deflected onto Alice Monaghan, yeah. That's exactly what happened.
So they just touch gloves, good friends through Hampshire and over the years. Morris again then, and Kemp this time gets a single. Oh, there's going to be a mix-up at the non-striker's end. No, it's fine. Alice Monaghan gets home to the striking end. Sorry, I thought they were going to throw at the non-striker's end, but Tara Norris doesn't. She throws at the striking end. Monaghan gets home. A single is finally taken off that over. So Kemp retains the strike. 207 for 6 at the end of the 43rd. So 7 to go now. They've got to really try and push towards that 250 mark.
Fee Morris was very busy in that over, not just with bowling. She fielded most of the deliveries as well, as they were trying to hit it back down the ground, and she did very well to restrict it to just that one single.
No, she's a brilliant athlete, is Fee Morris. So, I'm just looking at the other bowling options they've got. Graham's only bowled 5 overs. She bowled 5 at the start. 0 for 25. Tara Norris in 2 spells, 0 for 33. She's got 2 remaining. Titania has 6 remaining. She went for 28. Jones, she's bowled out her full 10 overs, 2 for 36. She bowled brilliantly but can't bowl any more. Fee Morris got 2 left. Olivia Bell, who you're going to see again now, has 4. And Delaney, who we probably won't see again, took the wicket of Lindsay Smith. Just into that pocket, wide, long on, deep mid-wicket. It's a really good option for her. It's where she targets.
And she's got long levers, as they say nowadays. Again, she's gone for that same area and she's got it through past mid-on for a single this time. Just waited to see if she got wide enough of the field, and she had. So gets off strike and brings Alice Monaghan back on strike. So the field changing round for the right-hander. 2 coming out onto the leg side boundary on this side of the ground.
Yeah, this is really not ideal, is it, for this stage in the game, to have a left-hand, right-hand combination. We've been out there for a long time.
Over the wicket now, Bell. Monaghan plays that into the offside, but can't get it through. So still to get off the mark.
Just needs to stay patient here, does Monaghan. And find that single and work with Freya Kemp.
Bell in again. Over the wicket for a single.
Yeah, it will be. See if Freya Kemp can face as many of these deliveries in this last 6 overs after this one.
Bell now going round the wicket. Kemp, who slaps this through the offside, that'll be 4. that's the area that hasn't got any protection. All the protection is on the leg side, and that time she just stepped back and smashed it through extra cover. So it's a very welcome couple of boundaries in this over.
Yeah, it is, and I think when you bowl to a certain field and that field is predominantly protected on the leg side, the one ball you can't bowl is you can't be short and wide on the offside.
No.
And it's easy pickings for a quality batter like Freya Kemp with international experience. She's going to put that away all day long. She just needs to respond here, Olivia Bell.
Yeah. She is again round the wicket to finish the over. And that's a good response. And it's forced back down the ground by Kemp straight to the bowler. And no run, but 10 off that over, which is very welcome from the Vipers' point of view.
Definitely is. 212 for 6 then at the end of the 44th. 6 overs remaining if you've just joined us. Southern Vipers 213 for 6 at the end of the 44th. There was a good partnership put together by Adams and Windsor in the middle, which got them to a really good position. A couple of wickets have fallen in the last few overs, and Kemp and Monaghan are currently the two at the crease. Olivia Bell, she got her first wicket for the game a couple of overs ago. She bowled Lindsay Smith, so just put a halt in their innings once again. Another partnership building here. Morris to continue then, over the wicket to Monaghan, who's hit that straight to extra cover. Looked to go over extra cover, didn't get any of it, and hit it straight to her. I think that's Delaney there that took the catch. Quite a simple one, and poor dismissal really. Just needed to pick an option, either hit it hard along the floor or try and get over the top.
She was leaning back a bit, wasn't she? As if she was trying to hit it over the top, but as you say, not enough power or height on it, and didn't clear the field.
So another wicket falls then at regular increments for the Southern Vipers. They're now 7 down, 217 for 7. Monaghan goes for 1. We're into the 45th over. And that brings Rihanna Southby to the crease.
Monaghan was caught by Laura Delaney off the bowling of Fee Morris for 1.
Southby getting some advice from Charlotte Edwards.
And the incoming batter for the Southern Vipers, number 7.
To fairway to the wicket with her, talking to her.
Just to give her sort of maybe the ideal,
Yeah.
what they'd like. That's sort of something that Charlotte would do. She'd say, oh, you're going to try and aim to get to here if you can. Give yourself a lot of time. Play to your strengths. All those types of things she'll be saying to her as she walks out to the middle.
And it's someone you'd listen to as a player, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's some people might say that and you would just ignore, but I think
Yeah.
in the case of Lottie, you'd probably take every word on board.
Absolutely. She's got to face up now to Fee Morris. She's taken another wicket. She's bowled well today, actually. She's got 3 wickets to her name
Bowled
now.
very well in this spell. I think she was a bit loose early on, but she's bowled one in this spell.
3 wickets to her name now. She's over the wicket to the right-handed Southby. Tries cutting, misses the ball. And it goes through to Threlkeld, the keeper.
It's just using new batters coming in all the time. Just have to use up a few balls, don't they?
It's just stop.
Taking wickets certainly slows it down.
It definitely does. Fuller this time from Morris, and Southby works that up to long on. Picks up 1, so her campaign is underway. Score now 218 for 7. We're still in pursuit of that 250.
Yeah.
260 could be a little bit tougher from here, but a partnership needs to build between these two.
Depends if Kemp stays into the end, really.
That's key now. You took the words right out of my mouth, Phil. She's 16 not out so far, but has the ability to hit the ball quite hard. She's down the ground this time, 2 steps, and she's absolutely mullered it straight. Just to the left-hand side of Phoebe Graham, who I thought was going to cut it off for a minute, but ended up not standing a chance, really.
It was only
She's
about
hit
5 yards from her, and she had nowhere near it.
She's hit that so hard, Freya Kemp. She moves to 20. Score now progresses again to 222 for 7. And like you say, Phil, she stays here. This 260 could still be on for the Southern Vipers.
Very much so.
Morrison again, round the wicket to Kemp. Stays in a crease this time and hits that to long off. Phoebe Graham's got to come in. Does the fielding successfully. Take 1 more to the Southern Vipers and Freya Kemp. It's good batting. Get a boundary. Next ball, get off strike. Just keeps the field changing for the left hand, right hand. Keeps the fielders working. Keeps the captain working. This time to Southby Morris, and she's been bowled. Going back, trying to cut the ball. And she's been bowled. Looks like maybe leg stump turned back into her, possibly. A bit too close to cut.
Yes, similar dismissal to Lindsay Smith really at the other end.
Yeah, looks like it just rushes on a little bit.
Trying to make a bit of room.
Yeah. Trying to access this offside, and the offside field was up, so the right idea, but not quite on this occasion to be. So another wicket falls for the Southern Vipers. 222 for 8 now. They wouldn't want to get bowled out, Phil. This is the key now. You need to use up all the... After such a good start and such a good partnership, to get bowled out would be a real disappointment.
It's always a coach's nightmare if you don't use up the overs, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the incoming batter for the Southern Vipers, number 9, Mary Taylor.
I was just going to say before dismissal, you made the point about bowlers having to adjust to the right and left-hander, but with Freya and Rihanna batting, they also have to adjust to the reach and the height, because there's a big contrast in height between particularly those 2 players, isn't there?
Yeah.
So your lengths have to be totally different. But Mary Taylor's coming now, who's
Slightly taller.
Without being harsh. Yeah.
That's the end of that over. That wicket was to fall on the last ball of the 45th. So 223 for 8 now, the Southern Vipers.
This probably changes Freya's outlook a little bit because she maybe can't go quite as gung-ho now because, as we say, she's got to probably try and be there for the remaining 5 overs if possible. So she might have to rein in a little bit, but we'll see. So Bell in, and that's short, and that's pulled. She certainly hasn't reined anything in there as she's smashed that through mid-wicket, but to be fair, it asked for it. It was a rank long hop, really.
Yeah.
And she took full advantage and hammered it away through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, it sat up quite nicely, didn't it? Picked up length brilliantly and just pierced that gap. We call it the golden pocket. Out to wide of long on, and to the right-hand side of mid-wicket. And get it there, you're in business.
She's got it there again by the looks of it. Although this time, it's actually straight to the fielder. And it's been held. Exactly the same area, but this time she went more aerial route, and she's hit it straight down on what we call cow corner. What was your term?
Deep mid-wicket.
I know you said the golden...
Oh, the golden gap is between the two.
But that wasn't, clearly, because that went straight to the fielder. So, but, yeah, deep mid-wicket. And a good catch. It came to her a bit low in the end. Not sure that was out there.
That was Fee Morris out there.
Oh, Fee Morris, okay, who's been very much involved in the last few overs. But it was similar to the ball before, really, and Freya Kemp tried to repeat the shot. Good contact, but picked out the fielder, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a real disappointment for another wicket to fall, and that being a Freya Kemp, probably the last recognised batter in this side. Ava Lee, number 11, not known for her batting. Has to come out and probably face a few more deliveries than she would want to. So another twist in the tail, shall we say. 227 for 9, the Southern Vipers. Kemp latest to fall, 25 from 23. Her contribution was a good one. Got the ball rolling a little bit, but she just held out to deep mid-wicket. Just got too much underneath the ball and dragged it a little bit too far leg side rather than hitting the pocket she did before. Bell gets another one. She's got 2 now, 2 for 39. And Ava Lee, the number 11, has got to try and see if she can get a few more runs with Mary Taylor, a young duo out there, Phil.
Yeah, and the field's squeezing up a little bit now while long off's come in, certainly. I was saying earlier about I like to see the big boundaries for women's games, bigger than usual, and so this one's just cut away nicely by Lee, first ball. She's going to get runs here. And she might even get 4 of them. Phoebe Graham's in pursuit, but she's not going to catch that. Or is she? Yes, she is. That's a long way down there. I thought that was well away, but she's going to get 3. So that's a good start for Lee. Yeah, I think with the big boundaries, that was another example of it, because that would have been 4 on most grounds, but even the one that Freya hit, there's some grounds that you play on where that would have actually cleared the boundary.
Yeah.
But it's a long way out there.
Yeah, the boundaries have been pushed back a little bit.
I think that's good. I know what you feel as a player.
Yeah.
But brings 2s and 3s into the
Yeah,
game,
it does.
which you don't always get. I know you all love batting around 2s and 3s. Yeah.
In this heat.
So it's Bell now into Taylor, and she's played that off the back foot, but for no run.
It's a good little spell from Olivia Bell here.
Yeah, important wickets. Chipped away at this middle and lower order. And again, Bell over the wicket, and Taylor just defensively forward. Angled back, but only gets it to Phoebe Graham at a square point. No run. So I think they'll probably finish up with spin, won't they? They seem to be doing the job. I don't think there'll be a requirement to bring back timing. That one's turned away by Taylor. She wanted the single. Goes to short fine leg, but no run there. Tara Norris fields.
I think that was right to turn that one down. End of the 46th over. And there's 4 to go here. Southern Vipers 230 for 9. Taylor and Lee, the 2 batters out there, young duo. Taylor has yet to get off the mark. And Ava Lee has got 3 off the first delivery. It's the only one she's faced so far. 4 overs to go. We said 250 would be the minimum, so they're 20 away from that with 4 to go. It's definitely doable, but only 1 wicket. And one of those being number 11. She's not known for her batting, Ava Lee. Mary Taylor, definitely more than capable with the bat. And they're just changing the field slightly. Deep cover remains situated out to our right. Long offs come up to regulation mid-off. There's a long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square now. The fielder on the ring behind the wicket on the leg side as well. Morris is in short this time and Lee just works it behind the keeper. Hannah Jones is in pursuit and we'll stop that going for a boundary, but they'll pick up 2 more. I'm just going to see the signal. It was off the gloves, I think, of Ava Lee. She picks up 2 more.
I don't know if Hannah Jones is struggling with injury, but she was struggling chasing that. She was labouring after that, wasn't she?
Yeah, just down to our left.
She might just have tweaked something.
Ava Lee waits. A few more of their red shoes at the top of her mark comes in and bowls, and Ava Lee just works that to mid-wicket. Fielder comes across and collects the ball. There's no run there, just putting the squeeze on these fielders in the ring. There's 4 of them in there now. Or 5 of them, should I say. And that long off coming up to mid-off. And that's a back foot cut from it. Well, it's actually off the front foot, but she's cut the ball off the front foot. Down towards us here in our commentary position, towards third man. And 2 more collected to the score. It's brilliant batting from Ava Lee, really finding a way to get to rotate the strike and making batting look very easy at the minute. 2-4. I think we're a bit behind because we're just to the left of the scoreboard. We can't actually see the scoreboard. We said a few times in our coverage this afternoon, but we're about 234 for 9, I would say. Trying to cut again is Ava Lee. Misses the ball on this occasion through to the gloves of Threlkeld.
Yeah, so the last 2 shots have been like cuts off the front foot, haven't they? Plants the front foot, but then trying to angle it behind square on the offside. And
there is definitely a gap through that region. There's no fielder there. Off the back foot again, tries to get that into the gap to the leg side this time. It's unsuccessful. Another dot ball for Morris. And this is her last. She'll be bowled out after this. She's taken 3 wickets so far. She'd love to add a 4th and tie up this Southern Vipers innings. Ava Lee, good strong shot down the ground to long on. Takes 1 and it will just be 1. Good batting, Ava Lee. She has another 1 to the total. So 235 for 9 at the end of the 47th. 3 to go. Ava Lee's on 7. Mary Taylor yet to get off the mark. But a good little not out 7 so far from Ava Lee. She's batted brilliantly so far when she's been out there. Just trying to get towards that 250 like we've been saying a few times with 3 overs to go.
Fee Morris's final figures 10 overs 3 for 52, so particularly productive second spell.
Yeah, she's been brilliant, hasn't she? She just took wicket middle period, got the important wicket of Windsor. She was stumped by Threlkeld. She picked up Monaghan, and Southby as well, both for single figure scores.
Bell again. This is again a nice shot from Lee. He's got a single on the offside there, and I think she's looking like she's trying to push her claim to.
I haven't seen her bat an awful.
Way up the order.
I haven't seen her bat an awful lot, but she's looks really confident out there.
Yeah.
She's been long through the Vipers Academy programme, known for her off spin, was brilliant in the last game.
Yeah.
Bowled her 10.
This time's into Taylor. Well, it's going towards long on, but the bowler managed to come across and cut it off. Yeah, to Falkland.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Bended away by Mary Taylor on the offside.
Yeah, and plays a county cricket at Berkshire.
Yeah.
Plays a little bit of club cricket at St Cross here and there, but mainly at Falkland. But yeah, product of our academy and been really, really good since her introduction into this first 11 side.
Turned away by Taylor, a single on the leg side. So, have you done a bit of work with her as a spinner?
Yeah, I have.
The academy
Yeah, I did. Yeah, in the winter we worked quite closely with a few of the academy spinners, and Ava was definitely one of those. Mm-hmm. Just talked about bowling, giving it a bit more and through her action a little bit more. But she's a big spinner of the ball. Doesn't need a lot of work technically. Very, very naturally gifted.
And again, and that's a big shout for LBW, and that's been given. That's the end of the Vipers innings. Going for a big shot there, Lee, and running it over long on, but took his time. And gave the decision in the end, and that's the end of the Vipers innings for 230.
236. 236 was the final score. So Mary Taylor was the last one to get that. I was running through the scorecard very quickly, Phil. 236 for 9. So McCacken And Norgrove opened the batting for the Southern Vipers. McCacken fell, first of all, to Jones for 29. The introduction of Hannah Jones then brought a second wicket. She got Norgrove very soon afterwards for 16. Then, unfortunately, Georgia Ellis has run out backing up. It was a brilliant shot from Adams down the ground. Ended up ricocheting off the hands of Hannah Jones and was run out Elvis. Then there's a brilliant partnership in the middle there, worth 112 in an 18-over period between Georgia Adams and Emily Windsor. Georgia Adams made 71 off 70 deliveries. Emily Windsor 59 from 67, and just gave the innings a bit of momentum, trying to get up to a 275 mark, was sort of their aim at that point. And then there was a little bit of a flurry of wickets. Olivia Bell came back into the attack, and she took the wickets of Smith. And then Alice Monaghan fell soon after that to Fee Morris, who then got Rihanna Southbeat straight after that. So a little bit of a flurry of wickets happened. And then Bell took the important wicket of Freya Kemp. She went for 25, trying to hit over the leg side, was unsuccessful in doing so. She made a good 25 off 24. And then Ava Lee was the last player to fall. She made 9. She was LBW for Bell. So Bell ended up with 3 wickets in the bowling. I'll just run you through that scorecard. Phoebe Graham, 5 overs, none for 25, opening up the bowling. Tara Norris bowled 8 overs across 2 spells. She went for 33 off her 8 overs. Naima Tani, 4 overs, not for 28. You can probably hear me saying it over the announcer, but I'm going to continue anyway. Hannah Jones bowled brilliantly. She bowled 10 overs, 2 for 36. Fee Morris also bowled her 10 overs. She was very good in her second spell specifically, and she got 3 for 52. Not Lauren Bell, Olivia Bell, sorry, bowled 8.4 overs. She got 3 wickets as well for 44 with 1 maiden. And then Delaney bowled just the 2 overs, and she picked up the 1 wicket of Georgia Adams, an important one of Georgia Adams, for 13. And the Thunder will need 238 to win this game at Arundel this afternoon. We are done for a little while. We'll see you after the lunch break in about half an hour's time.
Sussex Martlet take on Seafood College from Wednesday the 13th, starting at and that Wednesday the 13th is also the final home game for the Southern Vipers this season. That's at the Aegeus Bowl on South East Stars. That match starts at 10:30 also. So a reminder that the Tea Hut is in the afternoon. In school boat, so do pop along there for your lunch or your hot drinks and hot and cold food as well. So please do pop along and pay them a visit. They also have some ice cream. Hopefully there's still some left for you. So we will restart again at 2 p.m. and have a 30-minute interval for lunch.
I got rid of one, and now we got another one.
Then lo and behold, you get your appointment, don't you? So I went for the appointment and then they needed to do some and clean it all out. Then that's not a big operation. So as far as the camera. Yeah. Well, that's why I've read a couple of paper out the Daily Mail. It says all the top. All right, reopen it. Did it? Yeah.
Right, that good. Yeah, good. Right. Now the time. Thanks, Brett.
So I've got balance. Yeah. So I can do it. You're a left-handed writer. Yeah. So you got it right, but I had it right. Yeah. Yeah. not bitter. I think it's anybody. Yeah, I would know.
So to welcome back to our two umpires, Hassan Adnan and Anas, to our match referee, Alex Swan, and our two scorers, Graham Irwin and Richard Isaacs. Please welcome onto the field, led by Captain George Adams, the Wales.
Welcome back to the Arundel Castle Cricket Ground here in West Sussex, where we are coming towards the end of the break between the innings. It is a Rachael Heyhoe Flint group game between the Southern Vipers and Thunder. We've had half the game, and the Southern Vipers, who won the toss and elected to bat first, were bowled out for 237 in the 48th over. The top scorers were Georgia Adams, who made 71 of 70 balls, and Emily Windsor 59 of 67 balls. Those two put on 112 for the fourth wicket in 18 overs. And apart from Freya Kemp, who made 25 of 24, the innings just fell away a little bit. I think Thunder would be the happier of the two sides, especially after the Vipers were at one stage 191 for 3. That's when Georgia Adams' wicket went, and then Emily Windsor was out in the very next over. There were 3 wickets apiece for Fee Morris and Olivia Bell. So it's still very hot conditions. We're just working out the bonus point situation because it is a very important game. It's the third to last game for both these sides, and they both have a chance of qualifying in the top 3. So it's Mary Taylor from the Castle End, and we just got that calculation coming up, and that's pushed away behind square on the offside. Runs straight away. The run rate is 1.25 greater. Yes, thank you. I shall work that calculation out. Thank you very much as we go along. And the Thunder are already underway. I'm Kevin James, and next to me is Phil Green, who's
Kevin.
Who's eaten his lunch.
Absolutely, thank you.
Another cup of tea.
And that's Liberty Heap, isn't it? It's hit the first ball, I believe.
I think it is, yes. And she's one of 2 changes in the Thunder lineup. Herself and Daisy Mullen coming in for Emma Lamb, who's with the England setup. Mary Taylor, right arm over, comes in, and that's a wide outside of the off stump. And Daniel Collins making away. And for the Vipers, 2 changes in their side. No Nicole Feltham or Nancy Harmon. And Freya Kemp and Lindsay Smith coming into their side. The Vipers coming into this game in 4th. The Thunder close behind them in 5th. Top 3 qualify. First go straight through to the final. Plainer missing outside the off stump. That's a better delivery from Mary Taylor. So, hot conditions. The tea hut is doing a roaring trade behind us. The ice creams were, as people were ordering the ice creams, they said, no, that's not on the menu anymore. I think they were down to just Belgian chocolate or something.
They sold out of food pretty early this morning. I don't think they're anticipating quite these sort of numbers.
They weren't. It's a good crowd here.
Yeah.
As Taylor comes in and bowls. That's forward out on the leg side. And there's no run. So Liberty Heap it is that's facing. And we had, just to repeat, if you're just joining us or you weren't at the start, the scoreboard is right next to us, but we can't see it. So we do an educated guess some of the time. Liberty Heap off the back foot steers that towards extra cover, and there's no run. We've been fairly accurate, actually, Phil, haven't we?
I think we've not been too bad, but no one's corrected us.
No.
So I think that's 5 at the moment, isn't it? I'm all right at these sort of scores. When it gets up past 30, I'll struggle, but...
You're right, it's 5.
That's 4 and a wide.
That's right.
I can work that out.
Liberty Heap with the 4 runs. And Sarah Smale yet to get off the mark. There's a nice drive from Heap. That goes quickly up to mid-on.
That's a good shot.
There is no run. Thank you very much. Very respectful. Some spectators that could have walked straight in front of us and we wouldn't have seen the thing. But they waited and waited until that ball was bowled and then they walked across. What a nice bunch they are.
Yeah, it's sort of sight screen etiquette, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Which isn't observed all the time at county. She drives it. She's timing it nicely, but just finding the fielder at the moment, putting Mary Taylor under pressure straight away. The first over bowled then, and 5 runs have been scored. Remember, the Thunder are looking for a total of 238 to win this game, and we think with the bonus point we're going to get it confirmed. But for Thunder to get the bonus point, that's 4 points plus 1. They would have to get the runs in around 40 overs.
Under 40 overs, I think.
Under 40 overs, yeah.
And for Vipers to get the points, they've got to win by
1.25%.
A ratio of 1.25, which we could work out at some point. If it's nearing relevance.
We don't need to worry about it right now.
No. So winning the game is the most important point.
That's right.
And the bonus should be exactly that. Just a bonus that you get afterwards and don't think about at the time. Yes, we've got Lindsay Smith bowling from the park end. It's a tactic that the Vipers use a lot, opening with her. Which means that the sub-fielders have to run out a helmet for Rana Southby. They regularly do this, don't take the risk of putting the helmet on the ground behind the keeper. So somebody runs out with each ball. Got a slip in for Smith. She's a good adventurous start. She bowls to Smale, and that looked like an arm ball, and she was playing it as a left arm spinner, I think, and it came back in her. So hit her on the pad. Didn't look too comfortable with that. So we got a slip, backward point, extra cover, mid off, sweeper on the offside. On leg side, 3 in the ring and a deep mid. And she's back making room again, Smale. manages to work it just wide of extra cover, so there's time for a single. So she is off the mark. The field changing for Heap. The offside sweeper coming up and an extra one going out on the leg side. So again, as you were saying earlier, so obviously a lot of homework gets done on these players. And they know where their scoring areas are. Smith round the wicket. Oh, that's out. That's out. Smale. It's just, sorry, Heap. It's just prodded forward. Sort of half-hearted push, really, and out LBW. Didn't look very happy with the decision, but then batters often aren't. But it certainly wasn't a lot of commitment to the shot. It was more of a just sort of lean into it, really. And all just going on with the arm. And that's good enough. So early breakthrough for Vipers, which they'll be very happy about as they defend this total.
There we go.
The new batter is Naomi Datani, experienced member of this side, 29 years old now, from Ealing in Middlesex.
Number 11, Naomi Datani.
Played most of her county cricket for Middlesex. Plays club cricket at Gunnersbury.
Yeah, that's a good wicket to get early on, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have to say, just to mention again that we're actually for the left-hander Datani, we're a deep extra cover. We've been sort of wideish mid-on. I have to say, when it struck on the pad, I thought that was out.
Yeah.
Even on this angle.
Well, you can tell by feet movement sometimes,
Yeah.
can't you? And if there wasn't much, to be honest. It just sort of hit her on the crease, didn't it? Over the wicket now, Smith to the left-handed Tatani, and she just plays that back down the wicket. And yeah, it's an interesting regular tactic of Smith opening the bowling for Vipers. She's almost been brought back to Vipers for that role. And again, and that's full toss, but Tatani just plays it back to the bowler on the bounce. If she'd been a bit longer, she might have been a bit more expansive on that shot, but obviously early days in her innings. Smith in again. That's on the back foot and turns to mid-wicket, but can't get it through the field. That's the end of a wicket maiden for Lindsay Smith, or sorry, it might have been one off it. And the score is 6 for 1 off 2.
Wicket number 10 for Lindsay Smith in this year's competition. The wickets come in at around 28 apiece, which is always very good on the economy rate, just over 3.5 an over.
Rise through the afternoon. Put on some shade if you can. So prepare yourself as the temperature starts to rise.
Certainly not competing with that P8.
Good medical advice from Richard Isaacs.
It was good, yeah. He's Dr. Isaacs now, did you know that? So we've got Mary Taylor again from the castle end. I just saw through the tree, actually. I was to an angle when I was off commentary that the flag is on top of the castle. I think it is most of the time. Here's Mary Taylor, it's down the leg side. And Rihanna Southby, although he didn't take it cleanly, took it well enough, but it is a wide. And another one to the Thunder total, move on to 7 for 1. England women playing Sri Lanka women in their T20. It's one day international. What am I talking about? Sri Lanka bowled out for 106. There was all that euphoria about Sri Lanka winning the T20 series, and they were bowled out for 106 in the one-day series. First of them in the 31st over, as it's turned away on the leg side by Smale, isn't it? Sounds Smale. For a single. England 31 without loss after 7. Lead 76 from 43. That looks like that game's going to be over quite quick.
Talking about the flag there, Kev, I noticed it before, but it doesn't look from here there'll be much wind around, but that flag is blowing quite a lot. It's certainly not hanging limply on the side, so there must be a bit of wind out there.
It's a little higher, and it's...
We said that, it's just dropped now, but yeah, it was.
Thunder's Emma Lamb is out there in the middle, as it's Tatani driving that to extra cover, and there's no run. Emma Lamb is 16 not out. She played in the last game for Thunder, obviously missing out this one because she's playing for England, and Tammy Beaumont is 13 not out there as well. So the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games are tomorrow. Mary Taylor, right arm over, comes in again and bowls, and Tatani drives. Taylor does well on her follow through.
Good fielding, yeah.
You're right, it's as still as anything out here.
Yep.
It's or a breath of wind. Obviously, a little higher you go, there is.
Talking of England internationals, Lauren Bell's just walking behind us, not playing today in either for Vipers or England, but here in the spectator capacity.
Tiny drives out to mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith fields. Obviously can't keep away, Phil.
Well, cricket's in your blood, I suppose.
To say, even if you didn't particularly like cricket, and there's no reference to Lauren Bell, of course, but this is just a lovely place to spend an afternoon and then
Absolutely is, yeah.
Tree-lined and green, and Tatani gets an edge there as it goes down to third. I'll pick up a single. I think that's Alice Monaghan down there, away to our left. And that's a couple to Tatani, takes the Thunder on to 10 for 1. Liberty Heap, LBW to Smith for 4. That was off 7 balls. 1 wicket for Thunder. I think they'll be fairly happy, actually, Thunder, Phil, because with Emily Windsor and Georgia Adams going along nicely, they were staring
275,
at a big 200.
275, 280.
Nice drive through extra cover from Seren Smale. And that will be picked up just inside the rope by Freya Kemp. And that's 2 runs. But yeah, at 191 for 3.
Yeah.
With Georgia Adams and Emily Windsor putting together their 112-run partnership. That's when the wicket was taken, Georgia Adams. And Emily Windsor going in the next over. That was a big blow.
But, yeah, you're looking at 275 at that point, probably. So going into this second innings, I think Thunder would been probably got the momentum with them. Be fair to say, but then they've lost the early wicket, which is obviously maybe shifted back a little bit. Be interesting to see what WinViz would be predicting at this point. Not a tool that we use, of course.
I haven't got it. That's why I'm not using it.
So Smith over the wicket to the left-handed Tatani. That's classic forward defensive, good reach from Tatani. Stretching forward, push it out to Kemp on the offside, no run. So just it's got a deep mid-wicket out, which is an interesting position to have at this stage. That one's just defended by Tatani, very watchful. Good start here from Lindsay Smith, who missed the last game through injury, but back in the side today. That's a very full ball, almost Yorker length, and Tatani plays it out. There's a cloud of dust come up as she hits the deck, and the ball goes after point. That shows how dry it is out there, the dust coming off the wicket. And again Smith. Tiny cuts this in the air and it's caught. That's a straightforward catch. Just round the back foot and just chipped it almost to backward point. Caught by Ava Lee, I think.
Yes, it was.
Did that clarify? Yes. So a second wicket for Lindsay Smith. 2 blows, very important blows early on here, and Thunder under pressure already. Tatani just almost pulled out of the shot. Looked like she was getting ready for a full-blooded cut, and almost in the end just sort of guided it to backward point. She'd be a bit disappointed with that, I think.
It's not a great shot.
No.
That's not. You should be in control of that shot much better than that.
Yeah. Say she looked like she was caught in 2 minds a little bit, like almost at the last minute thought, no, I can't hit that hard this stage. So 2 wickets for Lindsay Smith, a good comeback to her side.
Now this is a big wicket.
It is
for both sides.
3 wickets earlier on, and having a good season all round. Former Vipers player, of course, so they'll all know each other out there quite well, but they tend to do that now in the modern game anyway. They all know each other pretty well.
It's quite interesting, actually. In this competition, she's not having such a good time. Just 92 runs at 11. But she had a pretty good 100 tournament, didn't she?
Bat and ball.
Yeah.
So City got a big part to play here. Smith round the wicket to the right-handed Morris, who just defends on the offside.
A half century against Southern Brave up in Manchester.
And a fifer in one of the games. I think it was the first ever fifer in the women's 100, I think.
I think you're right. Yeah, 5 for 7 against Phoenix. Yeah.
Smith again. And that's driven by Morris, but goes off the thick inside edge out to mid-wicket and there's no run. And that's another successful over from Lindsay Smith, who's made a big impact already in this innings.
So what have we got? We've got 4 overs completed.
Yep.
Of the Thunder reply. Already 2 back in the pavilion. Liberty Heat for 4 and Nairby to Tarney for 1. So under pressure straight away, the Thunder in a game that you certainly feel they have to win. The Vipers starting this game a point ahead of them at 3rd. It won't be totally the end of the world, of course, with 2 group games to go after this, but it would certainly make whoever loses this game harder to qualify than the one that wins.
It would.
Here's Mary Taylor then, from the Castle End. And at forward is Smale, Seren Smale. That goes out into the offside. Seren Smale in this competition. 143 runs at 28, with a top score of 94.
So, yeah. Most of the runs coming in one innings, basically.
That's right, yeah, that was against the Central Sparks at Worcester, in which they lost by 29 runs there. The Thunder were bowled out for 204. Seren Smale almost half of those runs.
Yeah.
Here comes Taylor bowls. Smale gets one, keeps it a little low, turns that away to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Vipers in their familiar orange tops and dark trousers. Few, as we remarked earlier, in the ground with their Vipers tops on. 1 or 2 youngsters. There's one youngster hanging around here with his Southern Brave top on.
Yeah.
I saw earlier.
Very up-to-date top, because they had 2023 winners on it. So it's
wow.
Very up-to-date top.
That is. Smale drives one hand off the bat as he goes up to mid-off. And there is no run. Just 18 years of age. Seren Smale.
Yeah, I remember the England World Cup under-19 squad in the last winter.
It's nice and straight.
Born in Wrexham, so Welsh, technically.
Oh, she's bowled! Oh, and she's on the back foot. Maybe should have come forward, and she's surprised at that one. I'd like to see that again. That might just have nipped off the seam a fraction. She's beaten all ends up. In fact, she's just sort of signalling to her teammates, as a lot of batters do these days, that the ball's actually done a little bit off the pitch.
Yeah,
but she should have been forward. Absolutely no doubt about that. But even so, take nothing away there from Mary Taylor.
No.
That is comprehensively bowled, and that is the 3rd wicket that Thunder have lost. Smale goes for 4, and it's 11 for 3.
Yeah, you're right, Kev. You don't see many batters signalling up to the teammate, oh, that was dead straight and I missed it. Yeah, it's always, always done that, always done this. And it probably wasn't dead straight, to be honest, because from everything that we can see from this angle, it looked like she got into just a normal back foot position and lost her off stump. So we're guessing, as Kev said, we're not at a great angle here, but it's sort of a wide mid-on for the right-hander. But, third man from the end that's bowling now. But it looked like it was a really good delivery from the way that the ball panned out. And we've got the skipper for Thunder, Ellie Threlcold, who also keeps wicket, of course. She's now into bat. So a busy day, batting, skippering. And she's certainly got a big job to do now. She was the leading run scorer for Thunder in last year's trophy, 266 runs. Highest score 91.
Facing Mary Taylor then. Taylor from the Castle Ends, wrapped on the pad. Looks like it's going down the leg side. Threlcold just under 150 runs at 29 apiece. The top run scorer, or the top average anyway, is Sophie Eccleston, but she's not playing. She's won't even play for England. She's got an injury. You've got Emma Lamb, who's playing for England. She's averaging 41. Deandra Dottin averaging just under 40, has gone to the Premier League. So their top 3 batters are, for whatever reason, not playing for the Thunder, as that's driven out on the extra cover. You certainly think that at 11 for 3, they'd certainly need at least 1 or 2 of their top batters.
Real test of their depth, of course. It's one of the things that Vipers has always been really successful with over the recent years. With when the internationals are missing, they seem to have good quality players to come in anyway, and they never seem to be fielding a weak side, even missing the international players. So we've got Lindsay Smith going to carry on from this end, as you would expect with the start she's had. She's going to bowl to Fee Morris. Left arm round, and Morris drives, beats the extra cover fielder, so she can get a single as the fielder from mid-off goes round to her left. It's off the mark for Morris.
Yeah, big partnership, isn't it, for these two? Laura Delaney to come in, the Irish lady who was replaced at Dottin. And then you start to get into Tara Norris, Phoebe Graham sort of land, don't you, really? So
yeah,
this is a big partnership.
Smith in again, and that's just defended by Threlcold.
Score 60, Ellie Threlcold this year. He certainly needs to do at least that, if not
yes,
more.
Absolutely. And she just defended that one. Smith again on the spot. A bit slower that time, I think. She tends to bowl quite flat, but that one she gave a little bit of air to. Trying to attempt a shot out of Threlcold. And again, and that's on the back foot, but can't get through the offside field. Monaghan fielder cover.
That 60 came in the tied game, actually, at Southport between these two.
Between these two sides, yeah. I think amazing they've had 2 ties this season. You don't get too many ties in this cricket, but be quite entertaining if we had another one today, Kev, wouldn't it?
Well,
Be exciting.
I tell you what, if they can get a tie out of this, I think from here, Thunder have done well. They've got a lot to do, haven't they? A lot to do.
And again to Threlcold, who just defends that again. Another tight over from Smith. Just a 1 run off that one. And Vipers well on top here with 3 wickets ready. I've been asked, if I may, just to mention a cricket charity that some listeners might be aware of, but there's a charity called Cricket Without Boundaries who do a lot of good work, mainly in Africa, but they're also going to Nepal this year, I know, and do a lot of charity work over there developing cricket in conjunction with a health awareness program. And this year they're going to Rwanda, Kenya and Uganda, as well as Nepal. And if anyone's interested in being part of that great experience, the website is www.cricketwithoutboundaries, all one word, .com. Sorry, I'll let you go on.
It's Fee Morris facing Mary Taylor, who plays that out on the offside.
Yeah, very worthwhile cause if anyone wants to have that experience. Great experience. I've done it myself and been to Rwanda. It's a great experience to carry out.
BBC South did a feature, actually. I'll come to that in a moment. There's a nice drive, Fee Morris. Always a misfield in the covers. Freya Kemp, it's gone straight through her hands and it's gone for 4. It was nicely hit.
It was.
But it was straight at Kemp, and somehow it's like her hands weren't there.
Long way down, isn't it?
Yeah. 4 runs takes Thunder on to 16 for 3. Yeah, there was a Scarlett Hale, young London umpire, who became the youngest ever female international umpire.
Okay.
It was during the early part of the summer, wasn't it, or late winter?
Yeah.
And the BBC South guys did a feature on her, actually. So it's driven out towards mid-wicket. Lovely shot, Fee Morris. More runs here. I don't think Ella McGacken's going to get there in time. Ball goes over the rope. That's 2 4s in 2 balls off Mary Taylor. And Fee Morris taking full advantage. And that'll be 24-3. Yes, and I forget how old she was. 19 or something, or even less might have even been. But I think you might have to scroll through the BBC
Yeah, she'd be
website for that.
I know Scarlett. She'd be about 19 or 20. I think she's like second year university age. So yeah.
Yeah. So well done to her. Yeah, so I did actually speak to her on the phone actually. As Morris works that down to third, sort of just holds the bat there as she guides it down very fine, just a single. Applause there for, I think that's Emily Windsor.
She's always a popular figure,
front
isn't
of
she?
it, yeah.
Always gets more than her fair share of applause. From
She
the,
does.
from
Well, I
the
think her
crowd.
profile's quite high, isn't it? Really?
It is.
She does TMS commentaries
Yeah.
and what have you, and plays obviously the 100 as well. I think her profile
And
is
fairly local girl for here from Portsmouth.
She is, yes. It wouldn't take her too long to get here. Taylor to Threlkeld, who's on the back foot. Steers that to extra cover. I think that's Georgia Elwes in there. But, yeah, and I spoke to her on the phone, yeah, and she was literally umpiring every day of the week for this or that team or what have you. Yeah, she was really busy. Really busy.
That's good.
Yeah. It's going to go to Lords to do something on the time I spoke to her. Threlkeld drives. Again finds Elwes, end of the over. And that, I think, is 4 overs completed. Oh, sorry, 7 overs. 7 overs completed.
7, yeah. Yeah, the story you just told about Scarlett Heyhoe is a good example of how cricket's changed in a lot of ways, because she's realised at a very young age that there might be a career for her in umpiring rather than playing, and has given up playing. She was a reasonable player,
Yeah.
but at the age of like 17, gave it up and thought she could make a career out of umpiring. And that's something that wouldn't have occurred to anyone 3 or 4 years ago. So it's one of those changes in the game. Smith round the wicket to Threlkeld, who just, sorry, I think that's Fee Morris actually, just plays it back down the wicket. Still proving very hard to score off Lindsay Smith. She runs in between the umpire and the stumps, bowls around the wicket, and that's pulled in the air, but it's going to bounce short of Freya Kemper, deep mid-wicket. Takes it on the first bounce. That's a run to Morris.
2 for 3. Now Lindsay Smith after that single.
After 3.2 overs or something, yeah. Pretty impressive start. Now she's adjusting her field for Threlkeld, sending Freya Kemp squarer on the boundary. And again, and Threlkeld gets back and cuts that, but can't get it past Windsor at point. Yeah, she certainly knows what she's doing with when she opens the bowling. She does it a lot. Obviously, comfortable with the new ball. That's swept and caught. That's picked out fielder again, and I think that's Ava Lee again. Looking at Charlotte. Yeah. So she's just swept that, but again, not a bit like the Titani dismissal. No real commitment to the shot. It was more sort of helped on its way, and Lee took a good diving catch, short square leg. So Thunder in real trouble now. Lost their skipper, Threlkeld, and Lindsay Smith 3 for 3. Which is
Have some of that.
yeah, it's a useful start. I think I'm handing over to Charlotte Taylor now, back in.
Thank you, Phil. Well, it's time to go. Well, they are in big trouble here at Thunder. Ava Lee, if nothing else, is a very, very good catcher of the ball. I know she bowls some good off spinner. Laura Delaney, the overseas player, who's the Irish team captain, who's replaced Deandra Dottin, who's gone off to playing the Women's Caribbean Premier League. So Laura Delaney in for the last 4 matches, played in the last game against the South East Stars. And this is the second of those 4. Well, as an overseas player, you're always under a little bit of pressure. But certainly in this situation that's facing her, Thunder will be looking to her and to Fee Morris to dig them out of a bit of a hole at 21 for 4. As we welcome back Charlotte Taylor.
Thank you, Kev.
Wow.
Good afternoon, everyone.
In position. There's Lindsay Smith then, who missed the last game with injury, is back. Big time. Not that she was ever away, even when she wasn't injured, she's just having a particularly good game. Better than normal, because she's always steady, and she always has been. Flighted, and she's cut in and missing Delaney. And there's no run. Wow, what a position for the Vipers here.
What a good catch from Ava Lee. I just almost followed it to the boundary because she got it so well. And diving to her right-hand side low to the ground, fantastic catch.
Certainly as forward. There's Delaney. Now, my scorecard actually has Fee Morris out.
No, that's definitely, it was definitely Falcon that was out.
It was, wasn't it? So somebody's got it wrong. Thank you for confirming that.
That's okay.
I always look and I think, oh, hello, a minute, hang on a minute. But yeah, the scorecard that I've got has Fee Morris out for 10, but that's clearly not right. Because Fee Morris, unless I'm mightily mistaken, is actually talking to Laura Delaney out there in the middle. So it must have been a miraculous dismissal that she's actually still out there talking. So I'm sure that will get changed in a moment. But yeah, great start. 3 wickets for Lindsay Smith, 1 for Mary Taylor.
Yeah, it's been a great start, hasn't it? Really put the foot on the throat of the Thunder. And we're going to see the captain, George Adams, take the ball for the first time today. She's going to bowl from the castle end. Her slingy off spin.
Yes. Low-armed off spin.
And she's got a ring field on the offside, long on, deep mid-wicket. And Fee Morris just deposited over deep backward square for 4. 1 bounce over the right for 4. Just trade a little bit too straight on that first occasion, George Adams. Good strike of the cricket ball. Fee Morris has been in very good form. Scored. It was sort of like it was a very good 40 in the return fixture at Southport. Wasn't quite able to get them over the line and didn't go on quite enough to make it a bit easier for them. Adams in again over the wicket and just worked off her legs. Morris this time. Mary Taylor does the fielding at short fine leg. No runs collected.
She's a good player. I watched her a bit in the 100.
Yeah, just like to go on, I think, a little bit.
Yeah.
Gets herself in quite a lot and then gets herself out just as easily. Sweeping this time. Struck on the pad, but half an appeal from the Southern Vipers unit. No runs taken.
Well, George Adams is still the leading wicket taker in this competition for the Vipers with 13, but Lindsay Smith has drawn right up, or very close behind, with 12. Yeah.
Adams then, and back foot defensive shot from Fee Morris. Adams collects on a follow-through.
13 wickets at 24 apiece.
Yeah, it's very good, isn't it?
Yeah.
And after, on the back of a very good 100 as well, being the leading wicket taker in that. Showing a good season with the ball as well as the bat. George Adams, a Yorker length delivery this time, and Fee Morris can't get it away. 26 for 4 Thunder in the 9th. Just struggling a little bit to get going here. Adams again. Just worked to square leg this time. Abby Norgrove does the fielding there. Squeeze on in the ring. It's the end of that one. 9 done now. 26 for 4 Thunder. Morris is out there. She's on 15. And Delaney just joined her yet to score.
Horrendous start. Yes. Sri Lankan women were keeping up to date with the first of the one-day internationals between England and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, after the euphoria of winning the T20 series, were bowled out for 106. And it's a little bit of a stroll for England. The women's side, they're 73 for 2 in the 14th. Emma Lamb is the last to go. Emma Lamb has gone for 27. Tammy Beaumont for 32. So.
Yeah, of course, Thunder Emma Lamb
Yes.
would have featured here today if not selected for England.
She certainly would. Here's Lindsay Smith. Delaney almost plays it onto her stumps there. I think she played a miss, and Rihanna Southby didn't pick it up cleanly. Score here at a very warm Arundel, although just in the last few minutes there's just been a
Just in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds, as you were saying last week. In the last 10 seconds. A little bit longer than that, but Delaney plays out on the onside. But it's just a tad breeze, isn't it? And it's very small, but it's a very welcome breeze. Shadows, where we're sitting, which is just next to the scoreboard, not far away from the lovely pavilion up the driveway. It's now getting quite shady with all the trees and the sun disappearing a little bit behind them. It's cut away to backward a point by Delaney, and there is no run. She's not off the mark yet, Laura Delaney.
And that just keeps building as you go through. Pressure to score and Doesn't make you play a rash shot.
Smith round the wicket again. Delaney on the back foot, and this time she is off the mark. Somebody enjoyed that. Away to our left.
Maybe some family members make Cesar get a first run for the Thunder.
Obviously somebody's right up on it. Usually a family member. That's one good thing about the regional competition, is that family members are always there, aren't they? Always. A lot of the players have a lot of relations and friends that come to these games. Now, Fee Morris goes big over the top. That's a lovely shot. 4 runs, split mid on and mid off. She does look a good player, Fee Morris, at the moment.
Yep, she hit that with a lot of power.
It's Emily Windsor-esque.
It was, if you like. She made 18 in the last game, Fee Morris. Run a ball 18 against South East Stars.
Yep.
So, a little start again. So hopefully for her, she'd want to go on. And that's a good way to go about it. Hit straight and hit firmly.
Moment, she just goes for a little paddle, a sweep, and that's gone very fine. The chase is on. It's Eva Lee after it down there at the far end of the ground, and that'll be a couple of runs, 3 runs maybe. Just trying to work it out.
2 scored
2.
on that one. Yep.
That'll be the end of the over from Lindsay Smith. So I've got 9 overs gone.
I've got 10 gone.
10, right? Yeah.
Here we are.
As we're speaking about it.
And that completes the 10 over power play.
33 for 4.
And the Vipers were 40 without loss after 10.
So a slight, not too far behind in terms of number of runs, but the key thing is at the end of the power play, some of the Vipers had lost no wickets at all. And the Thunder, well, they've lost 4. And they sort of say that if you lose more than 3 in the power play, you're usually on the back foot from the start. And they've lost 4. Just on a bit of a squeeze here at the minute. Slip in then George Adams, Lindsay Smith, back to Delaney. Back of a length delivery that's just worked to point. No runs taken. Mary Taylor gets the throw in quickly. The rest of the fielders, you've got deep cover, deep square and deep mid-wicket. It's just tried to be turned into the onside, but can only be pushed back to Adams, the bowler. Delaney again just looking to rotate. Can't quite get the ball away at the minute. Adams gets her over quickly. She passed the umpire again, and that's turned into the leg side, but George Ellis is there at mid-wicket. Can't get it past her either. 3 dots now in this over. And they do say after 3 or 4 dots, something rash usually happens. Some sort of bit of excitement usually happens. Oh, the cut from Delaney. A bit too full to cut probably in that occasion. And Southby whips the bails off as quick as you like. The batter firmly in her ground. Adams in again. Over the wicket. And she's missed it, she'll be bowled. Just tried to work it onto the onside like she'd done a few balls before. And on the 5th occasion this time, 4 dots previous to that, where she just looked to rotate, and on the 5th one, full straight, and it's classic, if you miss, I hit, from George Adams, and she hits leg stump. And, that's the end of Laura Delaney. She's had to depart for 1 from 7 deliveries. And she's now left the Thunder and even, well, not just her obviously personally, but the team in total are now in a really difficult position at 33 for 5. And they're sort of just exposing some more of these batters that are lower down the order. It's Daisy Mullins, the new batter on her first game in this year's competition. Obviously played previously for the Thunder, young player. It's a lot of pressure on her shoulders, Kev.
Certainly is. I just detected that a slightly slower ball, just flighted a little bit more, which sort of drew her into that drive, and yeah, she just came across that and just not the right shot at all. But I just think there was a slight change in pace as well, which maybe just caught Laura Delaney out a little.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So they're in all sorts of trouble. How on earth the Thunder win this from here? 189. Oh right, they need to bowl Thunder out for 189, the Vipers, for them to get the 1 bonus point plus the 4 for the win. Thank you very much. Sure. So what if they're not bowled out for 189? Suppose they're 186 for 9 at the end of there. That'll still be the same. So anything under the 189, they'll get a bonus point. All right.
Wonderful insight.
Sorry.
That's all right. Full of delivery from George Adams and dug out by Mullen. And that's the end of that one. A wicket maiden for George Adams. Great introduction for her. She continues her spell of taking wickets in this competition, and obviously the 100 off the back of that as well. So she's got 1 wicket to her name so far, 2 overs, 1 for 4, with one of them being a wicket made in the last one. Fee Morris just still there. Going to work with this middle to lower order now. She's got to really fight hard to give Thunder a chance of getting into a good position to win this game. Currently 33 for 5, so they can't lose many more wickets. Only 11 overs gone, of course, here. 205 runs remaining for the win. But crucially, only 5 wickets are remaining for the Thunder.
So my internet seems to have virtually stopped. So it might have to help a little bit with the scores until I try and work out a better
Absolutely, don't you worry about that.
system. Thank you. Lindsay Smith to continue. So she's bowling down the wicket. Is this Fee Morris? It is, isn't it? It's driven to extra cover.
It is.
Yeah, lovely shot there. So Lindsay Smith with 3 wickets so far. She might even bowl out here. Keep the pressure on. Sweep shot there. It's gone fine. I think that's going to go all the way. That's a nice looking shot. Probably just about makes it over the rope. It does. 35?
37.
37, thank you.
That's okay. 37 for 5 the score. It's a very fine sweep from Fee Morris. Plays all those sweeps, reverse ramps. All of the conventional sweeps as well, slog sweeps. It's a really difficult person to bowl to when you can play all around the ground like that.
3 for 14 now, Lindsay Smith. I've just got back on a different website. That's driven back to her by Morris, and there is no run. So I just check I'm up to date here. I'm 33 for 5. Fee Morris 21 not out. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, from the apps, yeah. But I'm going to do some live scoring. So 37 for 5.
Oh right, so it's a bit higher. It's driven out into the covers. What's that? 38 then.
Yeah.
And, that'll be single to Morris. And that'll bring Daisy Mullen on strike.
She's yet to score. Only faced the 1 delivery so far. Yorker from George Adams. She had to negotiate in the last over. But she'll just be wanting to get off the mark, settle those nerves. Young player with a big responsibility.
For sure. 20 years of age. Daisy Mullen. Here's Lindsay Smith round the wicket. And forward, inside edge, goes out into the gap on the leg side. We'll get a single for that, so she is off the mark. Remember, the Thunder are looking for 238 for victory. They really are struggling here. They've lost half their wickets. And 39? 40?
Yeah, I've got 39, yeah.
39. So apologies, everybody, because we're right next to the scoreboard, where the scoreboard is showing out to the pitch, not on the side, where we are. That's a nice shot. It's out on the offside, off the back foot. We'll bring her a single up to the far end of the ground. Fee Morris moves on to 26. 40 for 5 total. And we are in 12.
We are.
That's it. Well, we've had no over number 12. There we go. So I'm still a little bit behind.
That's okay.
40 for 5, yeah.
40 for 5. At the end of the 12th, George Adams is going to continue from the castle end. Fee Morris, 26 not out. And Daisy Mullen just got off the strike at the end of that last over. She's 1 not out. Georgia just making sure that her fielders are all in the right place, and she's ready now. As Morris waits and tries to work that into the leg side, and Georgia Elwes is there. The 2 Georges. There is no run taken.
Oh, that breeze.
It's nice, isn't it? Lovely, lovely. Over the wicket, George Adams works it square of the wicket this time, and she's able to get a single there, out to deep square leg. Emily Windsor's out there, takes 1. Fee Morris moves to 28. Thunder 41 for 5.
Sorry, I was looking at the number of counties that Fee Morris has played for. She's played for a lot, hasn't she?
She's definitely played for Gloucester,
Yeah.
Hampshire,
Yes. Yes.
Oh, great one, Phil.
Barkshire's one, yeah.
Just back of a length delivery, pushed into the offside. There's a sweeper out of deep cover. Freya Kemp does the fielding. One more to the total. 42 for 5.
2 more.
Now you're quizzing me. This turned into a quiz. It wasn't meant to be a quiz.
No, it wasn't.
Turned
It's
into
just
one.
turned into one, yeah. Ad hoc. 2 more counties that she's played for.
Has she played for... Come back to it in just a second. Over the wicket. This time in a fuller delivery. Fee Morris drives to George Adams. Oxfordshire.
Yes.
I've got 4 on my list.
And that's all we've got so far.
Lancashire this year.
Oh, okay, of course she did.
There you go.
Adams then. Back foot slap by Morris. Up to mid-on. Or long-on, should I say. And one more's collected to the total.
Phil cheated there because he had actually written it down.
No, that's true.
So it is all about the research, right, Phil?
Rather than just relying on my poor memory. I've got most of the others, other than the
did?
one that she played for this year.
Yeah. Gloucester's was a good shout.
Yeah, I just remember playing against her for Gloucester. Back of the length delivery this time. Mullen just hits that back to George Adams. 3 from that one. 43 for 5 at the end of the 13th.
So,
Now, I remember playing against her when she played for Gloucestershire.
did you?
When I was playing. This is like age group cricket. And then she joined Hampshire later on.
Yeah, so a lot of these Vipers, including yourself, will remember her.
I thought she was about to bowl another over from this end. I was like, George, you can't do that. It's not the 100. But she's just handing the ball to Ava Lee by the looks of things. So you're going to get first look. Ava Lee today. She's an exciting young bowler, Kev. Really spins the ball well.
Did she put some
Yeah.
good revs on?
Yeah, she does. There's a really, really good action. I did a lot of work with her. I did five or six sessions throughout the winter in our academy program with Ava, and she just really didn't need a lot of. It was more about, the tactical side of the game, the mental side of the game. Bowling to different batters that hit different areas and which fields you should set and all that kind of stuff, rather than technical things.
Yeah.
Got her driving through the crease a little bit, but more bowl a bit quicker. But she's definitely more than capable.
She's playing her 5th Rachael Heyhoe game, and that's already beaten the shot outside off stump from Fee Morris. She's taken 6 wickets in that time at 28 apiece. Good economy rate as well, 4.3.
Kev's just sneezing to my right.
You got the cough, I've got the sneeze. That's turned away by Fee Morris out to deep square leg, fielded by Emily Windsor. Single to Morris. Takes the Thunder on to 44 for
It does.
5. Yeah, good. I'm sort of up to date now.
Just a conversation between the two batters. Fee Morris just advising her younger teammate. You probably want to play. These two have probably played against each other in academy cricket, Mullen and Lee.
Okay.
They might know a little bit about each other.
Daisy Mullen's 20 years of age. As she turns her away into the gap on the leg side for another single. So yes, my first look at Ava Lee. A coached Ava Lee by Charlotte Taylor.
She doesn't need a lot of input, that's for sure.
Has she got the Charlotte Taylor drift in the air though?
A little bit. I didn't teach her that though. That's all her. Can take no credit.
Okay. Bowls there. That's turned away on the leg side fairly easy by Fee Morris. She will move on to 30. And the Thunder on to 45 for 5.
Yep. She made another start, hasn't she? She'll be wanting to just accelerate.
She has to get a big one, doesn't she, really? That's nicely flighted, driven to mid-wicket. All right, Daisy Mullen. Dark hair, Ava Lee.
Yeah, only 18 years of age.
Yeah, comes in again and flighted. It's whipped down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Southby didn't quite take that cleanly. I thought there might have been top pills there. Mullen just over a little bit, tricked that away. As a car goes past us, on a dirt track, which literally is about a foot away behind our chairs. Mullen pushes that up towards mid-on, fielded by Ella McGacken. End of the over. And the Thunder, needing 238 to win, are at 46 for 5.
I have 47 for
47
5.
for 5, that's fair enough.
With the
Any
wide.
advances on 47?
47 for 5 at the end of the 15th. At the end of the 14th, sorry. I'm now one over in front. Morris has 31 from 29. Daisy Mullen 3 from 6. So a bit of consolidation here for the Thunder. Adams is going to start a new over from the castle end. Sweeping is Fee Morris. 1-2 bounces out to Emily Windsor at Dupe square leg. Got a good piece of that, but can only take 1. She moves to 32. Thunder 48 for 5.
She's fielding in front of that very impressive camper van over there with its awning out.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's so great. I walked past it earlier.
Is it?
This time, Mullen can find only Georgia Elwes at mid-wicket. No runs taken once again.
It's completely over the top for a cricket ground, isn't it, on the boundary's edge.
You're not impressed by it?
Well, it's just over the top.
Short this time from Adams. Again, can only find short mid-wicket. Daisy Mullen just hits it straight to Georgia Elwes there. Another dot ball.
I don't think there's too many cricket grounds you get away with that, actually.
No, Arundel was the place. Full delivery this time. And struck back firmly. McCacken does well, fielding it mid-on, She rolls to her left-hand side and tries to throw down the stumps, but Fee Morris was firmly sat on her bat. Hadn't really moved. This is another good over from Georgia Adams. She's in again, and this time just laid a bat on it as Mullen ran it down to third man. I'm definitely going to get 2. Is Fee Morris going to come back for a third? I don't think so. Lindsay Smith has the ball in hand and gets it back to her, so 2 more to the total. 50 for the Thunder. They're 50 for 5 now. Just starting a period of rebuilding. They're going to have to after the onslaught that was Lindsay Smith. Took 3 for early on. Driving is Mullen up to long on. 1 more collected. And that'll be the end of George Adams' 4th over, should I say. She's 1 for 8 so far. Bowled brilliantly. 51 for 5, end of the 15th.
Let's look at Daisy Mullen. Actually, just played 1 game for the Manchester Originals in the 100 competition, made 9. It was against the Oval Invincibles at Old Trafford. He's hogging the strike at the moment.
Yeah, she's liking it. It's not a bad thing for the Vipers at this stage, just to starve Fee Morris off the strike.
Yeah, agreed.
Make her feel like she might have to start again if she gets a few overs where she doesn't face too many deliveries, just stops her momentum.
Yeah. Here's Ava Lee then with her off spin. Bowls, it's flighted, and drives up to mid-on. McGacken's there, no run. I can see a bit of her in you, or the other way around. You in her, that's what I meant to say. Got that completely round the right. Now she goes aerial and gets just enough on it to split mid-on and mid-off, and it's gone for 4. Wasn't completely timed, but just enough to take it out of the reach of the 2 fielders, Georgia Adams and Ella McGacken. Takes
55 for 5.
Yeah, 55.
She's a strong-looking girl.
Yeah.
Got the ball in a perfect gap, straight over the bowler's head. Risk-free shot if you're going to go aerial.
11 off 12 now for Mullen as she faces Ava Lee. Just turns it away on the 45. Mary Taylor is there, whipping that in low to Rihanna Southby, who does that well, actually does well to keep take that on the full without it spilling out. The shadow's beginning to get a bit longer in this area. As, they want a quick single, but Lindsay Smith is quickly across from mid-wicket. I think there'll come a point where we really didn't need the gazebos. But I think if
it's nice at the minute, though.
Yeah.
It's definitely helping at the minute just to take the edge off the heat.
Well, if they weren't here at all,
I don't think your equipment would work.
No, we'd have had a low full toss. And McGacken is down at deep mid-on now, so it's a single for Mullen. Moves on to 11.
I don't know if your equipment would work.
No, it wouldn't. I've got it covered anyway, because it was particularly hot, wasn't it? When we were here 9:30 this morning, no, earlier than that. It was baking then. Lee bowls again. Oh, she's playing a missing outside the off stump there. Fee Morris just trying to open the face of the bat and work that into the gap behind square on the offside. Induces a false shot from Fee Morris. End of the over.
Good news coming out of the
Awesome, good news.
northeast is that England have beaten Sri Lanka by 7 wickets. They needed in 18 overs, with the winning runs being hit by the Southern Vipers is Maya Boucher.
Maya Boucher.
The Southern Vipers is.
It does sound like an advert. Or a game show. Mayabushi.
55 for 5 the score here at Arundel Castle. And that's another back of the length delivery from George Adams. Just worked off the hip of Mullen. She's getting into her work now. She's 12 not out from 15 deliveries. And George Adams, she's into her 5th over. She's bowled well so far. 4 overs, 1 for 11. She's bowling to Fee Morris, who they need to take the wicket off, you'd think. And she's just playing it off the back foot. Is Morris out to deep cover? Emily Winds is out there, does the fielding.
She was taping her fingers up when I was talking to her before the game. Don't know if she's got a few problems there.
Who, Emily?
Yeah.
She's always got some sort of problems, isn't she, really?
Unless
Over
she's got a
the
shoulder
wicket. Prodded forward is Mullen this time, and Abby Norgrove does the fielding, extra cover, no runs taken. Yeah, shoulders, hips, fingers now.
What was the operation she had in the winter after the season?
She had a labral hip tear. I'll come back to it in just a second, as that's pushed to long on by Mullen. Good looking shot. Another single to her total. 59 for 5 then the Thunder. She had a labral hip tear which had to get repaired. So I think they chopped bits off and made sure that
What, your leg?
Yeah, well, it's off the hip, off the connective tissue there. It's the back of the length delivery by Fee Morris, works that to deep mid wicket. And one more is taken. Alice Monaghan does the fielding out there. 60 for 5. So yeah, they cleaned all that up. And so that's the operation that she was sidelined with for a little bit during the winter. Full delivery, worked up to mid-on. Thunder just ticking over now, another single taken, a single off every delivery of that over. So 62 for 5 at the end of the 17th. The Thunder just ticking along slowly, getting there slowly but surely. Fee Morris is 33 not out. Daisy Mullen 13 not out.
I've just been sent this message actually. Sean Irvine,
Yes.
former Hampshire cricketer, won a £75,000 Volkswagen camper van. Other camper vans available. This was an article from 2 days ago. How lucky is that?
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
That's all right.
Smart.
I'll find out more about that because he's doing the one-day final with me next Saturday. So Ava Lee bowls, and that is Daisy Mullen quietly pushing that out on the onside. Now, we are at 61 for 5. So from here, Thunder need 177. The run rate required is just under 5.5 an over, just over 5 1/4, under 5.5. As Ava Lee bowls, and it's cut away by Mullen, nice shot. It'll only bring her a single. 62 for 5, is that right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, as I say, we're just guessing a little bit at times because we cannot see a scoreboard. Which actually, when you do this job, is not completely ideal. But it's not the first time. There has been other times which have been challenging. That's a bit of a slog away on the leg side by Fee Morris. I think she was going for a sort of a slog sweep shot, but she's got on that very early.
Yeah, she couldn't quite get under it, could she, to get it over Lindsay Smith. Ended up having to hit it into the ground. Don't want to get stuck in between.
Oh no. Ava Lee's bowled quite nicely, tosses it up nicely. Nice drive, but only as far as Adams at mid-off. Ava Lee into a third over?
Yep.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. None for 10 I've got. Bowling quite nicely, and that's tucked away nicely behind point by Fee Morris. Just slight hesitation there. Well, I think she was quite sure Daisy Mullen was going to call. In the end, they do get a single. And the move on to 63 for 5. Just to repeat, it looks very much as though 189 is the target that Vipers need to keep Thunder down to, and they'll get a bonus point in this game. That's driven out on the onside by Mullen. That'll be the end of the over. 64 for 5 after the end of 18 overs. Charlotte Taylor will carry on, and then next to her from the Hersley Park Club, the ladies manager, it'll be Phil Green. And in fact, he comes in just at the right time because it looks like there's going to be some drinks.
As they take drinks here at Arundel Castle, warm Arundel Castle. Just to sum up what we've seen so far today. So the Southern Vipers, they were bowled out for 237 in their 47 and a half overs were bowled before they got bowled out. Good contributions from Adams and Windsor, 71 and 59 apiece. A little cameo from Freya Kemp, 25. And the pick of the bowlers, Fee Morris, she bowled her 10 overs, 3 for 52. Hannah Jones bowled her full allocation of 10, 2 for 36. And Olivia Bell, towards the end, she bowled 8.5 overs, 3 for 45, and just cleaned up some of that lower to middle order to get them into a good position. And then in reply, they've not had the best start. The Thunder, 63 for 5, they find themselves at drinks after 18 overs. So they need a further 175 runs to win from 32 overs. But crucially, Phil, they've only got 5 wickets remaining.
Yeah, it's a big ask now for Thunder. You really need to have a solid base for taking this sort of target, don't you, and keep wickets in hand in an ideal sort of master plan. But both know that strange things can happen. Only needs one really good partnership, and it can change the whole complex of the situation. But you'd have to say at this point, Vipers very much in the ascendancy.
Yeah, and I think for the Thunder it's really key for them that this partnership continues to grow. So at the moment it's worth 30. Delaney was the last batter to fall in the 11th, 33 for 5. So this partnership worth 30 just needs to keep continuing, and the key for them, I think, is Fee Morris, the experience of the Fee Morris being there to bat now for the majority of the overs, to try and see if they can get these further 175 runs to win this game. If she falls...
Yeah, I don't know a lot about the batting to come, but it's not got... They've got great individual records, the batters coming, but...
Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy.
It's looking at the other players to come. Tara Norris, she can be aggressive. She, in the return fixture at Southport, she made a very good 40 off 20 deliveries and hit the ball to all parts and really took the game back to Thunder. They looked like they were losing that game for a long way away and got them to a place where they could draw the fixture at Southport. But the other three, Graham, Bell and Jones, not known for their batting at all really, so not a lot to come. Don't bat quite as deep as the Southern Vipers did earlier on today.
As you say, Fee Morris very much the key figure here.
Yeah, massively.
But that in itself puts a lot of pressure on the player, doesn't it, when you know that it's mostly on you.
Yeah. And obviously this is a massive game for the Thunder.
Yeah.
If either team lose this game, it's detrimental to their chances of reaching the playoff position.
It would make it very
minimum
difficult.
of third.
Yeah, make it very difficult. And
so it's a big game for both teams.
It is, but Fee Morris getting good support at the moment from Mullen. She started well.
She has indeed. She's only 20 years of age.
We've got change.
We've got Alice Monaghan.
Yeah.
So an introduction of Seam again at the Castle End. Alice Monaghan, first time we're going to see her today.
A change of bowler from the Castle End, number 20, Alice Monaghan.
So her field, she's got a deep cover and a deep square just in front. And you've got a third and fine a back as well on the boundary. The rest of the fielders in front of the bat are in the ring and squeezing. So she's going to start from the top of her mark. Bounding in is Alice Monaghan. And it's short and it's pulled away. Pulled very fine. But Abby Norgrave's there. And just one run is taken. Sorry, that's a very good result because I think they could have got back for 2. Some better running.
Loosener of the delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Just a warm-up after drinks. One scored to Daisy Mullins total. She moves to 16. Leans on her bat at the other end and watches Fee Morris get into her work again after the drinks break. Monaghan in and she bowls to Morris, who's just playing off the front foot, tries to guide it into the offside. One-handed pick up from Lindsay Smith at point. No run is taken. 64 for 5, sorry Phil.
As well as the bowling, she brings a lot to the fielding group, doesn't she,
Yeah.
Lindsay Smith?
Yeah, definitely. She's full of energy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the adjective you use most to describe her, I think, energetic, yeah.
Absolutely. Monaghan in again. She bowls to Morris, who's pulling airily. Out to deep square. It's just gone 2 bounces to Abby Norgrove. He's run round from deep fine in the end to cut that off. 1 more to the total. 65 for 5.
Kevin James looking like he's trying to get... Like you used to have to get your television signal when you were there for 20 years.
Pinning the aerial to the top of our gazebo that's keeping us nice and cool under here. He's doing a good job. Definitely need someone taller than me to do a job like that. Shorter delivery this time, and Mullen works that out to deep square. 1 more to her total. And they're into their work again, the Thunder, just building this partnership, as we said previously, that's really key to their chase. 66 for 5 now, the Thunder. It's a good over from Alice Monaghan, really.
Yes.
First loosener to start with, but she's made them think.
Much more of a prominent role for her this year with the absence of some of the seam bowling attack that he had previously at Vipers.
Absolutely. Fuller delivery this time, cutting. Oh, I thought it just maybe kept Lindsay Smith interested at point, but it's gone past her. And they're coming back for a second. The throw comes in from Mary Taylor. They get back for a second. A little bit aerial from Fee Morris, but they come back for 2 nonetheless. 68 for 5.
Yeah, Alice Monaghan's got a lot more bowling under her belt now with obviously Tara Norris and Paige Schofield going and Lauren Bell not being available much.
And obviously Freya Kemp not bowling
And
either,
Freya
so
not
she's
bowling,
got
so a lot more
opportunity.
and requirement for her to bowl, because the seam attack's been a bit light this year, hasn't it?
A little bit. She's got the ball in her hand now as Monaghan. That's a good delivery. Back of her loop delivery just worked into the cover region by Fee Morris, who picks up 1 more to her total. It's a good over for the Thunder. They're now 71 for 5 at the end of the 19th.
This partnership building nicely from the Thunder point of view. If you're going to lose 5 wickets, I suppose one plus side is it was early, so they've got time to rebuild.
Absolutely.
They haven't got to rush necessarily, so this pair have got all the time really to take. And at the moment they're ticking along at a good pace.
Yeah, it's important that this partnership goes longer and longer into this game, because you just feel if there was another breakthrough now, it would just put them in a real back foot then, and I'm not sure how they'd get back from it.
And the person who's going to try and make that breakthrough is Aber Lee from our end, the park end. And that's driven very nicely by Morris. That might even go all the way through extra cover. No, good ground being made by...
That is Monaghan out there.
Monaghan, yeah. Regular boundary rider, of course. Really good fielder out in the deep. Keeps them down to 2, but that was a good positive shot from Morris.
Yep, she's 42 not out now, 41 deliveries.
Again, this time she drives on the onside. Can't beat Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, I said earlier to Kevin on air that just needs to go on and get a bigger score than she maybe has done previously in this competition for Morris.
This one she's driving again, she's got a thick outside edge here, and that's going to run away up to the far part of the ground. There'll be another couple, comfortable 2. This goes through a sort of vacant gully area.
Obviously no catches in at this stage of the game, all the protection coming in front of the wicket.
So 2 more to Morris. Lee in the game. This time she's turning it on the leg side, comfortably out to Emily Windsor, coming in off the deep square leg boundary. That's a single. So 5 of this over so far.
Yeah, 75 for 5 at the moment. 2 balls remaining.
Mullen now on strike. Lee in over the wicket. That's floated up a bit, and that's going to be caught. Oh, it's not going to be caught. Sorry, it didn't quite carry. It looked like it was going to go all the way to Georgia Adams at mid-off on the rim, but ball sort of died just in front of her, and it didn't carry in the end. But very uppy shot from Mullen. Lee in again. This time she drives on the onside and gets it down to Kakin, long on for a single. End of the over.
Yep.
And the score is 76.
No, 76. 76 for 5 at the end of the 20th.
There's a gentleman to my left who we need to come and sit down with, isn't there? One of the don't
Is he
see it
scoring?
much nowadays, but he's actually scoring in a book. That's
That's what I'm trying to do here, to keep a running
Yeah,
total as we're going.
we could ask him to come and sit down.
Yeah.
I think.
Permanently sit next to us.
Yeah.
Just a little break for a minute. Femur is taking on some fluids.
Don't see that much nowadays, do you? The old scorebook.
No.
Is that something you did as a kid?
Oh yeah, I definitely had a full scorebook and sit in front of the TV
Yeah,
and
I used to do
score
it.
games of cricket.
I used to do it at county games back in the 1900s or whatever.
Don't know what that really says about us, Phil, really, whether we had any lives or not, really.
Yeah.
I think I just loved watching cricket. And it just gave me a purpose to sit down and watch. I think I learned a lot from watching cricket, though, on the TV, still do. Monaghan starts a new over, her second to Mullen. And that's a half an appeal from Rihanna Southby behind the stumps. But firmly going down the leg side and probably too high as well. So not a lot going for it. Dot ball.
You come, of course, from a very strong cricketing family as well. And
Yeah.
those that don't know, Charlotte's dad, Steve, is the chairman of New Milton Cricket Club, former
Yeah.
left-arm spinner, and Uncle Neil played for Hampshire and Middlesex.
He
in,
did. Used to bowl.
One-day cricket.
Used to bowl quite fast back then, not so much anymore. Still
He
taking
was-
wickets in.
He was an excellent seam bowler back in the day.
Still taking wickets in some sort of county,
Over 50s,
regional,
yeah.
some other cricket that he plays. That's driven nicely by Daisy Mullen out to deep cover. Emily Windsor's out there. She cuts off the boundary, but they come back for two more. It's a lovely shot from Mullen. She moves to 21 from 29 deliveries.
Yeah, your uncle was a real handful to play against in the Southern League back in the day, especially at New Milton, where the wicket was, let's say, slightly green.
Spicy. You can
And,
say spicy.
It's one of those wickets where you didn't know which strip you were playing on until they put the stumps in to give you a clue. It was,
That sums it up.
yeah.
Monaghan, she's in past the umpire to Mullen, driving nicely, but can't find a gap. Picks out Ava Lee at mid-off, and doesn't take a single either. So the score remains 78 for 5 in this, the 21st over. Thunder just rebuilding, if you've just joined us, from a position where they'd lost 4 wickets very quickly. And the fifth one fell just soon after that. Monaghan short this time and cutting straight to point. Good fielding by Lindsay Smith. Dives to her left. Her dominant left-hand side. That's a brilliant bit of fielding. Good dot there. Almost a certain boundary if she missed it.
It's the sort of thing that gives the bowler a lift always, isn't it? Bowl, not your best ball, and someone's played a really good shot and your teammates keeps it to a dot for you. That's a real bonus.
And it just frustrates the batter even more. They can't get off strike. They can't get away. I just feel that add a bit of pressure. Monaghan in again and cutting this time out to that deep cover fielder. Emily Windsor picks up the ball and throws it one bounce into Rihanna Southby. Kicks up off the dust of another pitch. One more to the total. 79 for 5. As we're trying to score live here, we're just adjacent to the scoreboard, so we can't see it. But the rest of the fans can, and that's definitely more important. That everyone else knows the state of this game and how important this game is. As the Thunder need a further 160 runs to win this match against Southern Vipers. Driving again to the left of Georgia Elwis. Emily Windsor comes round in the deep from deep cover, cuts that one off. Another 2 to the total. Fee Morris picks up 2 more to her total as well. So she moves on to 46. And the Thunder, their total now, they're into the 80s. 81 for 5 at the end of the 21st.
Looking a lot better for them than it did half an hour ago, or 40 minutes or so ago, but
Yeah, this
still a
partnership.
long way to go.
Yeah, this partnership worth now 46.
Yeah. And good with Daisy Mullen, who hasn't played much at this level. So
Yeah, she's done well since she's been at the crease. She's looked comfortable. Got her 22 that she made so far in good time.
looks like they're going to over these two.
It does look like that. She's taking her hat off now. Just a conversation maybe about how many she's bowled. She's bowled 4 so far. Hasn't taken a wicket yet. And only conceded 18. So she's
Got 3 out on the leg side now for Mullen, who tries to cut that ball, but bounced a bit on there and went over the bat. And Ree Southby took it at the second attempt. Lee in again. Oh, and Mullen's gone for a big hit there, and it's beaten everything. And unfortunately for Vipers' point of view, beat the stumps as well. It's no run.
Yeah, just came down a little bit too early then. Good flight, dropped down under her eye line.
Off the back foot this time, and she's played that away wide of cover point so she can pick up a single. It's Fee Morris back on strike.
Mullen now 23, Thunder 82 for 5. Good piece of fielding there by Abby Norgrove, diving to her left. Picked it up one-handedly.
This time Morris on drives, but straight to Lindsay Smith, who throw back to the keeper was a bit wild, but it's cleared up by Norgrove.
Just hear the Southern Vipers in the field now, just trying to get behind their bowlers.
Yeah, trying to lift them to that next important breakthrough. Lee in again, and Morris very positive in defence. So she's out on the offside, and Lee fields off her own bowling.
And she's been decisive in her movements, whether she's going back or going forwards. 46 to her name so far, Fee Morris.
She's turned that one away on the leg side. She'll pick up a comfortable single here to finish the over. Windsor fields from the square leg boundary.
That single brings up the 50 partnership between Fee Morris and Daisy.
As you probably heard there, 50 partnership between these two, a very important one for Thunder.
And a message for a Mr. Gordon Robinson.
But they really need to double it, I think,
Mr.
at
Gordon
least.
Robinson, if you are on the ground, hopefully you are.
Some of your pause for the batters to take on some more fluids here. It's a hot day here at Arundel, so the players having to stay hydrated, really important. Monaghan's going to continue from the Arundel Castle end. She's bowled 2 overs so far for 11. She's waiting to get that wicket, that breakthrough required by the Vipers now. Early breakthrough from Lindsay Smith. She took 3 wickets in her early spell. She bowled 6 overs to start with. 3 for 17. Another good ball to get rid of Seren Smell from Mary Taylor. 1 wicket to George Adams. So Monaghan in now to Morris. Just plays that to extra cover and there is no run taken. So the 2 bowlers bowling in tandem at the moment, Lee and Monaghan, yet to take a wicket, and hence why this partnership is just starting to build and develop. It's worth 50 now. And it's a key one for the Thunder. Stands at the top of her mark, Alice Monaghan, bounding in past the umpire. Fee Morris waits and driving. Oh, and that's a good shot. Good shot straight back past her. I thought she might have been able to get a hand to it. It went in the air for a moment or two, but comfortably for Fee Morris has got 50. A runnable 50. 6 fours, should I say, to get there. 50 or 50 deliveries, and this is a really key partnership.
It was a bit aerial, wasn't it? And it must have, for a brief moment, had Alice Monaghan interested, but it was just wider enough of her.
And this is the innings that I said that Fee Morris would need to play today, one that goes on.
It needs to still go on quite a bit too.
Absolutely. She'll be wanting to get the majority of these runs with her still at the crease, there to win this game. Dot ball in response by Monaghan. The back of the length delivery just prodded to mid-wicket where Abby Norgrove is waiting patiently.
Field would suggest here that the plan is to bowl it into the deck and not get it onto the front foot because all the protection is square and behind the wicket.
Yeah, generally that's Alice Monaghan's natural length, is more back of the length rather than full. Hits the pitch quite hard. She's in again now, past the umpire, into the deck it is. And hit nicely to deep cover off the back foot by Morris. She gets another one to her total.
She put a bit of pace on in the last couple of years.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think, yeah. I seem to remember a more sort of keeper stood up, more of a sort of medium pacer. But
yeah.
She seems to be a yard or two quicker now.
Yeah, definitely. obviously the more strength and conditioning work and that these players are doing. I said the same about Ditani in the first innings. She has definitely put on a yard or two of pace in the last 12 months. Monaghan in again. It's a bit of a hack from Daisy Mullen. She sort of gets it over to deep square leg, not convincingly. She gets one more to her total there, another one to the score. 6 from it so far, 89 for 5.
That's the second time in successive overs that she's gone for a real big hit on the leg side. I'm not sure she actually needs to do that at this stage with Fee Morris going well at the other end.
No, she definitely doesn't. Just needs maybe Fee to talk to a young player and say, don't worry about it. Just need to keep building this partnership. And the longer we stay out here, the easier it'll get. That's the type of message that I'd be sending on if I was Fee. She waits for it now, though, and she's in defence solidly. Back to Monaghan, so just 6 from 89 for 5 at the end of the 23rd over for Thunder. And we're heading towards that halfway mark. It just gives you an idea of where they're tracking. So the Thunder need a further 150 runs to win this game. Off 27 overs. Sorry, Phil, if I'm kicking you under the table. Right. And for further 27 overs of this match remaining. So they're in a good position. A better position than they were, but they're getting into a better position as long as this partnership keeps growing. Averley's going to continue by the looks of things. It's starting to cool off a little bit here, it feels like, so it might be getting a little bit easier to field out there.
Averley from the park end.
It's not easy in this heat.
I'm assured there is a park somewhere behind the head, which might guess the name. We can't actually see it. And that's bowled to Mullen, who very circumspectly that time. Maybe Fee Morris has had a word with her, I don't know. She just plays it back down the wicket.
Yeah, not quite as agricultural as the last.
Lee in again. And that's on the back foot and just turned away from Mullen. Very controlled shot down to Emily Windsor at deep square leg. This time throws it in on the full.
90 for 5 for Thunder. 25 Daisy Mullen now. And 38 deliveries. It's a really good contribution from her at this stage.
Do you think they're targeting one particular bowler, would they be at this stage? Or Lee comes in again and Morris just defends that on the offside?
They might be. They might just be.
Discussion, you know.
I don't know if they would at this stage. I think they might be picking which ones are the easier bowlers to face. Maybe seam or spin, or maybe a certain bowler in particular. But I think they'll be just looking to build this partnership for now and then see where they are.
In the game, and that's a hit in the air to Georgia Adams, and that's the end of the partnership. Just as it was building, and that's a real bad blow for the Thunder. Sort of half-checked shot from Fee Morris, and she hit it straight to Georgia Adams on the ring at mid-off. So a wicket for Ava Lee, a very important wicket, and Fee Morris walking off very slowly. I think she realises that she was the one that could have possibly turned this game for Thunder, and that chance is now gone. A good innings, but possibly not enough.
Yeah, she definitely trudging off slowly. She's only made it just past the inner ring here. She's walking towards us here from our current position. And she was caught well by George Adams, diving to her left on her knees, as she often does. She's taken it low to her left-hand side, and she's one of the best catchers in the domestic game. Hardly drops a thing. As Fee Morris just couldn't go on there. She was 53. She was 53 before she was caught by George Adams off the bowling of Ava Lee. And I just said earlier on air that she's just one of these. I just get frustrated sometimes that she gets herself into a really good position and then doesn't go on and win games for her team. And she probably didn't need to play that shot in the air there. She could have just knocked it to long on, or hit it along the floor. George Adams even tried to run a single. She really wanted to accelerate the run rate.
Even as an experienced player, it's difficult to judge a run chase, isn't it, and to know exactly how to bat in each situation. And it's one of the things that we've said over the years that Emily Windsor's really good at in those situations, pacing a run chase and knowing exactly when to put the foot down. And not all players have that skill. And I'm not saying that Fee Morris hasn't, but she, as you say, probably not the appropriate shot then. But there was a lot of pressure on her because she was going to have to score 100 really to put them in a winning position, and that's a lot of pressure on somebody.
Absolutely.
So now we've got a left-hander, Tara Norris, coming in against one form of Viper replacing another.
And this will pose a few problems for the Vipers. The left-hand, right-hand combination, Phil,
Yep.
as it already is, because they're just trying to get their fielders in the right place here.
Lee's going to come around the wicket, and George Adams is going to go into slip now. So
I like this move from the Vipers, attacking the new batter.
yeah,
Put her under some pressure straight away.
Lee would hopefully turn the ball away from Norris, of course. Here she is round the wicket, and that's left alone by Norris. That's a wide.
Turn too much.
So, yeah, didn't look that wide from here, and Southby didn't seem to move that much to take it, but obviously it was wide enough. The umpire stretched his arms in again, and that's left again, and it's a wide again. So Ava Lee already would seem being affected by the adjustment to a left-handed batter.
Which is just the way, isn't it?
Yeah. So 2 wides to start off. Norris to have a look at. Lee in. This time that's better. And she's drawn a shot out of Norris, but the player misses. She's tried something quite expansive there, front foot, but
Dangerous with that slip. George Adams waiting there
Yeah.
for that shot.
that's probably turned past the edge, I would imagine. And that's beaten the edge again. Looks like it's gripping and turning a bit here from Ava Lee. And that's the end of a successful over.
3 coming from it, and the wicket. So 92 for 5. The Thunder in pursuit of the 237 that was put on by the Southern Vipers earlier today. They were 237 all out.
Yeah.
Of course, Tara Norris is the new batter. She's just come to the crease, yet to score. And she's with Daisy Mullen, the young Daisy Mullen that was just playing a supporting role to Fee Morris before she fell for 52
And now,
just a moment ago.
now she's got to take on the lead role, really, as the
Yeah, she definitely does, Phil.
senior batter right now, anyway. In terms of senior, in terms of she's been in there a while.
Yeah, she's going to need to just build another partnership here
Number 1, George Adams.
with Tara Norris. Change of bowling. So Alice Monaghan, she just bowled the 3 overs for 17. They've gone back to spin in George Adams. So she's going to start a new over from this, the Castle End back foot, and played it up to long on. And they take one more to Mullen's score. She's 26 not out.
One of the features of Vipers bowling over the years really has been they change the bowling regularly. A lot of short spells, isn't there? Keep the batter guessing.
Yeah, don't get settled.
3 overs here, come off another 3 overs later, and it's
Just allows the batters not to settle,
yeah.
not get into any rhythm. It's just a combination that's worked well for George Adams and her team. She's now also got to slip into the left-hander of Norris. They feel she's vulnerable to the outside edge. And Lindsay Smith is waiting there in that first slip position. Round the wicket she is to the left-hander Norris. An appeal is given, but no real enthusiasm in it. Dot ball as Southby comes out from behind the stumps to collect the ball from in front of the wicket.
I think most of the appeal was from the crowd on that.
Yeah, the crowd appeal. It's not the one you want. You want the ones from the players. Shorter in length this time from Adams. Hits it to deep mid-wicket. One more is collected. And she's off the mark. Freya Kemp was waiting out at deep mid-wicket. Does the fielding. Field changes, of course, for the right-handed Mullen. So the slip not in place for her.
Even though she wasn't off the mark at the time, I think Norris may be a bit disappointed she missed out there, because that was asking to be hit almost anyway.
It was a little bit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Back of the length delivery, just played back to Adams in a follow-through. No run is taken there. Yeah, it was a short one from Adams that Norris probably could have hit anywhere, but ended up picking out Freya Kemp in the deep. Adams in again, back of the length delivery, and just turned into the onside. Abby Norgrove's waiting at mid-wicket, does the fielding. No run is taken. A good over this from Adams, only 2 from it so far, the 2 singles. She's in again to bowl the last ball. This over, it's caught and bowled. Mullen, it's a really soft dismissal, just pushed straight back to her. It's really soft. Unfortunately so, for the demise of Daisy Mullen. She's done brilliantly so far. She was really building a partnership nicely. 26 from 41 deliveries, but just pushed it straight back to George Adams. Caught and bowled, and just wasn't able to continue that partnership with Tara Norris. To the score now, the Thunder have slipped again in their pursuit of 237. They're now 94 for 7 in the 25th over. Kevin James is going to join me for just a second as she takes a slow trudge off. Kevin, I'm going to hand over to you, and Phil Green's going to join you next to me.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Fantastic effort from you today. Even though you're injured, you're still here supporting your teammates. And also giving us some wonderful commentary as well. Phoebe Graham is the new batter for the Thunder. And I'm afraid the Thunder are going to have to pull out something very unique if they are to win this game. Bill Green, it's looking good for the Vipers.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if Thunder do win this game, Kev, it's going to be a hell of a game of cricket from now on, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is, and I'd like to be around to see it, if that's the case.
Yeah, because we're obviously neutral and don't mind which team wins, do we?
Let's get you up there.
Yeah.
So, that's good. Well, we're neutral.
Yeah.
Ish.
So we'd like to see just a good finish, wouldn't we, really?
Yeah, good cricket.
So we've got Ava Lee bowling to Norris, and she's coming in round the wicket. Norris is on the back foot, and she's edged that past slip. Slip is in place just for that, but it's just eluded her and gone for a single.
Yes, now, Tara Norris made 51 not out in the game at Southport earlier on in this competition, which got the Thunder a tie, which didn't look likely at one stage.
Vipers, indeed, yeah.
And we know she can bat from previous years at the Vipers.
And now it's into Phoebe Graham, who's just using her long bat. Tall girl, Phoebe Graham, for those that don't know her. Opening bowler, of course. Lee in again. Field a bit tighter now, but still tight on the leg side. And Graham, it's a good swing of the bat there, but not a lot. Gets Norris back on strike. Someone's got to play some sort of innings from here for Thunder. Lee round the wicket, and Norris leaves that outside off stump, and that's going to be called wide again. She's struggled a bit to adjust to the left-hander.
Yeah.
That's the third wide she's bowled to Norris. Offside wide. In again round the wicket, and Norris this time hits it straight to Lindsay Smith at extra cover. I thought that was all over, but unfortunately Lindsay didn't manage to pull off the catch. I have to say that was a fairly straightforward
It was, wasn't it? That
catch,
should
by
have
her
been
standards.
taken.
Yeah, to Norris. And this time it's just played on the offside, but no run. Fielded by McCacken.
Well, Tara Norris has scored exactly 100 runs in this competition, averaging 33. We know she can bat. She's got 150, as I mentioned already. We've seen her put on some useful partnerships down the order for the Vipers over the years.
She's gone for a big hit then, and Southby's appealed for a stumping, a bit of work behind the stump, but Norris hadn't moved sufficiently. But a good over from Ava Lee, just 2 runs off it. And the chance created, which unfortunately wasn't taken.
That really would have been game, set and match, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
By then?
It almost looked like one of those that she was starting to throw up before.
Yes.
And then didn't complete the catch.
So what's that, 26 overs, Phil? I'm sort of trying to catch up because we went, apologies, on the BBC Sport website and that, we went off for a few overs and we came back again, but we were still on the live picture feed. So. But we're back on that, so let's concentrate on
It's
that.
either 26 or 28. It could be 28.
Well, it might be 28 actually, maybe I'm a bit behind on mine. Here's Georgia Adams, bowls, Phoebe Graham's well forward. Pushes that back to the bowler. Looks like we've got some hazy cloud that's come over that's just taken the real heat out of the sun.
You're right, it is 26 actually.
Yeah. Graham's
It's
forward.
more pleasant,
Yes,
isn't
it's
it, really,
nice.
weather-wise?
Yeah, there's no real breeze though, but it's certainly a lot easier. Georgia Adams, 6 overs, 2 for 18, continuing her good form with the ball. It's her 7th over. Phoebe Graham's forward, pushes that out to extra cover. But there is no one. Just as I say that, the hazy cloud has just come out from behind the hazy cloud. A good crowd in, actually, today here at Arundel, as Phoebe Graham's well forward again, not looking to really score any runs. There's a few cars here. How many people do you reckon here? 300 or 400?
Yeah, I'd say 300 maybe. Yeah.
It's not a bad crowd, is it really? Scattered around. Phoebe Graham pushes up to mid-wicket this time.
You were saying earlier about Georgia Adams and possible England selection.
Yeah.
I mean, apart from the fact she's regular scorer of runs, what she's added in the last couple of years, of course, is she's become a really prolific bowler.
She has.
And
very useful. Phoebe Graham works it away on the onside for a single.
I mean, she was leading wicket taker in the 100, I think, across the whole competition. And whether that would be considered an extra string to her bow at international level, I'm not sure. Whether they'd look at her as a all-rounder optional just as a batter. But I think all the stats would suggest she justifies the place as a batter alone anyway, and the bowling would be a bonus.
True, but I was reading an article the other day that sort of suggested that England are sort of not buying into players who are what you would say have been around a while.
Yeah,
you know, they're not picking the more experienced players. They're not buying into that. They're going in for the even younger ones. Well, they're resting players.
Like the girl that's playing today is 17, I think, isn't she?
Mahika Gar.
Yeah.
The Thunderbolt.
So Lee in again, and Graham just turns that on the leg side. It rolls off the pad and goes away from no run. Yeah, I mean, it might be that it's just too late for Georgia, but it just seems such a shame because she's much more prolific run scorer than a lot of people that get picked. That's what I would say. So Lee in again, and Graham turns this again, but straight to short fine leg, which is Georgia Adams.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Phoebe Graham back because, of course, she's really in for a bowling. But
yeah, she's got quite a lunge, hasn't she?
Yeah.
She's gone to cut that. I don't know if she's made any contact. She's run away behind the keeper. It looks like there was a bat on it here, so she's got to run there. She tried to cut a shorter ball. Yeah, George Adams got a very good younger sister as well.
Is she?
Molly, yeah.
Okay.
She's, I think she's about 18. Good keeper batter for Sussex. So she's one to watch for already in the Vipers Academy setup. Leon again to the left-handed Norris, and she's cut that and got a bottom edge, and it's gone under slip really, under the diving Adams. And she's going to pick up a couple. So most of the runs coming behind the bat at the moment.
100 in the 28th over.
As you probably heard on the Tannoy, 28 of 100 off 28 overs in the 28th over for Thunder. Leon again round the wicket. Norris back and defends this one carefully. Very difficult situation for these batters, especially as they're not top-line batters. That judging, when they've got to accelerate, and because they'll need to accelerate at some point if they're going to get over the line here. Lee in, that's short, and Norris pulls it, sort of straight back pull, but it's an effective one. But can't beat the excellent Monaghan out there on the field. Does a great job on the boundary for Vipers, and actually keeps it down to a single. So another good over from the Vipers' point of view in terms of not many runs being conceded. And at the end of the 28th, the score is 101.
Yep.
For 7.
Well, it might be 102. Was there a single off that last ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be 102
102.
actually. But just to repeat, we're by the side of the scoreboard. We can't actually see the scoreboard, so it doesn't matter. It's one of those two. But from a Vipers' point of view, if they can keep Thunder to below 189, that's where they get their extra bonus point on top of the 4 points for a win. We're assuming Vipers are going to win from here. It looks a tall order for the Thunder, that's for sure. Norris is on the back foot to Georgia Adams, steers that out into the covers, keeps it a little bit low as she does so.
Southby's taking a blow there from the throw.
Oh.
Throws hit her straight on the foot or ankle, I think.
Dear.
Those throws, it wasn't really necessary anyway. No one was running, but it was sort of hurled in right at her feet. She's not going to be very pleased with.
Adams is round the wicket from that castle end, flighted, driven by Norris out towards extra cover. That's a beautiful shot. That's well timed. That's 4 runs Thought somebody was deep down at mid-off, but she picked out the gap, and there's nobody down there. Good 4 runs for Norris.
The spectator there fell for the old modern trick now of not recognising about the rope. He got down ready to pick it up, and of course he hit the rope and just went straight over his hands into the trees.
Yes. Trick that is always... Wait, in fact, they haven't got the ball back.
I haven't found it. Oh, no, I've got it now, yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, actually, at the far end of the ground, so balls hit with any sort of pace tend to go down the hill. Now, the Thunder from here need 132, and the run rate is about 6 1/4 and over, so it has steadily climbed. As Norris is on the back foot, swings, thick outside edge, goes to backward, well, in fact, goes down to third, and that could be 4 more. I think that ball is just going to win that race, and it does. So Tara Norris hitting out here, trying to get the Thunder into some sort of decent position. They have lost 7 wickets. They were at one stage, I mean, they lost 5 wickets so very quickly. They were 4 for 22, 5 for 33. It's difficult to come back from there, but they're trying hard.
Yeah, they've done well to get back to this stage, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Norris has already been dropped an extra cover, though, in the previous over as Adams bowls. Norris gets wrapped on the pad. So, Norris at the moment, I have down is 9. I think it might be a few more than that, actually.
Yeah, I think it's more because she's
13.
She's hit 2 fours in this over.
That's right, yeah. Here's Adams. Nice drives off the bottom of the battish out on the leg side. Elwes Fields. Single to Tara Norris. Looks like she's sort of swinging through the ball here at the moment, trying to score off every opportunity she can. Doesn't want to see the Thunder get too far behind.
Interested that Georgia Elwes hasn't bowled today so far. She was the go-to bowler on Tuesday when that last over came.
She was, yeah.
That hasn't been used today so far.
No. She's been struggling with a back injury, hasn't she, all season? Had to bowl that last over against Northern Diamonds during the week, as that's driven up to mid-off by Phoebe Graham. She looks quite pretty when she does that, but not very effective in terms of just keeping the scoreboard ticking along. Certainly Tara Norris is doing better than that.
It's a bit like a Ben Stokes situation with the bowling with George Elwes, isn't they? Obviously keeping her for very occasional, when it's really needed, she comes on, but isn't looked at as a regular bowler.
No, I agree. 9 runs off that Adams over, which certainly more than Thunder need per over in that one. No, but you're right, yeah. It was almost that she had to bowl that over. Vipers beating Diamonds by 3.
She was the experienced head, and
back injury or no back injury.
So we've got Lee again, quite a long spell here from the park end. And she's round the wicket, and Norris, very high back lift, and then she carves it away on the offside out to Emily Windsor. Point for a single.
So what have we got? We've just got Olivia Bell and Hannah Jones to go.
Yeah, haven't got any great batting pedigree, to be fair, either of them. That's short, missed by Graham, taken by Southby. Like a ball that it could have been runs from, but she missed out. Yeah. Lee in again. Turned again, but Graham's just defended it back. So she gets a long stride in, Graham, and sort of plants her foot and then tries to play round it. Lee in again, and that time she's very watchful. Just plays it back. They've still got a reasonable amount of time here. And the run rate's not their main problem at the moment. It's the wickets in hand that's the main issue. Lee in again. And Graham plays that on the offside and into a gap, and she's going to pick up a single. Just pushing it into a gap, and I think Vipers are quite happy with a single at this stage.
Of course, yeah.
Norris back on strike, so the field adjusts again. Long off coming back in front of us, as well as the deep extra cover.
A few cars going, Phil, behind us.
Yeah, I think some have written off the game already.
They have.
Or they're trying to avoid the traffic jam at Goodwood. I don't know, maybe work the timings about that. Norris drives that ball down the ground, last ball of the over to long off, and picks up a single to keep the strike.
It's about 114, I think, somewhere around there, isn't it? Off 30.
Let's have a look. Yes, 114
Yeah.
off 30.
30 overs have now been completed in the Thunder reply, 114.
Tara Norris on 16 and Phoebe Graham on 4.
Yeah. And just to remind you, 189 is really the target that Thunder should really try and get to, because it'd be one thing to lose the game, but to not only give away 4 points, then give away the bonus point as well, means there'll be 6 points between the 6 points between the two teams, which of course is 1 win and then a bit with 2 games left. So
From the Castle End, number 50, Lindsay Smith.
And Vipers would be looking at it very much as that's got to be their main target now to get the bonus point.
That's for sure. So Lindsay Smith back into the attack. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 17. Got 3 of the first 4 wickets to fall. Liberty Heap for 4. Nambi Tatani for 1. And Ellie Thrillcold made... I didn't write it down, actually, Ellie Thrillcold. I'll come back to that in a moment. She made no score. As forward is Norris. Switched ends as well. Lindsay Smith to the Castle end, the far end. As we look, Thrillcold didn't trouble the scorers. And then the 3rd wicket was Saren Smale, who was bowled by Mary Taylor for 4. Smith just waiting for Tara Norris to get back into her stance as she's over the wicket to the left-hander. Norris on the back foot, cuts her away into the gap on the offside for a single. So that's 115 now, the Thunder total. Thunder starting in 5th, Vipers in 4th in the table, and all the other teams are playing tomorrow.
The 2 teams directly behind these 2 are Northern Diamonds and Sunrisers.
They're playing tomorrow, aren't they?
They're playing. Sunrisers are at home to Central Sparks at Chelmsford, and Diamonds are at Taunton against Western Storm, who are propping up the table at the moment.
Yeah. Just 1 point separates Central Sparks from South East Stars. That's 2nd and 3rd. And the Vipers at the moment are 3 points away from the Stars, so they can go into 3rd with a win here. In fact, they might go a bit higher than that.
And playing
depending on the run rate.
Playing the Stars on Wednesday, of course.
They are, yeah. Well, if they get the bonus point, they'll actually go 2nd.
Yeah.
He blaze out in front on 38 as Phoebe Graham likes getting on the front foot and just pushing it out quietly on the offside or back to the bowler. But it's a useful shot if you want to stick around, but it's not really doing much in terms of advancing Thunder here.
It's a sort of shot that a lot of spinners, not obviously in this sort of game, but would get a back pad in, because there's that sort of lunging forward defence. There's always the danger of the back pad, isn't there?
It is, isn't it? You talk about a batter playing for somebody else. She's certainly putting all the pressure on Tara Norris to do the score in the way she's playing at the moment. She is again. Bowls Lindsay Smith, who's tried to drive this time and hits it into a foot. Goes out, rolls out on the offside. There's another over completed, so we have had here at a very warm Arundel Castle Cricket Club 31 overs of the Thunder reply. They need 238 to win the game outright, and I make it there 115 for 7 after 31. So effectively 19 overs left in this contest, with the needing another 123. That run rate is just over 6 1/4 and over from here on in.
Yeah. Lee carrying on.
Oh, well, isn't she?
Good lengthy spell for her. This is her last over. At the moment, 9 overs, 1 for 33, so she'll be pleased with that. Just defended by Norris. Charlotte Taylor on commentary earlier was not taking much of the credit for Ava Lee's development as an off-spinner, but I know for a fact that she's worked with her quite a lot.
Yeah.
And as she said, talking a lot about the tactical side of the game, maybe more than technical. Lee round the wicket, and Norris shimmies down the wicket a little bit, but when she gets there, realises that she can do no more than just defend it on the offside.
Just want your spinners to be accurate first and foremost, and that's something she is, isn't it?
Yeah. And again round the wicket. And, that's Cuts a thick outside edge from Norris, goes away on the offside. They're going to get a single. Bit of a wild throw from McCacken, but it's plenty of backup at the bowling end, and there's no chance of an overthrow. So Graham back on strike. Lee back over the wicket. She's cut that away, but no great power in that. Straight to Freya Kemp at point. It's no run again. So as you say, a lot of pressure being put on Tara Norris here by Phoebe Graham. It's Lee in again. And she does try and drive that, but can't get it any further than back to the bowler. It doesn't feel cleanly, but she does enough to stop any run. Lee in again to finish the over. And Graham does go big this time. She's got it over the leg side field. Windsor will get that as she comes round, and they're coming back for 2, which they will make comfortably. So that's 2 for Graham, which takes a bit of pressure off that over from the Vipers' point of view, and that's the end of a really good spell from Lee. As you probably heard, 10 overs, 1 for 36, which is an excellent contribution. Most of her teammates on the field. Round of applause from them to support her as she finishes the spell.
How many runs did she go for?
36.
36. Yeah, she's actually had a couple of spells that have been more economical than that. In fact, the last game she had 10 overs, 1 for 31.
Yeah.
Against Northern Diamonds, and 2 for 33 from 10. Thunder at Southport, yeah.
Yes.
So 2 spells against Thunder. She's been
good start for her Vipers' career.
Certainly. All spin attack at the moment because Lindsay Smith is operating from the castle end. Left arm over. Bolston Norris drives into the ground, out in the covers. There is no run. So we are starting over number 33 out of 50. And the Thunder trying to claw away their way up to 189, at least to stop the Vipers from getting a bonus point. Here's Lindsay Smith bowls. Tara Norris drives powerfully out towards extra cover, past the fielder there, but is that no, Emily Windsor's this side. That's Monaghan, yeah. Of course, she's the boundary fielder at the other end usually. On the other side, opposite side to Emily Windsor.
Yeah, it's interesting. Adam Carty was talking about Ava Lee, and he said at the start of the year she wasn't really in the frame, and obviously realised herself that she wasn't on a full contract, so she actually booked a holiday in the middle of the summer. So she just got into the first team, and she was committed to an overseas holiday, which put a little bit of a stop to her progress. But they obviously let her go in that because it was pre-arranged. But
carry on for a minute, Phil.
Sorry, yeah. So Smith there just pushed back by Graham. We've got a bit of a technical hitch here, things blowing around, but that's another dot ball as Smith bowls to Graham, who pushes forward again. Kev trying to reorganise his dongle. But hopefully we can still be heard. Smith in again, and Graham again just defends back down the wicket. Now pushed out to long on for the end of the over. Although Graham's not showing a lot of intent for going that way. And this time she just defends it back to Smith. That's another really tight over from Vipers. Smith fields off her own bowling, returns the ball to the umpire. Different ball at each end in these games, of course, so the umpire has to take charge of it in between overs. And it looks like we're going to have Mary Taylor coming back on at this end, from the park end. The score reaches 119 off 33. 119 for 7.
Returning to the attack from the park end, number 9, Mary Taylor.
Where's you got a press release for that?
Mary Taylor coming back into the attack from the park end, and a long discussion with Captain George Adams over the field And a couple of adjustments now being made. So we've got a third. We've got a deep point, deep extra cover more really. An extra cover in the mid-off and a backward point on the offside. And then we've got a deep fine leg, deep mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-wicket on the one. Taylor in, and that's driven by Harman. But the field has been well placed, and that's straight to Emily Windsor on the boundary for one. And they just need to find a way to step this rate up a bit now. But not easy for lower order batters. They've been in a while, I've had a look. Taylor into her 5th over. Yeah. And that's a full toss. Graham hits it away on the leg side, doesn't get hold of it, and maybe lucky for her that she didn't because it fell short of Windsor. Deep mid-wicket, but that was quite a high full toss, which she was looking to hit, well, a long way over mid-wicket, but didn't get hold of it at all, really.
She didn't.
I think clothed it is the modern term, which I've never quite worked out, but it's a term that seems to be used nowadays for that sort of shot. Taylor in now to Norris, and that's driven. That's no great power, and it goes down to mid-off. Norgrove is the fielder.
Wes, sorry mate, so just summing up, it's 3 points for a poor pitch. It's a £5,000 fine, 3 points deduction.
And again, and this time it's clipped away by Norris, and there's a bit of confusion between the batters, and Graham sent back, but managed to make her ground okay. Taylor again, that's okay. Taylor again into Norris. And that's a nice shot from Norris, but she's not going to get anything for it as it's straight to Adams at mid-on. And really squeezing our Vipers and making it very difficult for Thunder.
Ah, 4 o'clock.
Taylor now adjusting the field again, and I think we're going to have a fielder go back at long on. Yeah, so the 4th boundary fielder going out now to the long on boundary. Taylor into Norris, keeper stood up. And that's driven away by Norris, but again, no more than a single, and Vipers will be happy with that. Single to Norris to end the over. And the score moving on to 1, 2, 3.
I won't say it. So the game is still going, and well, the Thunder are batting. They've always got a chance, of course. Thank you, Phil.
Okay, passing over to Charlotte.
Charlotte Taylor, who's dog-sitting as well as doing commentary for us today, and doing a very good job with both as well. Multitasking is our Charlotte Taylor, who would love to be out there with her Vipers teammates, but she has got an injury, so I'm afraid she will not be playing for the rest of this year. It's been the case for a little while, unfortunately. Here's Lindsay Smith from the Castle End, and Tara Norris is on the back foot, steers that out into the covers. Advance to the Thunder by another single. And that is, I think, 122 for 7, I make it, in the 35th over. So they still need another 116. So that run rate has gone over 7 now. And forward is Phoebe Graham.
And the longer she does that, Phoebe Graham, it's going to continue to climb, isn't it?
Yeah, she does a forward defensive. That's Phoebe Graham. Played a nice shot in a couple of overs ago, didn't it, over the top? You think, well, been on a mid-off up, she should try that again. It's going to have to. Well, she does a drive here. That's a lovely shot for extra cover. Emily Windsor's got work to do in the covers. They'll come back for 2. Have to hurry, though. Tara Norris is home, so is Phoebe Graham, as the throw comes from Lindsay Smith to keeper Rihanna Southby.
I'm looking at the wrong game, which doesn't help me.
Ah,
There we go.
you would have a different score.
I would. Well, it's a game that's finished. So I was thinking, why is it not moving along?
Not the one here.
I was looking at the England versus Sri Lanka score, which obviously finished with an England victory earlier on today.
True. Has driven up to mid-on, and there is no run. Can you just take over from it?
She's bowled brilliantly, hasn't she? Lindsay Smith. She just drops long on back for a second here, just to try and get out the over. Phoebe Graham driving and can't find that long on fielder, just finds the fielder at short mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith comes in between umpire and the stumps round the wicket. She bowls to Phoebe Graham, who's back cutting and gets it past George Elwes. Extra cover. Emily Windsor's got some more work to do. She slides to her right-hand side and does the work brilliantly. Out on the deep extra cover boundary, they pick up 2 more. So now what they need. And it looks like they're calling the drinks on. So 35 overs have now been bowled. At a similar stage, Southern Vipers at their drinks break after 34 overs were 157 for 3. And the Thunder find themselves 126 for 7. So a little bit of difference in terms of the position of the game. But the Thunder, you need to up the ante a little bit. With only 3 wickets remaining, though, it's a difficult task to do. They need a further 113 runs for victory here at Arundel Castle. It's just cooled off a little bit here. If you've been with us on commentary and listening to us all day, you would have known that very early this morning it was very, very warm, and it's just dropped off in temperature in the last hour or so. A nice cool breeze coming through our tented area here. Myself and Kevin James, Phil Green, the commentary team today. They're just taking a break. Other Southern Vipers fielders. The Thunder are 127 for 7 after 35 here.
Just getting some news, actually. Just getting some news. I'll just mention it, actually. I know it doesn't refer to any of the women's games, but Hampshire Cricket deducted 3 points for a poor pitch produced in the recent championship game against Essex. Their sanction also includes a £5,000 fine and another £20,000 suspended until the end of next year. Breaking news.
You heard it here first. A real disappointment from their championship campaign. They probably, they're not in a position to win the championship. You wouldn't have thought Surrey sort of running away with it at the top, and Essex in hot pursuit of them. But for their position in the table, it's so vital where they finish in that table. It really sums up your season. You want to finish it off with a good period at the end of the season. But yeah, deducted 3 points with some fines for Hampshire Cricket for that poor pitch in the game versus Essex. Not good news there. But back here at Arundel Castle Cricket, enjoying a day out in the sun, just somewhat where we are. Thunder 127 for 7 after 35 overs. Fee Morris, the big contributor so far. She made 52 from 55 deliveries, but she was dismissed when the score was 90 for 6 when she went. And since then, there's been a little bit of a rebuild from Daisy Mullen. She made 26 in her partnership with Fee Morris. And then Tara Norris and Phoebe Graham rebuilding again a little bit. 22 for Norris, 11 for Phoebe Graham.
Oh, sorry about that, Charlotte. We just went off air for a little while on the BBC Sport website and that, but we're back again, so apologies for just missing a little while of that.
That's okay.
But that's happened a couple of times today. I think the lines must be heating up. They're overheating.
I can understand why.
Yeah, well, I can't. I'm glad you can, engineer Charlotte.
As in, it's hot. That's about as technical information as I've got. It's warm, therefore things don't work.
I can imagine an engineer turning up here and saying, it's hot.
Yeah. So I've just done that for you.
Is that all right? You've done it.
Yeah.
You probably saved the BBC.
Yeah, you're welcome.
£500 call.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My bank details are as follows.
So we are back to bring you the later stages of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy game here at a very warm Arundel, where the Thunder are currently 127 for 7 with a potential 15 overs left of their innings, and they are still 111 runs behind winning this game, but 189 is a target that they'll want to reach to avoid the Vipers getting a bonus point on top of what should be a win here, but it's not over yet. Tara Norris against her former side. is having a bit of a say once more. She's 22 not out from 31, and Phoebe Graham, who was just up in the rate a little bit now, she's 11 off 33, but she does seem to enjoy a full defence.
She's played a couple of lovely drives to the back end of that last over.
She does. Here's Mary Taylor then, right arm over from the park end. Oh, it's a low full toss again, and there's a shout for an LBW. Going down the leg side, says the umpire. That or he's got the shakes because he's been in the sun for too long. He was just, his left hand was just outside of his pocket.
He's just wafting.
Yeah. Well, it certainly wasn't too high because
it dipped, didn't it?
did
Massively.
Dip. Yeah, I bet, I'll tell you what.
It was like a roller coaster. You know, like the Big Dipper that you see, just went straight down.
And if that had been straight, that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't going over the top. It's Mary Taylor, probably just struggling to grip the ball a little bit. Oh no, there's another low full toss, which is hammered away by Tara, although not as well timed as she would have liked, as it goes out to deep mid wicket. A couple of fielders out there, including Alice Monaghan, who throws the ball back, doing the job between them.
Freya Kemp, the other one, always finds herself on the floor. Does Freya
Charlie
Kemp?
Dean.
Yeah, I just don't know how she does it.
She copies Charlie.
She's a cricketer that really makes me laugh, actually. She doesn't realise that she's funny, though, that's the thing. And her parents would agree with me.
Really?
Yeah. She's just one person, if you watch her for half an hour, she'd definitely have you in fits of laughter for no apparent reason at all.
Mary Taylor's another low full toss. I don't know if she's trying to bowl Yorkers or something, but she's overdoing it. That goes out to Monaghan again at deep mid wicket. Single to Norris.
Well, she's definitely trying to take the pace off here, isn't she?
Yeah.
Although a field change now might suggest otherwise. To a different batter.
I think that's 130. Have I got that right?
I think you've got it right.
Thank you. And the 36, that was a good guess. I think the next time I asked to have a gazebo put up, I'll say, can you just have it in front of the school? I think I did that when we were here in COVID year, when Hampshire took this ground over. I said, for the next game, I said, can we be inside? Oh, that's down the leg side. And it's not a great over, actually, if I'm honest, from Mary Taylor. Good take from Rihanna Southby, though. But a wide it is. I think I did, actually, for the second game they were here, when they used this ground during COVID year. And I said, can we be in front of the scoreboard? But I'd forgotten. I'd forgotten. It's that long for time coming back, and forgotten. It's no good being level with the school. Never mind. We're all right. We're good.
We're getting by.
We're getting it. There's a lovely drive from Phoebe Graham, but only as far as extra cover.
And Freya Kemp with her expansive split stance. That's what I mean. She's sort of got into sort of a ninja warrior pose. She was on some weird yoga retreat. And to go and throw the ball back in, doesn't need to, so just holds the pose for a little bit longer, and it makes me laugh. No real need for any of it.
No. Mary Taylor bowls. It's driven into the ground and fielded at mid-wicket by Georgia Elwes. That's a good length. Now she's either been trying to bowl that length and overdoing it or slightly underdoing it, and that's actually just exactly right.
Yeah, it's where she wants to be, isn't it?
Yeah, getting fullish. Just to get underneath it, although, to be honest, I don't think we've seen too many sixes today, have we? In fact, I don't think we've
seen one.
No, I'm just checking, we haven't. So I don't think you're going to be hit for too many sixes today. That's off a thick outside edge, past a diving backward a point. It won't go for 4, but they might get 2. Oh, they're a bit slow there. A bit slow for the second. Just one it is. It went out towards the boundary. And that's the end of Mary Taylor's over. And I've got 131 written down.
I've got 132.
Right, so that's fair enough. We'll go with that.
But that doesn't mean that I'm right.
No, I think you're probably closer. 36 overs gone. And if it is 132, then Thunder need another 106 from 14. And that rate is getting towards 7.5 and over.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit more difficult for the Thunder batters here. And it's going to get more difficult as Lindsay Smith bowls her final over. She's been brilliant today across her 2 spells so far. She's bowled 9 overs so far, 3 for 24, 3 wickets coming in her first spell. She got Heap, Datani and Threlkeld in that first spell. Bowled brilliantly, 3 big wickets and key wickets in terms of the context of this game. Round the wicket she is to Graham, who pushes forward, and that ball's played back to her. No runs taken there. So she's just squeezed the life out of this Thunder lineup today, as she so often does when she has ball in hand. Driven uppishly by Phoebe Graham out to deep extra cover. Emily Windsor comes in and gets the throw back into Southby on the bounce. To the total, 133 for 7. And Phoebe Graham's score, she moves to 12. Only a minute as this field changes for the left-handed Norris. 2 out on the leg side, a deep cover and a long off. As Lindsay Smith comes over the wicket to left-handed Norris into the pitch, she bowls it. And out to deep point. Alice Monaghan out there does the fielding. 1 more to the total. This cough is now, it's a scratchy cough, do you know what I mean? So then when it comes across all of a sudden, there's no keeping it in. I don't want to succumb everyone to it. Another one to the score, 134 for 7. Another back foot cut from Phoebe Graham. She adds another one to her total. They're just ticking along at the minute, but ones aren't enough. They need to go at above 7s. It sort of leads you to believe that they either need a couple of 2s in the over, which are an offer, or at least 1 boundary and over. Makes it more doable for them. Tara Norris on strike. Big swing of the bat. Goes through the legs of Southby. She claps her hands together. Disappointed. As it's going to be singled a bye. Kept a little bit low. Field changes again for the right-handed Phoebe Graham. 3 out on the leg side. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a deep cover on the offside, which Phoebe Graham finds that deep cover fielder on cue. 1 more to the total. And there looks like there was an overthrow there. A bit sloppy from the Southern Vipers, leaks an extra run. So at the end of Lindsay Smith's allocation, she's bowled brilliantly today. 10 overs she's bowled, and she's gone for 3 for, hold on, 28, 31. I make it, but I'm sure ground announcer Richard will correct me if I'm wrong. At the end of the 37th over, Thunder now 137 for 7.
Final bowling analysis, 10 overs, 1
Oh, got that really wrong. 3 for 29. Round of applause from the crowd here. Mary Taylor to continue as well from this park end.
Right, sorry about that. I was just correcting something I put out there. So Mary Taylor to continue. And to Tara Norris, who's doing her best to get the Thunder as close as possible. Swings that one, goes down the leg side. Now, what's that come off? Has that come off the bat? Goes over the rope at the far end. It has come off the bat, and that is 4 runs down to fine leg. Tara Norris proving once more a thorn in the Vipers' side with the bat. She moves on to 30, I think that is.
Yeah, 30 from 37. Just needs to tighten their lines a little bit. The Vipers have been a bit wayward in these last few overs or so.
A little bit ragged. Tara Norris, who was dropped early on by Lindsay Smith, an extra cover, and it wasn't difficult. It's not really a major problem, but it may become so as Norris flicks it away in the air, safe down towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up another single. And the total moves on to 143 for 7 in the 38th, which means 80 odd late 80s runs needed by Thunder. Oh, has it gone again? Charlotte.
The antenna's falling off the gazebo here. Kevin James goes to fix that. Mary Taylor in over the wicket. And it just dies in the pitch a little bit there outside the off stump. As Graham tries to drive out to the cover region, misses the ball. And well taken by Southby behind the stumps. Just maybe signs of this pitch tiring a little bit. It's been baked on all day by the sun. Mary Taylor at the top of her mark then, over the wicket to Phoebe Graham. Straighter this time, and she's knocked her over. Hit what looks like leg stump from here, through the gate. Fantastic delivery, full, you miss, I hit. And Phoebe Graham's gone. She's gone for 16 from 40 deliveries. Thunder now really struggling, 143 for 8 now. Their 8th wicket falling in the 38th over. Norris still there, but you just feel at this stage you don't need any more wickets to fall. And the Thunder are getting closer and closer to being bowled out here. I've only got 1 more wicket to play with. Sorry, 2 more wickets to play with, should I say. As they go into their lower half of the order. Phoebe Graham then gone for 16.
Phoebe Graham was bowled by Mary Taylor for 16.
Mary Taylor, that's her first wicket today. Second wicket today, sorry. She obviously got Seren Smale bowled early on this morning in her first spell. And she's bowled a good 3rd spell, I think it is, here today to get rid of Phoebe Graham. And it's probably one of the straightest deliveries she's bowled in the spell, if I'm being brutally honest. A bit wayward in the first half.
Not been good for this part, has she?
Everyone's got a preferable end, though, haven't they? So,
Yeah.
so the Thunder find themselves still in a spot of bother. 143 for 8. They need a further 95, but they've only got 2 wickets remaining, Kevin. You just feel like that rate creeping up above 7.5 now. It's really becoming more difficult, especially if you start to lose these wickets and you get into the real tail of the Thunder.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's for me now. It's important that the Vipers get this bonus point as well, which may or may not be crucial come the end of these group stages. It's very tight between the Stars, and also, well, even the Central Sparks can get dragged into it a little bit, can't they, depending on what they do tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously the rest of the remaining fixtures across this weekend are tomorrow.
Yeah. So Phoebe Graham bowled Mary Taylor, 2 wickets for her. And it's Olivia Bell, the 19-year-old Scottish teenager to face right-hander. Mary Taylor comes in and bowls a thick outside edge as it goes down to 3rd. Sorry, I've taken over the over.
That's okay. It was yours to start with. I stole it for a minute. You can have it back now.
Well, our aerial dongle is finally in the heat. Decided he doesn't want to stick to where it should be, so it keeps falling down, doesn't it? But it's lasted this long, and we shouldn't complain.
No, it's done well,
a good job, considering we are literally hanging by a thread, so to speak. So Taylor again, then bowls to Tara Norris, who's really the only real hope for Thunder. Down the leg side, and that's a wide.
She's persisting with this slower ball plan to Tara Norris. And whether that's something that they spoke about in terms of maybe they bowled 1 pace to her in the last game where she got 40 not out off 20 deliveries and really drew the Thunder back into the game there. They bowled maybe 1 pace at her, didn't mix it up enough.
True. Taylor bowls round the wicket, that's better. Just tucks Tara Norris up there a little bit. She plays it out on the onside. Rihanna Southby is just stumps. And into another over here at a sunny Arundel. And I've got on my scorecard.
I've got 144 for 8.
I've got 145.
Oh gosh.
So.
No, it is 145.
Is it 145?
Yeah, just clicked over.
At the end of the 38th.
145 for 8. Thunder require another 93 runs to win from the remaining 12 overs.
A change of bowling from the castle end, number 20.
Which is getting closer towards that 8 runs and over mark. 7.75 at the minute. But every time it creeps up, just gets a little bit harder for these batters coming in, especially if they're new batters. Alice Monaghan then to bowl the next one from the castle end. She's going to bowl her second spell. She bowled 3 overs earlier, none for 17. And you can hear George Adams from all the way up here as the wind now goes in this direction, marshalling her troops. Tells Mary Taylor where she needs to be. Monaghan in then, past the umpire, bounds in, and a solid forward defence by Bell there. And there is no run. That's a good length from Monaghan. She was a little bit short earlier on. I had one criticism for her 3 overs earlier on, a little bit on the short side.
Yeah.
And both sides of the wicket. So she can stick that first delivery was straight. It's a good length, and Bell could only defend. Consistency is key at this stage. Just keep it controlled. Monaghan in then. And bowls, and that's down the leg side. Taken by Southby behind the stump, so wide is called.
I'm not sure.
One to the total.
They've not bowled very well in the last 15 minutes, have they? It's got a little bit ragged, hasn't it?
It has a little bit. 146 for 8 the score. It's 9 wides for the innings so far. Thunder also bowled 9 in their innings. Obviously that was after 47 overs. We've still got 12 overs to go here. Monaghan in slightly slower delivery, pushed into the offside by Bell. Only as far as Lindsay Smith at point. No run taken.
Just looking at Monaghan's bowling figures this year, she can be a little bit expensive at times. 6 wickets so far, but her economy rate is approaching 5 3/4. I mean, she bowls a decent pace, but she can leak runs.
Yeah, and we said earlier she's had more responsibility with the ball this year.
Yeah.
With some bowlers disappearing to other regions. It's fuller delivery from her, almost Yorker length. Missed by Bell, goes through to Southby for no run. So yeah, with the likes of Lauren Bell obviously with England and Freya Kemp not bowling because of her return to bowling plan after her stress fracture. Paige Schofield leaving for the Stars, Tara Norris leaving for the Thunder. She had a bit more responsibility with the ball this year. And you can maybe see where she hasn't bowled an awful lot of overs over the past 3 years, just adjusting. Maybe with some nerves, playing for your position, all that kind of stuff is difficult. I know definitely how she'd be feeling. She's at the top of her mark now. Big bound in past the umpire. It's a good delivery. Full outside the off stump, missed by Bell. She tries to work it into the offside. Another dot. This is a good over, other than the wide.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
4 dots.
Because she's got a nice action. She's got a nice action on the whole,
strong.
hasn't she? Yeah, it is, yeah. Runs up straight and got a good flow of the arm, a good sort of 360 through the arm. I mean, there's not a lot wrong with it, is there?
No, it's simple, repeatable. She's in again, then bowls, and that's short and on the half volley to Southby behind the stump. So she spills it out in front of her, but it doesn't cost her anything. Just fell a bit awkwardly. Just saying earlier, Kev, how this pitch has been baked on all day,
Yes.
and I think it's starting to feel a bit tired. The pitch and the players.
Yeah, I think you're right.
All the rest of us now feeling the effects of this sun. It's just become a little bit more difficult to read off the wicket. Not easy for keepers standing back if it gets back to them on the second bounce. Monaghan in again, then short and pushed just in front of point, and they will get through for 1. That's good running. That's 1 to Olivia Bell's total. 2 scored off that over, I make it. 147 for 8 after 39. Olivia Bell, she's on 2. Tara Norris, the key wicket here, not out on 31.
It's a bit of a race to this 189 now, isn't it, really, with the bonus point target, which, I mean, Thunder won't get a bonus point at 189, but they'll stop the Vipers from getting one, which may yet be final analysis at the end of this group stage, which is a week on Saturday, isn't it? Final matches, or is it that weekend? It's certainly Saturday for the Vipers, a week Saturday.
Yeah, the playoffs on the Thursday before.
Yeah.
If they can get themselves into that position, both teams will be wanting to get there from this fixture. It's a massive fixture in terms of getting there, though.
It is. It's Mary Taylor again. Bowls down the leg side again. It's a wide. Good take from Rihanna Southby. Top take that. But again, it just looks a bit average, really. The bowling. It's sure Charlotte Edwards. I'm trying to find Charlotte Edwards. She might be sitting over with the rest of the team somewhere to our right. Sure, she's not particularly happy with this last 15 minutes or so. Taylor again, right arm over and bowls. Bell works that to mid-wicket, fielded by Elwes. It'd be unthinkable, the Vipers. Well, not even to be in the later stages, let alone not a final. Unthinkable.
Yeah. It would be the first since the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition commenced in 2020. It'd be the first time that they wouldn't have got to the final, let alone a playoff.
I know. It's not over yet. As Taylor bowls and Bell works that into the gap in the covers. It's a better line from Mary Taylor. Single to Bell takes the total to 149 for 8. So they are 40 runs away. Are the Thunder from stopping the Vipers getting a bonus point, but of course they're a lot further away than that in terms of winning the game because the Vipers made 237 all out. They were bowled out at, towards the end of the 48th over. That camper van doesn't look as though it's going to move anytime soon. I reckon they might be here overnight.
Yeah, why not?
I think they will be. Yeah, at the far end of the grounds, round the wickets, and Norris goes aerial, not going to quite reach deep mid-on.
Yeah, Abby Norgrove runs in. 2 bounces before she takes a bit of fielding.
A single brings up the Thunder.
As you just heard on the grounds announcement, 150 for 8.
Yeah. In the
Score
40th.
here. Yeah, they've always scored at a reasonable rate, even despite losing wickets.
They
Just
do,
the wickets is the key.
Yeah, they were. It's a nice drive up towards mid-on. They'll take a quick single as Georgia Adams comes round to her left. Yeah, they were really struggling, weren't they? 5 for 33. And it's a long way back from there. 3 for 5, I should say. I'm saying it the Aussie way. 5 for 33. I'm getting you in the mix, ready to when you go down under.
Absolutely, off to
They'll all
Melbourne.
be saying it that way round. You have to get used to that. Taylor's round the wicket to Norris, slower ball. Norris goes aerial. Now this could be out caught, and it is. Abby Norgrove, straight down her throat, at deepish mid on, and Tara Norris looks up to the sky and says, well, I've tried, but it just hasn't quite come off, and I think that really is it now. They're 9 down with the score on 150, and surely it's just a matter of time now before the Vipers are confirmed victors.
Yeah, just got under it a little bit too much. They're big boundaries here at Arundel. And she just didn't get any of it. Did Tara Norris, tried to go aerial and didn't make it over Abby Norgrove, who took it running in, and well judged catch, fingers pointing up.
Tara Norris was caught by Abby
And
Norgrove.
her heroics.
But there's always
There's always a chance.
there's always a first.
Absolutely.
As we know. Mary Taylor, that's her best figures this year.
Yeah, she's bowled. I'd say she's bowled. Her first spell was brilliant.
Yeah.
Second spell was well controlled, and this third spell, even though she's been a little bit wayward in terms of line, I think her plans have been right. Changing the pace up, using her slower balls,
Yeah.
and picking up 3 wickets.
Yeah.
Or picking up 2 in this spell. Sorry.
That's right. 2 for 39 against the Sunrisers in Chelmsford.
Yeah,
That was her previous best this season.
yeah, she's been.
But you're right, yeah, a bit. Yeah.
She's almost the leader of the attack, the seam attack. And at such a young age, and this being her debut year, it's a really big role to have, opening the bowling and being a wicket taker.
Bowls again, and that's a nice drive there by Hannah Jones. Is that Hannah Jones?
It is.
Yes, it is. Lovely drive to complete the over there from Mary Taylor. She's bowled 8 overs, 3 for 38. So what are we, 151?
We're 151 for 9 after 40. 10 to go. And the rate now is at 8.7, Kev, with 1 wicket remaining, so it's almost out of the reach of the Thunder. It's going to be a big ask from here, numbers 10 and 11, to get them across the line. It's going to need something special and a first if they're going to get the Thunder home.
The Thunder have never beaten Hampshire. You know, Rachael Heyhoe, close southport. Looks like they're heading for their 8th effort, and still with that reward.
Well, they're a formidable side, aren't they? Southern Vipers.
Even with England players missing, well, of course, Thunder are missing a few as well.
Monaghan in then, slightly short, and Bell looks in good order though. Knocks the ball into the offside. And there's no run taken. Just needs to find a way. Looks like she's got good technique and sets up well, and she looks positive in the way she's playing, but needs to be a bit more inventive maybe. She's going to need to hit a few boundaries here if she's going to get the Thunder on a bit of a roll and throw a spanner in the works late on here at Arundel Castle. And still plenty of castle in the car box, with plenty of people out to see the finale of this game. Outside edge, thick outside edge from Bell. Evenly down in front of us at third man does the fielding. And 1's taken. 1 more to Bell's total, 152 for 9.
I actually make it. I think it's about 4 apiece they're missing, England players. So Wyatt, Bell, Boucher and Dean for Vipers. Gore, Lamb, Cross and Sophie Eccleston is in.
Yep.
It's 4 apiece, isn't it?
It is. Monaghan in then. And that's a thick inside edge into the boot of Hannah Jones. There's a few players out there with hands on heads. Almost snuck through the gate, as we call it, through bat and pad. But instead she might have a bit of a toe bruise. And there is no run. Just wanders back to a mark, talks to George Adams, the captain. What should I bowl next? Keep mixing it up. Can't let batters settle. Try your variations. I'm sure she'll be saying this one's shorter and try to play it into the offside. Misses on this occasion.
So still 85 runs needed, I think, isn't it?
Yes. 1 wicket required by the Southern Vipers.
Yeah. 86 to win.
She turns at the top of her mark, Alice Monaghan. Shakes her shoulders, resets herself. Parslin Smith has zones and maybe get back in. So it's around right and cuts that off. Jones has 1, so 253 for 9. And she's off the mark with a single. The rate's climbing, but the Southern Vipers will want that wicket. They're not about the run at the minute. Just climbing in with. This is the last wicket. The more it goes up, the more dangerous they've got to play. It just brings in more chances to take that final wicket. The problem is you don't do a lot of prep for numbers 10 and 11. You're sort of looking to get numbers 1 to 6 out. So when they're saying, oh, how do we actually get these 2 out? I haven't seen them bat an awful lot. So that's played into the offside by Bell. And there is no run there. That's the end of that over. 2 added. 153 for 9 at the end of the 41st.
Inside, you just want to see them swept away. Really, don't you? You know, you think, well, why are we hanging on? And also, of course, there's quite a big deficit between the 2 sides at the moment. And it's not like the game's close, but you kind of think, well, surely they'll get one of them will get themselves out soon. You're always thinking like that, aren't you?
This is generally what you're hoping.
Yeah, but it's not happening from a Vipers' point of view. So what have we've had? 41 overs.
Returning to the attack from the park end, Georgia Adams.
So Georgia Adams, the captain, switching ends with her off spin. She has figures so far in this game of 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. And here she is with her off spin, and she's bowling, and it's pushed by Hannah Jones back to her. And there is no run. Hannah Jones has 1, Olivia Bell has 5.
Just be wanting to slide one past the outside edge to that slip fielder that's waiting, Lindsay Smith.
Oh, we're going to take a quick single on the leg side. Bit of hesitation, but they got there in the end. Oh, has it just clipped the bail? I think it may have done as it ricochets out to Freya Kemp in the deep. And then actually come back for 2. It takes the total onto 155 for 9. Now, remember the figure of 189, which we've been talking about regularly, which is the figure that if the Vipers can get Thunder out below, then they will pick up 5 points of the game instead of 4 for the win, which is what you normally get. If there's a gap of a certain equation.
Phil's just praying that the information that he provided earlier of that magic number is right
he's
now.
Sweating. I thought he was sweating because the heat. He's not. He's sweating over the calculator. That's driven out on the offside for a single, so it's 156 for 9 now.
It's been tweeted.
Yeah, it's official. It's now been tweeted. You can't go back on it.
Oh, is it right? Is that right? 189. It has been tweeted.
No, by you.
I didn't.
Oh, did you not?
No, I didn't do that.
Oh, okay, I see. Southern
Tweeted it because I said it.
Oh,
Southern
that's right.
Vipers Twitter.
Oh, well, there's even more riding on it, Phil. There's a drive out on the offside. Everybody's looking at you now. 157. The total for Thunder. 9 down. And still needing around 80 here.
Just like to see George Adams go a little bit straighter ball on the pads.
Yeah. Nice drive up to mid-on. They're keeping it along the deck, these two. That's the thing. They're not really giving the field as much of a chance to get them. It's either going to be a bowled or a run out at the moment. Everything's going along the carpet. It just changes the field a little bit. It goes a little deeper. Windsor's going out to deep square leg. There's a deep mid-on now. There's Hannah Jones slaps that up to mid-off where the fielder's actually on the circle. So that's the end of the over, and that now is 42 overs completed. And I make it 157.
I also make it 157.
I'm doing for 9, which means the Thunder still, if they want to win this game overall, they still need another 81. This is an awful lot when you've got your last pair at the crease.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on these two, doesn't it? And the top order has mostly failed. And leaves these two a lot of work to do to get 81 for the 10th wicket. It would definitely be a record in this competition. Haven't seen it being done before. Monaghan's going to continue from the castle end. So far she's bowled 5 overs, none for 21. It's a slightly better economy than her career economy of 4.2.
Good.
Oh, she changes the field again. There's been a little bit of movement. Long on's gone back this time. And fine legs. It's going up into the side of the circle. There's going to be a deep backward square. Everyone just moves around a little bit. She'll come over the wicket this time. And she bowls, and Bell's clipping off her legs and get it past the fielder at short fine leg. But only one is taken. Mary Taylor does a good bit of fielding, comes around. On to the total. 158 for 9. Just a matter of time, it feels like, doesn't it? I think something's going to have to happen. If they want to win the game, they're going to have to start scoring a bit more freely. Singles just aren't going to cut it.
They're going to have to get the ball off the carpet a little bit more.
Monaghan in, then a back foot slap by Hannah Jones, up to long on. One more to the total.
Yeah, you just get the feeling by hitting it along the carpet they ain't going to win.
No.
It's okay, but it's not going to get you over the line.
No. And it's okay for a period of time whilst you rebuild, but the longer you do it, the harder it's going to get. So you're going to have to start taking some risks.
Well, it's over 10 and over now.
It's a really tough ask from here. Monaghan in and bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Olivia Bell. And they run 1. Only Windsor does the fielding at deep cover. Another one to the total. 160 for 9. And this the 43rd over of the Thunder innings. Turning into a lovely late afternoon here at Arundel Castle. Monaghan in again. Hannah Jones her legs. It's clipping past Abby Norgrove, who was at mid-wicket. Going out to Freya Kemp, who was at deep square. Runs round to her left, and more dominant side. Does the fielding. 2 more. The total. 162 for 9.
And they're inching towards 189.
They are. The magic number.
Yeah, they're inching. Maybe. It's not a long way to go with the last pair, but even so. Came together at 151. Put on 11 so far.
Waits at the end of her mark. She bowls to Hannah Jones, a slower delivery. Monaghan fields off her own bowling. It's good delivery. Almost got under the bat of Hannah Jones there. No run scored. And every ball she's going back talking to her captain George Adams. Just tweaks the field slightly. Squares just come a little bit further in front. She's going to bowl that slower delivery. The fielders need to be further in front of the bat. And she's in again now, Monaghan. It is a slower ball. It's a full toss though. But it does find Freya Kemp in the deep. Good bit of fielding round to her right-hand side. They take 1. That's the end of the 43rd over. Hannah Jones adds 1 more to her total. And the Thunder now are 163 for 9.
Yeah. Sorry, Phil, I didn't realise the time. I must admit, I thought this game was going to finish, but yeah, we'll let Phil enjoy the shade a bit more. And yeah, he's looking forward to a pint very shortly. The tea hut's closed though, Phil. The cakes are out of it.
Oh yeah, I just realised that.
Yeah, cake. Mind you, they're going to have a lot left at the end. They were run out of ice creams.
Yeah, that was an early sell,
Yeah,
wasn't
that
it?
was,
It was an early sell.
Somebody didn't order enough. Georgia Adams then comes in and bowls from the park end, and that's cut away by, is that Hannah Jones, isn't it? That's another single to the total. So it's 164 for 9. Still need another 74 to win this game. And we are into over number 44 as that's turned away by Olivia Bell. There could be a couple of runs down towards fine leg. They do, they turn. Emily Windsor that's running after that one. So 166 for 9. They are creeping up. Remember 189. It's going to deprive the Vipers of what may be a very valuable bonus point come the end of this group stage.
Absolutely.
So the Vipers will be desperate to get this wicket very soon. They've been desperate for a little while actually to just finish the game off.
And changing the field again, so the slip comes out into a silly mid-off.
And it's in the air, but just past Georgia Adams' left hand as it goes up to mid-off.
I thought it's more sort of like a short extra cover, rather than silly mid-off. But I thought it was just going to go straight to Lindsay Smith, and she's got her head in the skies thinking that it could have done the same.
This is Olivia Bell, isn't it, working away on the leg side, and there'll be more runs here. This could be a boundary, and it is. Well, that's nicely timed. And the crowd, who have been quite quiet and very watchful and just taking it all in, have suddenly just got a little bit more into the game. Maybe they sense that 189 figure.
That's 170 now, so they are.
Yeah, they are. 19 runs. More runs here as that goes out on the offside, and it's 171 for 9. So these two are put on 20 for the last wicket.
It's frustrating, isn't it, when numbers 10 and 11 just grind the game out.
Well, I don't think anybody desperately thinks they're going to win this. 238 is the winning target, but they're putting up some resistance here. It's out in the offside. We'll have to hurry. Oh, there's a misfield. Misfield extra cover allows them to come through for a single, and that takes the total on to 172 for 9. 65 and 8.
10 overs, 1 made, challenge for 31.
A good spell from Georgia Adams, been consistent with the ball all season. The Vipers' leading wicket taker in this competition for 2023.
10 overs, 2 for 39 for her today. Actually, I think that's a slight lie, actually. I think it's actually 2 for 41, sorry.
241.
It's a bit behind, as we're running off the apps today.
The internet seems to have just decided it's had enough a little bit. Almost running out of juice.
Yeah.
Returning to bowl at the castle end, number 9, Mary Taylor.
So this would be Mary Taylor's 9th over. She takes over from Alice Monaghan at the castle end. She's bowled 8 overs so far, 3 for 38. So she's bowled well, has picked up wickets. So they're just making sure they keep changing so the batters don't settle at any point. In the field she's going with, so she's got 2 back behind the batters. So fine leg and third man on the boundary. Deep cover and a deep square just in front. She's in now and cutting brilliantly. Is Hannah Jones, runs round to her left, does Emily Windsor at deep cover and cuts it off. And they pick up one more. That was a nice shot.
Certainly was. Well timed. These two don't look like they're going to get out. They don't, do they?
No.
They haven't seriously been threatened at all.
173 for 9. As they get towards that 189, which stops the Vipers getting their bonus point. Mary Taylor's in and she bowls, and Olivia Bell just pokes it to mid-on. No run is taken, but she looks solid. Does Olivia Bell? Both these batters
They do, don't they? They look very solid.
And they've got good techniques. Not scoring anywhere near quick enough to win this game, in my opinion. They're still a long way off with 66 required. And that's in the air, and it's been taken as well with that win. And it's just what they would have wanted. It left a little bit longer than they wanted to take that last wicket. They put on 20 3 did that final pair of Bell and Jones, but Bell was the last to fall for 15 from 21 deliveries, and Jones was not out there at the end there, 11. So the Southern Vipers win here at Arundel Castle, a key win for them, and possibly a really detrimental loss for the Thunder, as their fight to stay in with a chance of reach for the playoffs has been curtailed slightly by the Southern Vipers today.
For 15, giving Mary Taylor figures of 4 for 39.
I think that's her career best, isn't it, in this competition? Well bowled, Mary Taylor in the end. So, just very quickly, thank you to Charlotte Taylor and thank you to Phil Green, bringing commentary throughout the afternoon. So we had a couple of breaks in the second innings due to a couple of transmission problems, but they didn't last very long each time, and we certainly brought you at the end, and in the end, a win for the Vipers by 64 runs, having bowled Thunder out for 173.
Congratulations to the Southern Vipers who win this fixture by 64 runs and also collect a bonus point. Heyhoe Flint table.
There we are, Celia, we're spot on. We have to sing our praises because sometimes
well done, Phil.
We're close. So the table, such as it is now, those 4 points from the Vipers actually draw them level with second place Central Sparks. Now, I'm not very good at doing run rates, but I would say the run rate is pretty close between the two. So whether tonight the Vipers are second or third in the table, we'll have to wait and see. Somebody who's much better with the maths.
And that's certainly not me either, Kev, by the way, as I'm looking over your shoulder.
Yeah, but they are second or third. They are level on points with Central Sparks in second, which means that the South East Stars move down to fourth. But remember, all the teams, apart from these two, are playing tomorrow. 2 games left, and it is certainly very exciting, Charlotte Taylor. We're back with commentary, aren't we, on Wednesday as well?
We are.
A reminder, our next
Looking forward to that.
is the home game.
There's an echo around the ground. Charlotte, thank you. Well done. Great call. Thank you. Well done to you, Charlotte Taylor, and also to Phil Green. Hope you enjoyed it. It's been a hot one here at Arundel, and we'll bid you a very good evening.
I wish you a very safe journey home on this beautiful Saturday afternoon.
So they've got 5 points. They've got 5.
Knock someone out, man. He's ready for a fight.
Honestly, this afternoon I've just been I mean, where's Tommy? Yeah, I know. We jumped off there a couple of times.